We see a green mountain in the background and a huge tree stands in front of us. This building was one of the top 4 hunter training schools. It was called Valhalla. Inside the building, many people who were standing and holding weapons were looking ahead. Every year, countless hunters wanted to enter this prestigious place. In the trials, there was a mountain of beaten hunters lying on top of each other. The admission rate to this academy was 500 to 1. Then there were people who coped with the task and looked ahead. Less than 150 people could graduate from an academy called Valhalla. Entrance exams started immediately after the briefing. After that, someone kicks another person, and the ladder blocks it. Then there were a lot of other people who were in their cabins and practiced blows. After that, we see a man who watched it all through a transparent window as people trained. He stood there looking at it all with an intelligent expression. It was the senior instructor of the Valhalla Academy. His name was Lee Sang-cheol. I looked to the side, and someone said that there was quite a lot this time. Lee turns to the side and sees a young man in a suit walking up to him. This man was the Yashin family's heir, Yu Min-jun. Lee looked at him with a stern face and said that there would probably be a lot more interesting things to do in the admission process. He asked Wu Yu if the wrong person had come here to see his niece. After which, Min-jun leaned forward and looked forward, and he said that it was really like his Yashina family expected a little from their Soyeon. Lee looked ahead, and Yuson said softly to his wingman. Then Lee thought about it and started thinking about Yu Soyeon. It was a young student with purple hair and matching eyes. She was a genius who was born into the Yashin family, which ranked among the top 5 families. She was able to master mana and was comparable to her mother and the seniors at the age of 10 and was already able to use weapons deftly. She could have added her mom to her ball at the age of 13. At the age of 16, she expressed herself with her family members and stood over defeated relatives, and no one I could win. Lee looked ahead and said what it said in her personnel file. After which, he looked at Yu and asked if there was any other information that he didn't know yet. Min-jun sighed calmly and said what people said about Soyeon being able to communicate with their family's guardian constellation. Lee is shocked to hear the information that Min-jun told him. Min-jun asked him if he could believe it. Lee asked him if it was true. Min-jun smiled and looked in his direction and said that it was true, which was why they expected so much from her. After which, a bright notice appeared in the sky, and the reason why there were 5 families in Korea was because of the guardian constellation associated with each of them. There were unknown people who were covered in electric lightning. Usually, a hunter would receive a blessing or contract with the guardian constellation, but the guardian constellation of the 5 families was different from the other constellations. Today, a man who held a katana in his hands. This was the Yashin family's sword god. Following which, there was a man who was holding a bright purple spear in his hand. It was the Jangsun family's holy spear. After which, we see a half-naked man holding a red sword in his hands. It was the Dao King of the Choijin family. Next up was a man who extended his fist forward. It was the Asen family's fistfight king. Then we see a man who was wearing a green cloak and hat and was pulling a bowstring. This was the Dajin family's bow god. There were 5 dark silhouettes standing next to each other, and all the members of the 5 families were blessed by their constellations. They have gained more talents and abilities than anyone else. Lee stood and listened carefully to everything that was said to him. There was a huge difference between simply receiving a blessing and communicating directly. Guardian Constellation's communication was carried out under a contract with him. Lee folded his hands in front of him and stared straight ahead. He said that if it was true, then she was definitely a genius. Min-jun looked at his side and extended a finger, saying that he completely agreed with him. Min-jun kept leaning on the railing, and he asked how his niece was doing. Lee looked at him and said she didn't seem to have started yet. Lee said they would start in about 30 seconds. Min-jun looked at him with a smile and asked if he could watch it. Lee said if that's what he wanted, then let him go down and take a look. Below, there were a lot of people who were sitting in their seats, watching and filming everything that was happening. Min-jun looked at it all and said did Lee really want him to go through all these reporters? Min-jun looked down and asked Lee to just display the image on the screen. Lee looked ahead and said that he thought he was his senior right now. Lee looked ahead with a serious face and said that he would do it because he was also very interested. After which, he stretched out his hand and opened the system panel in the air and began to display the image. He brought up an image and a blue screen appeared in front of them where Soyeon was visible. She was standing in front of some guy and was about to pick up her weapon. Min-jun watched it all and said it's already started. The eldest daughter of the Yashin family, Yuson 17, was there, and some guy from an unknown family, Kim Ju Hyuk. Lee looked at it all with Min-jun and said that they seemed pretty calm. Min-jun guessed that the guy had already given up, that his opponent was very strong, and that was why he was so calm. He said that because Soyeon's abilities were pretty good, he already knew what was coming. After that, we see Soyeon looking at him with a serious look, while Ju just stood there yawning. Lee looked at him and said that the guy didn't have any fighting spirit at all. Minjun lowered his head and said with a smile that he was sure it would end quickly. After that, we see the fighters and the report begins. When the countdown started, Soyeon immediately rushed to the guy and took out her sword. She started pouring a stream of mana into it and it started to glow and leave a blue light. She swung and threw a punch at the guy and light mana headed in. Lee looked at it all seriously and said that at such a young age, she had very excellent ball possession and also had exceptional control of her mana. The guy was standing there looking at how a trail of mana was heading in his direction. The mark in his stomach was his parasite, but he smiled and got hit. Lee, who had been standing there with a serious face, was horrified. The same thing happened to Minjun, and with all viewers and cameramen. After which, we see a guy holding his fist, which was charged with mana energy, and see Soyeon lying on the floor defeated with the ball. The victory went to Kim Joo-hyuk. Ju clenched her fist with her mom and looked away. He didn't understand why everyone was so weak here. He didn't believe that this was really the future after 300 years. After that, we are transported back 300 years and see before us the Tower of Reflection, which glowed. We see two people who were standing opposite each other and they were clearly in a bad state. The guy with the white hair and mask was bleeding profusely, and he laughed. He looked ahead and said it was just a great fight. After which, we hear him being told that the tower was being destroyed and the god of destruction is Barch. It was the guy in front of him. He held his wound, which was bleeding profusely, and it was the martial arts god Kim Hyun-oh. Then he raises his leg and is going to hit Barch on the scaffolding and told him to get out. He hit him with such force that his head simply flew off his body. Barch's body fell to the floor, and Hyun looked at it and left. After that, he looked to the side and the system panel came out in front. He looked there and on the systems on the channel, it was written that he had defeated the boss of the Tower of Destruction Barch. The destruction of the world has been restored. Then an earthquake started and the tower started shaking. Hyung fell to the ground, holding onto the wound that was already bleeding profusely. He looked away not understanding what was going on. He assumed that the tower started to collapse because he killed the boss. After that, he began to writhe from the pain that he was experiencing and once again looked at his wound. He took his hand away and said that he was just going to rest. He looked ahead to where the light was coming from and said that since childhood he had always been busy working as a hunter, and as soon as he earned a lot of money and received recognition, this situation happened. I was walking and wondering if I should have brought my students here. Then he thought about it and realized that he shouldn't have. He looked at Barch's body and said that this side's strength was too high and even if they came, they would have died a dog's death. Then he closed his eyes and smiled. He said that it was just awful, after which a huge rock fell on his head and completely crushed it. After that, he immediately opens his eyes in fright and abruptly gets out of bed. He looks at his hands and his body and can't believe it. It was Kim Hyun-oh, and the body closets of a 17-year-old teenager 300 years after the fall of the Tower of Destruction. After which, he closed his eyes and smiled. In any case, he was quite satisfied when he was reincarnated, even though his body was weaker and his knowledge gained during the time when he was known as the god of martial arts was still intact. After that, he opened the system panel, looked at it, and if he succeeded and adapted to this case, he believed that he could live in luxury and constant rest at least until this semi-transparent system window appeared. It said that in 5 years, the Tower of Destruction would appear and they asked him to prepare. Kim became very angry and started gritting his teeth while holding onto his hair. He didn't understand why, but he assumed that God had a grudge against him. After which, he closed his eyes in front of the system window and said that this Barch should have died. But there was nothing he could do about it now, after which he opened his eyes and looked at the system window again. He thought about it and realized that this time, he would definitely destroy the tower once and for all, and then he would live in the luxury of drinking wine and throwing money around. Then he got up and dressed. He looked ahead and another one system window popped up in front of him. It said, "Please return your weapons and memories." On the 3rd floor, 5 rooms to the right of Valhalla. Kim didn't understand what it meant to bring back the weapons and memories, Valhalla and the Constellation Room. He stood in front of the system window and began to think. He put his hand to his chin and said that he understood what was meant by a gunsmith with memories. He had no idea what to do. Then she said that I must first find this place called Valhalla. After that, we are transported to the huge Valhalla building. They said that the 4th day of the competition begins and people who want to take part in the competition must go to the site. Kim was wearing a uniform and he was sitting on a bench. He looked ahead then thought. I looked ahead and wondered if he should go, and then he went out on the field and stood in front of a guy with bandages on his hands. The person who conducted this competition told the opponent to take their seats. The fans cheered and filmed everything that happened. Lee clasped his hands in front of him and said that there were more people today than ever before because the children of all 5 families were here, after which he looked thoughtfully to the side and thought about Kim. He looked at it and said that this badge stood against the Asen family's eldest son Senyuk for 17 years. Senyuk looked at him with a serious face and said that this person was the one who defeated Yuson in one day. Kim stood kneading her body, looking directly at her opponent. Senyuk looked at him and said that outwardly he didn't seem so strong, after which he covered his whole head and closed his eyes and said that it was good because if he could win, his image would go up a lot. Then he called out to him and told him that his boo was coming. After that, the countdown started. Kim looked at him and asked what that meant. Senyuk looked at him with a stony face and said that it meant quickly destroy. Kim looked at him with a smile. I said if that's the case then Mon. Senyuk asked what it was and Kim pointed at him with a smile and told him to get out of here, then called him names and the match started. We see the eldest son of the Asen family, Senyuk, standing with his sleeves rolled up and completely ablaze with fire. He turned around to the side, and he wasn't very good at literature and strategy or martial arts. However, he still had a talent superior to everyone else. He flexed his arm muscles and tore his shirt. His talent was his physique. He was so strong that he was capable of incredible things. He could do all the things that others couldn't do without mana. He trained hard and lifted dumbbells to develop such a talent. He practiced punches on the wall, and even after a lot of training, he still got stronger and stronger every time. He was born with a top-level physique, and he was worthy of being called a genius just because of that. He was completely confident in himself. Then he looked at Kim, who told him with a smile to get out of here. Senyuk was extremely displeased with this. His face became very angry, and he clenched his fist with force to attack. He immediately rushed towards Kim and swung his arm, but then he continued to stand still and point at him. Then he stopped poking her and looked at him thoughtfully. He realized that with the body he was born in, he wouldn't be able to win in the fight of Senyuk's physiques, as his strength wasn't just an empty phrase. Senyuk, very angry, was heading in his direction. Kim said that just because he surpasses him in physique doesn't mean he can beat him. Senyuk threw a punch with his fist, but Kim bent down with a calm face and his punch went to the wall. Kim looked at his hand and noticed that his martial arts were supporting the body he was currently in. After that, he lifted his leg and easily with his eyes closed and gave Senyuk a pillow, or he fell off his feet. He looked at it all in surprise and fell to the ground. Kim opened one eye slightly and swung his palm. He looked at him with a confident look and smile and said that his ability was to observe the opponent. After that, he made a strong blow to Senyuk's body. The impact was so strong that the shock wave seemed to pass through Senyuk's body. He passed out from such a blow and started coughing Grozny, after which he fell in front of Kim, who was looking at him. Kim said that if you don't harmonize, it happens. The winner was Kim Ju-hyuk. Kim looked ahead and said that although this body was somewhat weaker before his rebirth, there shouldn't have been any problems with hunting monsters. After which, he headed for the exit while his opponent was lying unconscious on the ground. A lot of people were looking through the big screen at this. Many were dissatisfied and surprised that Senyuk was actually defeated. The man began to write something down in a notebook and said that he also did not expect that he would just go on the attack. Then the man behind her raised his hand to his chin and thought. It was the head of the Asen family, the king of fisticuffs. About Chulshin, I called everyone names in my head and didn't understand that people called it a normal attack. He looked ahead and said that even if his son had never been interested in martial arts and only improved his physique, he could easily dodge the fist of any of his peers, much less that guy. He noticed that it was the one punch that he couldn't dodge. He recalled moments in the battle's history, and I realized that he had lost his composure by simply attacking Kim with rage and using magic that he rarely uses to try to finish off an opponent quickly. But Kim, just ducking his head to dodge the blow, and since Senyuk thought something was definitely hit, completely shifted to the center of gravity, and Kim easily knocked Fig down with a light footstep, after finishing him off with one punch. The man stood thinking and realized that this meant that the guy was moving faster than Senyuk's maximum speed. He noticed that at 2 we go to the guy already formed his own plan. He smiled with an interested look in his clenched her fist and said that it was just a monstrous talent. After his thoughts that were interrupted and he heard the conversation of journalists. They were talking about some outstanding newcomer. Shin looked ahead and said Kim Ju-hyuk's name. He looked at the system images of where Kim was and said that he would definitely make sure to welcome him into their family at all costs. After that, we are transported to the stadium and see a lot of fans who were ardent fans of Choi Erin Noonan. They shouted and supported her. Kim was standing in the field opposite a girl who had blue hair. He looked away in disgust and asked why they were already adults who had served in the army and called a 17-year-old girl Nuna. He looked at her with a calm look, and it was Kim Ju-hyuk's final match against Choi Erin. The girl was the second daughter of the Choijin family. She took up a stance and the match started, after which she reached for her ball while Kim stood quietly and watched it all. The two of them stood idly looking at each other. Kim thought about it after a while and assumed that the girl was waiting for him to attack her. He looked at the girl who was standing in a crouch and was ready to attack with her sword and took action. If she was at least trying to assess the situation, then she was already better than the others. After which, he smiled and asked if he should have done it. Eventually, he started walking slowly towards her with his hands in his pockets. He approached her with a smile, stood in the counter, after which, her sword arm began to fill with mana and flash with lightning. The media fans were shocked. They couldn't believe that a 17-year-old girl could master the Choijin family's ability. This time, only 5 children from 5 exceptional families attended the event. Kim continued to walk calmly towards her, Arta holding her weapon. Then her eyes glittered, and she knew that this was the time to attack. After which, she took out her sword and launched horizontal strikes towards Kim. During the impact, Kim was left with a dark silhouette, and after the lightning settled, the girl did not understand where he disappeared. After which, he told her that if it showed with her own eyes when she was about to attack, it would be very easy to dodge it. The girl was looking ahead and didn't notice Kim, who was standing at the side and completely dominating the situation, pumping up everything with his aura. The girl turned with surprise and did not understand what it was, after which a blow occurred. The girl tried to block it. Kim looked up and was surprised to see the sword she was holding for protection. Kim, I knew that Na had used the ball because he felt it hit. The girl stood and trembled, looking at her sword, said that it was heavy. After which, Kim walked over to her and slowly leaned his fist against the ball. The girl stood and stared at it without understanding. After that, Kim told someone to go back, and then immediately the shockwave passed through the girl's body and completely came out. Choi didn't expect such a strong technique, and then she started to choke. Kim stood holding his hand in front of him and watched Choi fall to the ground, exhausted. Kim looked at her calmly. Choi lay on the ground and tried to figure out what had just happened to her. She realized that it was true and there was something wrong, and it seemed that her head was off. After that, Kim turned to the side and was the winner. Next, we see the system bulletin board where the top 10 students of Valhalla were ranked, and Kim Joo-hyuk was ranked number 1. Next, we see Kim walking out of Valhalla with his eyes closed, flexing his arm. A second later, many cameramen immediately ran up to him and asked him to listen to them. They very strongly asked him to join their guilds and various businesses. Some of them say that if he joins them, they will provide him with the best possible conditions. They very strongly asked him to do this, which made Kim very angry, and then angrily told them all. After that, we go to the internet article where it was written whether Kim was a crazy psychopath. Underneath was a picture of Kim poking all the people with his fingers with a disgruntled face. The site also said, is it true that after he took first place in the entrance competition, he chased away the guides who made him an offer while swearing? Isn't he on the verge of going crazy? But it was all a lot of people's comments. They said that it was too much because there could be children in a public place. They said he was very rude, but for a novice, she was infuriated. Someone said that if he enters Valhalla, then he probably has a good relationship with many people. Who did you write that if you look at the fact that he destroyed 5 families, then even with such a character, he will be accepted anywhere and will be tolerated. After that, we lead Valhalla and a lot of people who were standing and looking ahead. They stood smiling and listened to the speech they were saying. They were congratulated on entering Valhalla. Kim put his hand to his mouth and yawned. People were saying that Valhalla had a proud 100-year history. Kim looked at all this and said that he was very bored. After which, he thought about it and looked away. Behind him was a guy who was watching him intently. Kim sidled up to the guy, but he quickly turned his head and eyes away from him. Kim stared intently and said that he was too conspicuous so he could be watched so intently. After that, we see Kim walking around the house in his shirt, and the system panel lights up in front of him. It said, please return your weapons and memories on the 3rd floor 5 room to the right of Valhalla. Kim also didn't understand what kind of weapons it perceived, and also didn't understand what kind of flying constellations were. Then we see the blue sky and bright green trees. Kim looked ahead and thought about how he should have just walked in and out and there was no problem. He said he understood something. Then he looked ahead and the entrance ceremony was over. We see a sign that says room for simulating virtual battles. A man with white hair was standing there holding a sign. He looked to the side and asked him what was wrong with the class distribution. This man was the former head of the Choikin Guild of Valhalla instructors, Kim Legong. He looked ahead and saw Yu Soyeon from the Yashin family ahead, with Aaron from the Choijing family standing next to her. The instructors started to look at the people and saw in the crowd Senyuk from the Asen family. He was standing, and everyone who was standing next to him was scared as he radiated a terrible evil energy. The instructor was shocked by this, after which he put his hand behind his head and realized that it was all because the classes were randomly assigned. He couldn't believe that 3 out of 5 families could end up in the 1st grade. After which, he looked to the side and saw the same rookie who took first place in the tournament. The instructor held his hand near his head and couldn't understand why he was also in this class. The instructor realized that K-Dom was completely drawn to this, after which he clenched his fist and closed his eyes and said that he just needed to calm down and act decisively in such situations. After which, he cleared his throat and confidently stood in front and said that he was pleased to meet all the people who were here. Nu looked at his forehead and said that he was the person in charge of this class, and he was also their instructor Kim Lagoon. Then, with an intimidating face, he pressed the button and everything started to change. The students were surprised by this and started looking around, after which the space around them began to change and they moved into the forest. The students were terrified and didn't understand how they got here because they had just been in class. Kim silently looked around at the surroundings, after which the instructor tried and the other took his sword and grabbed it. The instructor said he would show you some blood right here. After something, trolls with clubs all started coming out. The students were terrified and were trapped in a ring. Seniak kept looking at everything with a calm face and realized that there were orcs and goblins here. There were about 100 of them. The goblins continued to look at the students and drool, after which they went on the attack and one of them jumped towards Seniak, but he stayed in the air and bumped into the blue barrier that protected them. The instructor looked at all this with a smile and realized that the barrier was working. The goblin brought and tried to break through the barrier, but it was unsuccessful. Then someone called out to Kim, and the questioner turned around. The instructor told him to come to him. Kim approached the instructor, who pointed at the orcs who were standing behind him behind the barrier and asked if he could take care of these monsters who were here alone. Kim looked over with a calm face and asked if he meant the monsters that were running around here. Ligong said yes, and Kim looked down with a thoughtful face. Ligong looked at all this with a smile and thought that now he was sure that Kim's ego would calm down a little. He thought about the rest of the students and said that they mostly only saw monsters in books or something, but they had never personally encountered them and it was only natural that they were all scared here. Yu looked ahead with a smile and told him to stop pretending to think about it. Ligon just wanted him to say no, and he would start the lesson quickly as soon as his ego calmed down. Kim smiled viciously, and Ligon's expression changed. He looked in the direction of the smiling Kim and said that he saw him laughing. He assumed that he would be able to take care of them himself. Kim said he could handle them easily. Ligon was displeased and assumed that he was still bluffing, so he told Tom to give it a try. Kim stood up with his hands in his pockets and said that from what he knew he hadn't heard that they would be doing something like this on day one. He said that looking at how he was giving him a test suggests that there was some reward for it. Ligon looked down and sighed. He realized that he wanted a reward and Kim looked at him and said that if he took care of all the monsters, he should give him something. Ligon looked at him with displeasure and said that if he took care of all the monsters, he would do whatever he wanted, which was in his power. Kim put his hand to his chin and began to think. After which, he stood up and said that even though it wasn't enough, he accepted the deal with him. He stood in front of him and held out his hand, and Ligon said that he didn't think he understood how things worked here, that a monster in this system was about as likely to be attacked as a real one. Kim said we'll just give him the sword. He looked towards the enraged goblins and asked how he would fight without a weapon. He asked if she really expected him to fight them with his hands alone. Ligon calmly looked his way and grabbed the sword that was behind him and passed it into Kim's hands. Ligon told him to use it. Kim looked at the sword blade with a smile and was satisfied. After which, he stood in front of the goblins with his sword on his back, and the barrier that had protected them all gradually broke down, and the goblins began to watch with a smile. Ligong was calmly looking in his direction, and the students were also watching the incident. After which, he started to draw his sword at me and with a vicious smile and piercing gaze, he delivered a vertical strike, punching through many goblins at once. Kim looked intimidating when he saw who was surrounding him and started swinging his sword. He was surrounded by 4 very pumped up trolls who wanted to kill him. Kim didn't get cold feet and immediately pulled out his sword to cut everyone down. During the next attack, he expertly turned to face them as they crept behind him and swung his sword sharply in their faces. From this incredible blow, the ground shook under Kim's feet, but he did not lose himself and continued to fight with them. Hearing the wild roar of Kim, he did not hesitate and drew his sharp sword. Hearing the heart-rending cry, he realized that he had defeated these evil trolls by plunging his sword directly into the throat. Kim was surprised that after 300 years of holding a gun for the last time, he was able to defeat these trolls and it wasn't so bad. Kimmy was flooded with memories after this fight. He recalled how earlier in his childhood he was surrounded by monsters and the world could not perform its role on its own, and he had to use weapons that could be found in the vast expanses of the earth. Sometimes they were even simple rakes, hoes, and even shovels, but still nothing could compare to his sharp sword. After thinking for a long time, Kim became alert and a little distracted. Behind him, he saw a troll that was about to cut him down without a second thought. At the same time, Kim managed to dodge and avoid being hit as he watched the troll drive its sharp axe straight into the ground and the impact pierced his ears. Kim said to himself with a sneer that the troll's actions were completely copied from the template. This monster was just an NPC. As Kim dealt with the last of the victims, the two men watched him closely from the shadows and couldn't believe that he was so strong. Ligon noted that the sword he gave Kim was a very ordinary one. It didn't have any magical powers, but the way it was controlled by Kim was incredible and hard to believe. It seemed to the men that Kim's sword seemed to suck the monsters into the funnel and not let them resist, which allowed him to win with ease. Soyeon clutched her hand and sighed, while Senyuk watched this madness and couldn't keep silent. Erin held her collar awkwardly as she watched the entire rampage go on in plain sight. Standing by the mountain of corpses, Kim was completely confident in his strength. Hiding his sword and closing his eyes, he wanted to get into the Constellation team. Turning around confidently, Kim shot his eyes at the man and said, "You keep your promise, right?" In response, he was a little confused and lost in thought, but then there was a sound. Ligon, standing in the center, announced the end of classes and said that everyone was probably tired, so he advised them to go to their dorm rooms and rest. While the kids were leaving and putting the school place in order, Kim fell asleep sitting at his desk, not listening to Ligon at all. When he woke up, he was at a loss as to why the class had taken so long, and he wanted to take what he needed and leave as soon as possible. Once outside, Kim couldn't even imagine that he could teach students, since he had never attended a school before. Kim continued to draw conclusions as he neared the house. Most of all, he remembered the story related to constellations, because in his previous life there was no such thing as a constellation, and it made him think every time. Constellation is a term that has been used to refer to the transformation of those who have achieved great success into gods. They presented themselves as very great people and were always associated with hunters as if they were their holy relics, but they give them special powers that we can't think of. Something from above presents you with the most powerful weapon that will completely distinguish you from the rest with its power. And in fact, Valhalla in Korea is the world's third largest relic of constellations. Kim reasoned along the way and thought that this was the only thing that had power around, and everything about swordsmanship and how to destroy monsters was completely useless. Kim held his collarbone because it hurt. He knew that he should go to the dorm and practice martial arts seriously, but his body is really still weak. Kim looked up at Aren and was very surprised when she suddenly appeared in his path. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Sankol and Ligon were having a conversation. While drinking hot coffee, Sankol told him that Ligon had been through a lot. Sankol wasn't happy about it, calling it embarrassment rather than difficulty. Sitting in his office, he began to tell Tom that, in retrospect, it didn't make any sense. The two of them were very much undermined by Kim's incredible strength. After all, 120 monsters were created in the virtual room as a test this time, but he killed all of them and it was hard to believe. A very young high school student who has not yet met a monster coped with all 120 trolls. Ligon's guesses were becoming more and more like reality, and he couldn't believe it. While finishing his coffee, Sangcheol said that he didn't see anything special in Kim Ju and didn't share the opinion of his colleague opposite, and he also noted that Kim is an orphan. He came from a small orphanage in a very dangerous area. This statement greatly surprised Ligong and began to suspect Kim of being a forger in this battle. Raising a glass of coffee, he said that he had done his own research related to this and he was definitely not a forger, especially since Kim definitely wouldn't have poked his fingers with a malicious smile and tried to sneak into Valhalla to stir up a ruckus and mutiny at the performance ceremony. Glancing back at him, he wondered if Kim had actually asked permission to go to Constellation's room himself. The answer was exhaustive. Looking down, Ligong realized that Kim would eventually be able to get where he wanted to go, and he was grateful for the help in getting Kim a ground floor pass. After taking a sip of coffee, he sternly said that he had brought everyone here to announce that he was taking on such a big responsibility. Leaning against the wall, he realized that he didn't know all the information about the closed area on the 5th floor, but anyone can get to the 1st floor, and there won't be any problems if you go inside faster. Ligon sat in his chair without taking a sip, worrying about what might happen next year. Crossing his arms, he asked why he felt that way and if it was related to Kim Ju Hyuk. Continuing to sit on the chair, he did not deny it, but also added that there are 3 students from 5 families in his class and it is not easy to control even one of them. Excitedly, he shouted that he was picking it up and was told that they weren't trying to comfort him, but that there was an exchange student from the Ventric family in another class. Still flustered and with a shaky voice, he said, "You were talking about that windrunner." Standing with their backs to each other and in a fog of thoughts, they only confirmed each other's guesses. Indeed, it was a direct family of Ventrics, the same Rockdale Ventric. Frowning and wary, he was sure that he had heard the story about being kicked out of the British Academy because of trouble with his cousin. After hearing this information, Ligong let out a long sigh of relief and felt that his situation was better than in the next class. Next, we are transported to Kim. Aaron followed him and looked straight into his eyes. Without turning around, he asked what was going on. She very timidly, but at the same time boldly, directly in front of him, screamed about the request to teach her how to use a sword after the show at the Trolls. Kim stood with his briefcase, not understanding what she meant. Aaron looked at him and said that the ball handling skills he had once demonstrated, she would like him to teach her the same. Kim closed his eyes and started picking at his ear. He said they would teach her this technique. Aaron looked at him and asked why he wouldn't teach ya. Kim turned his back to her and asked her why she had asked him to do this, after which he again said that he didn't want to teach her this technique. He looked ahead and asked if there was anything else to say, then turned his head and said they were leaving. Aaron, Stala, and Dima asked him to teach him how to use the ball. Kim was displeased and repeated that he didn't want to do this. He looked in her direction and asked her if she had any hearing problems, after which he told her to stop clinging to them. After which, he pointed his finger at him and said that he had no desire to teach her, so he asked her to fuck off from him. After which, she looked towards Kim, who was walking away into the sunset. Without a trace, we are transported to the next day in Valhalla. Kim was sitting quietly at his desk, and some of the students were also in the classroom. He sat silently and stared ahead, after which he stretched out his hand and thought about how it was expected enough, but his body was much worse than he thought. He looked down at his hand with distaste. He sat and looked at her and realized that training with martial arts or whatever it was, there was nothing he could do because he didn't have any magic power and it was difficult to control his mana. He clenched his fist and realized that the problem with magic power could be solved if he found the thing and prepared some mana inside himself, after which someone interrupted his thoughts. Someone came up to him and called out. Kim looked in the direction of the person and it was a guy with blonde hair and a girl. This was the main Ventric family, Rockdal Ventric, and the girl who was standing next to him was Rockdal Ventric's maid, Yuri de Felix. Rockdal was standing across from Kim, who was looking at him and rocking back and forth in his chair. After that, he asked who he was. I said that I would have expected this from an uneducated person, the way he didn't even know the Ventric family. Rockdal introduced himself and said he would ask him directly. He held out his hand with a malicious smile and asked if he wanted to get stronger. In most families, it is more difficult for the side branches of the family line to gain power and wealth than the main line, the family. There was a main family line and a side line itself. However, the Ventricom family had a mask with a beak that was a scary constellation. They looked quite creepy, which made the Ventricom family different from other families. Usually, the constellation had an S-class or higher guardian who protected the family, and they directly chose a member of the constellation and gave them protection and power, but the Ventric family decided to fulfill the contract with a non-constellation family member, and this was a way for the chosen person to fulfill the contract with the constellation without disagreement. This unique choice was that the Ventrics had a lot of power in Europe, and if they were members of the Ventric family, they could choose a contractor regardless of their background. In this way, a secondary branch of the family could have the same power as the main family line of Rockdal Ventric, who was kept under control by his family. Rockdal felt his power and was satisfied with all of this. He became too arrogant, but not long ago, there was a commotion with the British Academy. Rockdal was shocked by this and eventually they kicked him out and he couldn't go there anymore. Rockdal looked at it all and thought that it was alright and it wasn't over yet. Then someone started walking towards him, and he turned his head. He looked at Felix and said with a smile that he always got what he wanted, despite the fact that he was kicked out before. He looked forward with a smile and understood that he was from the Ventric family, and they always had a way to get him back on his right path, and this person liked B. After that, he would imagine the dark silhouette of an unknown person with a smile. Rockdal closed his eyes and smiled, because first he had to think about the main thing. Rockdal held out his hand towards Kim with a smile, and he realized that he needed to draw Kim, who was the center of attention, to his side. Rockdal looked in his direction with a smile and said that if Kim obeyed him, he would take him to the Ventric family constellation. Yuria, on the other hand, was standing in the back, silently looking away. Kim looked at him and asked if he was an idiot. Rockdal was shocked by this answer. He was angry and Yuria was wary. Rockdal looked at him and said something again. Kim looked at him again and asked if he thought he was stupid. Kim told Tom that he knew perfectly well that he wasn't interested in him, so he decided to just start showing off from the beginning, and now that he was talking such nonsense, he really was an idiot, Kim said. Rickdillow's expression changed, and he started to get very angry and gritted his teeth. He said Kim was just a dirty brat. After which, they were both hailed from behind by someone. The man told Rockdal to return to his seat. Rockdal hesitated and turned to the side, shouting. He asked me how you could even say his full name boldly. He turned to the side and saw Lee standing in the classroom, watching him sternly with his hands folded in front of him. He said with a serious face that this wasn't the British Academy, this was Valhalla, and no matter how big his family was, he had to obey the instructors here. Rockdal listened to everything he said with a displeased face and wondered if Sankal really was Valhalla's instructor. After which, he hissed in displeasure and turned to the side and started walking forward, while Kim watched the whole thing. Rockdale opened the door and turned not quite in Kim's direction and said that they would meet later. Kim looked at him with his confident and piercing gaze. After that, we see Kim and the other students walking out of Valhalla after class. Kim walked forward and thought, today, he didn't learn anything new, and he didn't learn anything related to the Constellation Room. Instead, he got involved with some idiot this morning. Kim rested his hands on his head and realized that she now knew that the guild guides were a bunch of outsiders who came to the school. So they used students and instructors to keep an eye on him. At the same time, Aaron was quietly following him. Kim wondered if it wasn't bad enough for him to speak ill of them. Then Aaron called out to him. Kim turned to the side and saw Aaron standing in front of him and asking him to teach her how to play the ball again. Kim looked at her with a displeased face and asked was it not enough for her last time too. Next up, we see Valhalla's dorm in a high-class room. It was very luxurious and everything was fine inside. Immediately, we see someone banging their fist on the lamp and cursing. It was Rockdale and Yuri. Rockdale Stola was very displeased. He looked in the direction of the broken vase and started to get angry thinking about Kim being a pathetic orphan. Rockdale couldn't believe how the man was laughing at him to humiliate him in front of everyone. He called out to Yuria and told her to call Desira as he had someone to deal with. Standing in the room and smashing everything in a row, Rockdale wanted to harm anyone who approached him now. Glancing back at Yuri, he called out to her and received only her lowered gaze to the floor in silence. He grabbed her by a bundle of stripes and demanded an explanation, but she only wheezed in pain. Rockdale leaned over and said, "Do you really still think you're the eldest daughter of a palace family?" Yuria was completely terrified and shrouded in fear. She heard his screams and could not believe that he was saying such a thing to her. He kept shouting at her, asking if he should expel her from the family. After all this time, she dared to protest, but he only pushed her with all his strength, and she landed on the floor in pain. After giving her his evil look, he ordered her to contact Desira and noted that there was someone who needed to be taken care of. Yuria continued to sit on the floor while instructions were given to her, adding that the son of the Rise family was in the 2nd grade and he should have been told that Rockdale himself wanted to see him. She humbly listened to the instructions and accepted them. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla dorm, while in Kim Joo-hyuk's room, he began to concentrate and gather internal mana within himself. With his hands folded between them, he meditated deeply and was lost in his thoughts, emitting a blue aura around him and bits of his mana flying around the room. After finishing his meditation, Kim let out a deep breath and honestly felt heavy. Then he said that his body is garbage because it is very weak and he can't use mana. Kim was sitting on the edge of his bed in frustration. After that, we flash outside and Kim was walking home, followed by Aaron. Kim's face was displeased, then suddenly stopped and Aaron became alert. Kim turned to her and looked at her. Why the hell did she keep following him? They were already outside the dorm and Kim asked how long she was going to take. Aaron looked at him and told him to teach her the art of ball possession. Kim looked at her and asked if she wasn't a parrot by chance as he kept repeating the same thing. Kim looked at her and thought in his head that she was too annoying and he had to get rid of her. After which, he named the amount of 10 million won. Aaron was surprised and Kim said that this amount is the cost of one lesson, after which he asked if it was affordable. Aaron looked down thoughtfully. After that, Kim was going to go to this class, but Aaron calmly asked for his phone number. Kim didn't understand why I was doing this. Then he handed her his phone and asked her why she needed it. She picked up the phone and said that she would write down her phone number to him. After that, she, holding her phone in her hand, gave him his phone and said that it would be much easier and easier for her to send him money. Kim picked up the phone in surprise and was shocked when he looked at his phone and saw a transfer of 100 million won. Aaron held the phone to her face and asked if he would teach her. After that, he smiled and laughingly said that he would not teach her and canceled the transfer. Kim was in his apartment and was very surprised that a female student would send him 100 million won. He closed one eye and began to think. He realized that if he was going to teach her, he wouldn't have to give up his secrets, and it was quite a huge amount of money even if it didn't matter. Kim got up from his bed and realized that it was only money anyway. He needed to find it first, even if he had very little mana. After which, he started putting on his clothes. He put on his sneakers and I stood up. He took his tools with him and put on a hood and said that it was necessary to find a secret vault. There was a huge Valhalla building on the street and a huge stadium nearby. Kim walked through the forest between the trees. As he walked forward, he thought about how before he entered this academy, he had checked it in advance and most of the notes that were hidden 300 years ago had long since been destroyed. According to research, at least 4 notes could be found there. Kim continued to walk forward, picking up rocks. Kim knew that it was more than likely that there were only 3 notes left, and they were probably somewhere in the mountains of Valhalla. Kim stood in front of the academy and looked far up at the mountain. He took off his hood and knew he had to find them. After that, he began to concentrate, stretching his arms forward and the ground began to shine blue. Kim began to release his mana and concentrate with his eyes closed. He knew that he could find them because they were responding to his mana, and that was why he was doing it now. Kim could sense the notes with what little mana he had right now. Then, in the clearing, he smelled the bright light of mana. He opened his eyes and realized what he had found. He walked over to this place that was emitting blue mana and started digging there. As soon as he dug through, he was already confused and told me that his body was so damn weak, and if he had known it would be so difficult, he would have buried it in a safer place. He dug a small hole and said that if the Tower of Destruction hadn't appeared, it wouldn't be time to do it now. When the world was on the verge of destruction and there was no room for its riches, so I made notes to fit everything here. He hoped the contents inside were safe. Then the sun began to rise. Kim dug a huge hole with shortness of breath, said that he found their notes that he buried in a previous life. He stood in the pit and saw the safe that was buried. Kim crouched down and searched for the keyhole. He found it and realized that a normal key would not fit in this keyhole, after which he stretched out his hands in front of him and began to concentrate the remaining mana into a sphere. Kim was going to make a magic thread. After that, he made a likeness of the keys out of it. Then he would put it in the safe, and Kim was glad that the key went in there. He opened the safe and the sun began to shine in. He jumped in and Kim looked ahead happily. There was an incalculable amount of riches and various precious stones. Kim watched it all with her hands folded on her waist and asked if all was well with his children. He looked at these riches and said that now that he didn't have to worry about money left to find the notes. After which, he was surprised and looked ahead. He saw that there were dark purple storage stones lying ahead. He bent down to pick it up and said to save the notes he had put a lot of magic into them, but the day had come when he would had to. After that, he took the stone in his hand and the stone began to emit a lot of mana energy. Kim immediately replenished all of his mana and realized with a smile that he expected nothing less from the storage stones. He immediately felt his power overflowing. After holding the stone in his hand replenished all of his mana, he put his hand in his pocket and said that he should first take care of the remaining storage to me. Kim pondered whether he should leave the heavy gold bars and take the light jewelry. After that, we are transferred to the Valhalla Academy. Kim sat in his chair as if he'd been killed. Kim was looking up, and with a completely tired look, he said that he didn't even think that he would use notes in the future and he must be a crazy fool since his muscles are aching terribly from just digging the ground a little. After which, his thoughts were distracted by Aaron, who squatted down to his party and looked at him. Kim saw this and holding onto his shoulder, he asked what she was doing. Aaron looked at him and asked him to teach him swordsmanship again. Kim, holding onto her shoulder, said that she really wouldn't rest until she did. He looked at her and thought, according to the information he found when he was reborn among the top 5 families, the Choijin family, which includes Choi Aaron, is a family that practices swordsmanship. Kim didn't understand why exactly he had to do this, so she asked her directly. Kim said she could easily learn about her family. She looked at him and said that she didn't want to learn from them, and she wanted to learn it from him. She said that she had never seen anyone better with a sword than him. Kim asked about Aaron's father, who was a hero of Choijin. Kim told her that he was a better swordsman than him. Aaron inquiringly said father. After that, Ligon immediately came into the office and distracted their dialogue. He told Kim to follow him to the staff room. Aaron stood up to her full height and Kim asked why she had to go to the staff room. Ligon looked and said that it was about what he asked last time. He asked if he was interested. Kim then stood up with a smile on his face and said that he was on his way. He started walking around the office, and Aaron held out her hand to call out to him, then looked down and Kim told her to come to the training ground at 6 a.m. Aaron looked at Kim, who was about to go to the staff room, before he turned around and asked if there was any problem. Aaron started waving her head happily. She looked ahead and said something that would definitely come. Kim came to the staff room and stood in front of Ligong, who was sitting there looking at him. He said he had a class coming up so he would talk fast. Ligon said that first of all, Kim's access to Constellation's room was approved. Ligon told him that it was just enough to go down to the ground floor. Kim was surprised once said about the basement. Ligon said that he was not allowed to go to any other floor than the basement. Kim smiled and said he understood, then asked when he could get there. Ligon said that if he didn't have anything to do, then tonight he would be able to. Kim said with a smile that he would go there today. Ligon sat with a serious face and began to think. He said it was unexpected and he thought Kim was making a fuss because he wasn't allowed on the second floor. After which, he said that they would go there today. Kim said he understood, then turned and headed for the exit. It was already evening outside, and Ligon was with Kim. Ligon looked ahead and said they weren't there yet. Ahead of them, there was a huge building where guards were stationed and everything was sealed with a red chain with a seal. Ligon said that it was the treasures of Valhalla Academy, the Constellation Room. Kim immediately started looking around the place and glanced to the side. He saw the guards, so he looked in the other direction and saw the guards too. Kim put his hand to his head and told Ligon that there were more guards here than at the main gate. Ligon looked ahead and said that it showed how important the Constellation Room was, as it made Valhalla one of the Academy's 3 great ones. Kim looked ahead and began to think. He understood that not only were there numerous guards, but the outer wall they were all covered in all sorts of magic, and it was completely surrounded except for the entrance. The walls were completely sealed with various seals and chains. Kim asked if he could ask a question. Ligon looked at him and asked what had happened. Kim asked how it was possible to get to the 2nd floor. If he got there, it would be considered a crime. Ligon looked at him with his hands folded in front of him and said that he didn't have to be a criminal, but he would definitely be expelled from the academy, and besides, he would go mad even before he was expelled. Kim asked what Ligon meant by going crazy. Ligon said that on the 2nd floor, the magic power was restless, and if he touched this magic that was there, then his mind would collapse and he would just go crazy. Kim once again repeated that he was going to go crazy and said with a smile that he understood everything. Ligon became alert and began to think. He wondered why this brat was asking him this right in front of the entrance. Ligon assumed that Tut really wanted to get there, after which he realized that this was not the case and the candidate for the first place would not do it. Ligon was standing behind Kim when the gate opened, and Ligon was quite sure that Kim knew perfectly well that he should have stayed at the academy. Ligon looked ahead and shouted at him that he had 30 minutes to get out of there. The guard opened the door for Kim, who turned around and said that he would be back soon. After which, the system panel wrote for him to return his weapons and memories to the 3rd floor of the 5th room to the right of Valhalla. Kim stood and stared at the message. He said that he would still be expelled and he came to Valhalla in the first queue for this, and first he needed to get to the 3rd floor. Kim started down the stairs and there were gears and pipes on the walls. Kim wondered why there were so many stairs and he couldn't see the end. Kim looked up and didn't know where he was. He assumed that it was a prison, but he looked away and said that he was sure that the Constellation Room was on the 2nd floor, but it was probably here. Kim started walking forward and said that it wasn't really important anyway, but then he thought about whether we should go any further. After that, he became alert and the system panel came out in front. It said that all the conditions had been met and that he would now be moved to another room. Kim looked at all this and didn't understand what room it was about, after which it slowly began to dissipate. An unknown voice said that it had been a long time for Kim Hyunho. Kim became alert and looked ahead. He saw in front of him a man who was dressed in a beautiful uniform, and over his eyes was a blindfold and had horns. Kim said to Barcha questioningly. Barch said with a smile that 300 years had passed, then asked if it was a reunion. Barch didn't have time to finish even after that, and a blow immediately flew at him. Kim angrily slapped him across the face and angrily told him that he was very happy to see the fool here. Barch, with a bruise on his face, stretched out his hands and told Kim to wait, but immediately another one hit flew through Barch and Kim told him to die. Barch held out his hands again and told them to calm down and talk among themselves. Kim, not listening to him, struck again and told him to just die. Barch asked him to stop, but Kim kept hitting him and hitting him. Kim said they wouldn't stop and would hit him even harder. After a lot of punches, Kim stood and stared at Barch, who would completely hit the batters. Kim closed his eyes and began to breathe calmly. He said that he was not one of those people who used his fists. Barch looked at him blankly and then he started kicking him. Kim angrily hit him and said that it was different in this case because Barch had ruined his comfortable future. He beat his feet, said his wealth and honor, and all the while he was training his students. Barch asked him to stop, then asked if he was interested in what kind of place they were in. Kim looked at it and asked what kind of place it was, since there was nothing there. Barch started to get to his feet and said it was an imaginary world. Kim asked what kind of imaginary world he was talking about. Barch started to correct his form and said that to be exact it was a space in the relic, and the one from which Kim was now seeing was just an incarnation in an imaginary world, and his real body had already ceased to exist 300 years ago. Kim stood up in surprise or listened to everything he said. Kim asked him to wait for him and asked if he was always in this relic. Barch said that was exactly what happened. After that, Kim realized everything. Barch stretched out his arms and a light yellow seal appeared behind him. He said that he understood everything correctly and he became a constellation. Kim just stared ahead at the happy Barch. Kim got even angrier and asked what was going on here in the first place, then started punching him in the face again. On the street at this time, Ligong was standing looking ahead, where there were many guards. Ligong stared ahead in silence, after which he looked surprised and Kim walked out of the building, and the guards began to inspect him. Kim walked over to Ligon, and then they didn't do anything strange to you. Kim held out his hand and said that he just looked around and couldn't go any further, as he would go crazy if he did. Ligon looked thoughtfully at all this and said that he understood and then told him to go home. Kim said that he would, then turned and walked forward. He walked down the street and thought about what had happened there. Kim pointed his finger forward and said that he didn't care about Barch becoming a constellation, then told him to just answer his question. Kim asked if he had created a transparent system notification bar, then asked what it was. The beaten Barch looked at him and said that he didn't know anything, whereupon Kim viciously took him by the farm and picked him up and was about to beat him again. Kim said Barch was a fool. Barch said he was telling the absolute truth. Barch said that after Kim killed him, he was inside this thing for 300 years without any energy. Kim thought for a moment, then dismissed Barch. Kim asked who then created the notification. Barch looked down and said that he had also received this notification. He said that he had received a notification that he could contact the reincarnated Kim Hayek and get all his memories back. Kim listened to everything he said and asked about reincarnations. Barch looked ahead and said that that was when that suspicious person appeared and most likely made him the owner of the tower and destruction. Kim asked who was the person who made Barch to the owners of the tower. Barch held out his hand and said that he didn't know that, because all his memory of that part had simply disappeared. Barch said he didn't think the vanished memories came back right away. He looked ahead and asked Kim what was in his mind. Kim put her hand to her chin and said that she asked him to find a weapon, and he couldn't calculate what was below because it was censored by squares. Kim spread his arms out to the sides and said that he didn't remember losing any memories and he also still has memories of that tower. Barch pointed his index finger forward and said that maybe Kim remembered all the memories and he had already found the weapon, so the memories would appear naturally. Kim looked at him in surprise and asked if he had actually found the same weapon. Barch said that it was just like that, and this space is the inner world of the 4 weapons of the village balls that became sacred relics. They were very powerful and radiated a huge amount of mana. Barch said that he became a constellation because he used the village sword as a relic. Kim was getting angry and was already clenching his fists to beat him up again. Barch asked what was wrong with that. Kim started shouting loudly and viciously and said that Barch was a complete fool. Kim walked down the street and thought about his village sword. His village sword became a relic, and inside it was a constellation. He didn't understand what kind of situation it was at all. Kim held out his hand and knew that of course he wanted to just destroy it and forget it, but no matter how worn it was, he was holding back Barch, who was once called the King of Destruction. After which, a blue village sword appeared in his hand. Kim held it in his hands and said that there was nothing he could do about the quest that appeared in the notification window, which was only available with the village sword. Kim said that he didn't know anything for him, after which someone called out to him and Kim looked away. An unknown voice said that Kim won first place in the entrance ceremonies. In front of Kim was a crowd of people with different hairstyles who were flexing their fists. A guy with yellow hair said that his scary friends were on a trip. This was Valhalla Academy's second-year student, the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lyric Sunrise. Kim looked at him and asked if he was really the eldest, and then I asked a bully like him if there were any juniors as well. A guy started walking forward and stretching his arms. The lyricist said that Kim was too fearless, after which he said that if he took first place in the first year, it wasn't enough to just go over and say hello to the seniors. Some guy with a gun came out of the crowd and said he was going to beat this fool. The lyricist said that the bomb would go easy on him. The guy with the gun called out to the newcomer and told him about the difference between first and second years. But before he could finish, he was immediately kicked in the body. Kim looked at them with a smile on her face and told them to stop talking and attack him all at once. After he hit the guy, he immediately jumped up and started swinging 2 legs and hit him right in the face. Kim landed on the ground and after being hit so hard, he immediately flew far away into the crowd. The other guys dispersed and watched as his body fell to the ground. They watched as he slammed into the wall. The lyricist turned to the side with a vicious face and said that he was a crazy fool. He saw Kim pick up the sword. The lyricist was surprised, as he was completely sure that he didn't have any sword originally. Kim grasped the sword, said it was a very pleasant feeling of a perfect grip. I told him that I hadn't seen my balls in a while, and then he held out his hand in front of him and said with a malicious smile that you should be attacked faster. Kim was quite sure that it would be a lot of fun and if he didn't stay put, he would smear their heads all over. After that, we flash back 3 hours and see the lyricist standing in the room and talking to some guy. This guy said with a smile that the lyricist would need to do one simple thing. That guy was Rockdeal, and Uriah was standing quietly behind him. Rockdeal was sitting on the couch and said that he would just need to take care of one student. Rockdeal and Lyric were sitting on couches opposite each other. Rockdeal said that he would definitely reward Lyric for helping the Sunrise family. Rockdeal said that one freshman student Kim was his target and Lyric needed to take care of him. The lyricist sat back in front of him and listened to everything Rockdeal said. He said that it didn't matter if he used a gun or not, he needed him to clean up the mess. Rockdeal looked at him with her evil gaze with a smile and asked if he agreed or not. The lyricist looked at him calmly and said that he understood everything, then he went out the door, closed it. He looked ahead and began to ponder. The lyricist realized that it didn't matter to him that Kim was ranked #1 among the rookies, how he couldn't be a match for the seniors, and the rookies and seniors were very different from each other due to their contact with Constellation. Valhalla students had to go to the constellation room in the second semester of the first year and make a contract with one of the constellations. Students who signed a contract became contracts. Lyric went ahead and with a confident face understood that when they became a contractor, they could use the power of their constellation, and that freshman who wasn't born in the special, I didn't even have a guardian constellation. Lyric looked ahead with a malicious look and a smile and swiped that he could easily defeat Kim. The lyricist thought so until the moment he met him in real life. Kim swung his sword and hit one guy on the leg, and a blinding monolight was released from the impact. Another guy with red hair picked up his knife and said Kim was a fool and started walking towards him. But right then, Kim started swinging his sword and was about to hit him in the face. The guys with the red hair didn't even notice when he swung and Kim hit him in the face, sending him flying. Kim looked with his confident gaze to the right and saw one of the guys pick up a weapon and jump on top of him to attack. He swung his weapon and angrily shouted for Kim to die. After that, a strong impact was heard and damaged the ground, but Kim was not in place. The guy looked sideways and realized that his attack had missed. At this time, Kim was standing on the other side and was about to hit that guy with his sword. He ironically asked the guy what he had missed. After that, there was a strong blow to the face, and the guy flew into the crowd. Lyric watched all this and watched as another guy fell to the ground. The lyricist was shocked by everything that was happening. He couldn't believe that freshmen were being forgotten by sophomores one by one. He looked at all the guys he had defeated and realized that before becoming a contractor, the sophomores had to have higher skills in martial arts or magic than the freshmen, but they weren't all helpless against Kim. But he turned his head in Kim's direction and wondered what that strange swordsmanship was. Kim walked slowly forward, brandishing his sword. Lyric watched it all and realized something wasn't even putting in the effort. The people around him were getting seriously hit and injured. Kim looked to the side and noticed a couple of other guys. He called out and said what he told them, that he would smear their heads if they just stood there. The boys hesitated and began to slowly back away. The lyricist noticed this and realized that everyone was trying to decide whether to attack him or run. After which, he viciously shouted at them not to attack and not to stand still. After all, this was just a pathetic freshman. Kim smiled and realized that the hooligan boss had some spirit. Lyric told him to shut up and picked up his sword. He was about to swing his sword and attack him, but immediately Kim got close to him and presented his sword to Lyric's stomach. Kim said with a hard look and a smile that he had warned them not to stand still. After which, he pushed the sword with his other hand, and the impact force of the sword went right through Lyric. Lyric started coughing up blood of such intensity and didn't understand how he could get so close to him. Then he fell to the floor. Kim raised his hand and started slapping his face while crouching down. Kim told him to wake up, then asked him who he was and why he had attacked him. The lyricist woke up and looked at him, said they were sophomores. Kim was squatting down and talking to Lyric, who was lying on the ground, and there were a lot of battered guys around. Kim Popo realized that it was a group of upperclassmen and they came to knock down a freshman. He asked why they did it. Kim told the lyricist to name the person who told him to do it. The lyricist looked down and said that it was done in order to break the nose of the freshman ranked one, and that's it. Kim smiled and asked if it was really accepted from the hooligans. Then he said that he was surprised. Kim took his bag and said he was going, and then he told them to clean up the place. Lyricist, lying on the ground, called out to him and told him to wait. He started to get up and asked once if he would be able to go to the academy normally after that. The lyricist said that it doesn't matter if he took first place in the first year. The lyricist said that people will find out about this incident and he will be expelled from the academy. Kim looked at him and said, picking his nose, that it didn't matter to him. Kim looked at him and asked if Toot wanted to tell him the story of the fight. The lyricist was very annoyed by this. Kim said that several sophomores came to shoot down one freshman, but they did not succeed. Kim said that if the whole story came out, they would be very ashamed to go to the academy. After that, he looked at them with a malicious smile and pointed a finger at them and said that they would do very wisely if they want to graduate from the academy and join the guild. After which, Kim turned around and walked forward while Lyric lay on the ground and trembled from the damage. At the same time, Rockdeal was sitting on the couch looking at his phone. He watched with a smile and knew that the phone was going to ring soon. A minute later, Lyric Sunrise calls him. Rockdeal picks up the phone and calls out to the older man with a smile. He asked if he beat up Kim Joo Hyuk. The lyricist called out to Rockdeal in desperation and told him that he was giving up the job. Rockdeal was shocked when he heard this from the lyricist on the phone call. Rockdeal was sitting on the couch and asked what the lyricist was talking about. The beat-up lyricist Po told him to stay away from anything related to Kim Joo Hyuk. Rockdeal was sitting in shock. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, but the last time they talked, the lyricist seemed very confident. After that, the lyricist said that this was all and he hung up. Rockdeal told him to wait and tell him if he was saying this because Kim Joo Hyuk beat him up, he can report it to the administration. The lyricist listened to everything he said in silence. Rockdale calmly said that if he had any visible injuries, it meant that they had enough evidence to be believed. Rockdale said to let Lyric do at least that. Rockdale said that if he just did it, he would give him the full amount, as promised, and he would try to make sure that his family could finance it. Lyric said that even if the Ventric family agreed to finance them, they couldn't reclaim the honor since they lost. Rockdale was shocked at that. Lyric, along with his beat-up guys, started to slowly walk forward. The lyricist said he was hanging up. Rockdale tried to call out to him, but it was too late. After that, he angrily threw his phone on the ground, thereby breaking it. Rockdale said the lyricist was a complete fool. Rockdale was sitting with his head down, and Yuria was standing next to him, looking at all this. Rockdale covered his face with his hands and called out to Yuria. Rockdale asked if she had contacted Desira. Yuria said that she informed him that he wanted to meet him in person, but since he was far away, it would take him some time to get here. Rockdale glared at her and asked where the hell he was. After that, we see a huge beautiful building in Mexico. It was the Aripia Academy. There was a mountain of corpses in the building. The man was sitting on a mountain of corpses and in holding his phone, he was surprised that Rockdale wanted him to come to Korea. This guy was Desira Ventric. He had scars on his face and was well groomed. He handed over the phone and read the message from Rockdale. Come quickly to take care of a man named Kim Joo-hyuk, Rockdale said in a message. The reward was already prepared, Rockdale wrote, and after that, Desira's face changed and started to smile very broadly. He stared at his phone like a madman and started thinking. There was no one he could ask for money after he was kicked out. He said it was easy. A remarkable turn of events came the next day in the training room, which was packed with exercise tools when Kim arrived. He stood with his bag and was very surprised that the training hall was very large. He had assumed that it was so vast and because the academy was also big. He looked ahead and said that he really wanted to go for a run. After that, a certain voice was heard and he asked why Kim was here. Kim was very surprised and wary of this. He started to turn his head and asked if it was Barch. Kim didn't understand how or from where he could talk to him. Barch said that he was currently in a sword that was sealed. Barch asked him why he was so surprised. Kim said that he was very surprised because he thought that he had somehow made it to the surface, because then he would have to beat him up again and drag him into the sword again. Barch was startled when he heard this, but he didn't show it. What Barch said was that there was no such thing, so he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Kim changed into his gym uniform and opened the locker to put his stuff in and said that if that was the case, it was fine. Kim put his foot to the side and started to warm up. He asked Barch if everything was really alright. Barch did not specify whether it was about his condition. Kim put his hands behind his head and said that he was talking about a sword that had become an artifact and was currently kept in Valhalla. Kim said that they left the room and Constellation was with him. Barch said that there was no need to worry about it, as he had replaced the sword with an exact replica. Kim said that was what he was worried about. Kim asked Barch where he had learned how to create an exact replica of objects in the first place. Barch sat back and said that when he regained consciousness, he lost all his powers, but he could create an exact replica, although he doesn't know why he even had this ability. Kim continued to warm up and said something that Barch generally didn't know much about. When Kim tilted his body back, he saw Aaron standing in front of him. Kim finished his warm-up routine and realized that she had arrived. Aaron asked if Kim was going to teach her how to play the ball right now. Kim looked at her and said they were going. He said they would start by increasing her stamina. Aaron turned her head and asked why. Kim turned around and said that she could have left at any time if she didn't want to. Aaron looked at him and said that she would do it. Kim turned to her with a smile and told her to start stretching. Kim said that the higher her stamina, the better she would be able to absorb mana and easily control it in battle, and even though it was a basic improvement in swordsmanship, it was still necessary. Aaron started to warm up and stretch. Kim was surprised by their training methods, as they were putting everything in Oni mana into their stamina for some reason. Kim thought about how even Choi Aaron was like this, even though she had a lot of mana, but her stamina was like a beginner who was just starting to wield a sword. Aaron finished stretching and warming up and said she was ready. Kim looked at her and said that then they would start a real training session. Kim started doing intense exercises. Kim started doing push-ups. Aaron started to repeat after him, but it was also very difficult. Kim started doing squats with weights, and Aaron was tired enough even without weights. Kim started doing deadlifts, and Aaron took dumbbells. After training, she fell to the floor and was very tired. Her face was flushed and I was sweating. Kim turned to the side and waved his hand, saying that they were just getting started. Aaron asked him what he had just said. Kim looked at her and told her to stop lying down and get up as soon as possible. It was still necessary to run about 20 kilometers. Aaron, I heard you were in shock. Next, we are transported to the classroom. Kim was sitting on a chair, stretching his arm. He asked her if she was feeling alright, because even though they put in more effort than last time, she did pretty well and started to develop her physique. Aaron sat silently on a chair and was very tired. The teacher stood in front of the class and told everyone to be quiet. The teachers said they would have a simple written test today. The teacher's name was Lilia, and she wore glasses and had a short white haircut. This was Valhalla's highest level instructor and her head of the spatial monster item. The students sat at their desks and listened intently to the teacher. Lilia said what she had briefly explained in day 1, but advised them to study spatial monsters a bit on their own. She put the paper tests on the desk and said that today she would test them on how well they knew how to deal with each individual type of monster. Soyeon started to solve the test. Senyuk sat and pondered over it. Aaron sat up tired and her body was shaking. Kim sat at his desk and didn't even touch the test, he just stared at it. Lilia looked at the clock and said that the time was up and let the students from the end pass the tests forward. She said that today's test will not be added to their overall score, but it will be used to assess their ability for the next class. Kim was passing the test to Aaron. Lilia corrected all the tests and said that in the next class they will start officially a lesson in the room and simulation of virtual fighters. She opened the door and said she wouldn't see you again, then left. Kim stared ahead in silence, and then Barch suddenly started talking to him. Barch asked if he was really sure that he had written his answers correctly. Kim realized that he, too, had seen everything. Barch folded his hands and said he saw it because he was inside and had nothing to do. Kim asked if he had read his mind. Barch said that to be precise, he could only hear what Kim was thinking. Kim sat on a chair and asked seriously. Kim rocked back and forth in his chair and said that he only wrote the answers as he knew them. Barch said that if this is the case, then he raises it. Lilia came to the first-year teacher's office and sat down at her seat. Lilia gritted her teeth in anger. She took Kim's job and didn't understand how he could dare call this nonsense answers. After that, we are transported to Ligon. He was holding a hot drink as he headed forward. He looked away and thought about it. He saw Lilia in front of him, who was diligently checking the students' tests. Ligon looked in her direction and asked if it was his class of work. Lilia looked at him and said yes. She looked at the papers and said that while preparing for the mock battle, she told them to learn how to kill monsters, so she gave him a simple written test, but as she expected in a class where children from famous families study, they all succeeded. Ligon was a little nervous and asked if that was really the case. After that, he looked in her direction holding a mug with a drink and said that he would not disturb her and would go about his business. He took a sip from his mug and then choked on it. He heard the teacher say Kim's name loudly. Ligon wiped his mouth, and he and the other workers heard Lilia's displeasure. She didn't understand how he read those answers correctly. Ligon looked in her direction and asked did Kim do so badly. She looked in his direction and said that it wasn't just bad, he was bullying the class while writing the test. Ligon asked again if it was really that bad. Lilia, holding the test, said that it was impossible to just leave it and at the next lesson she would show Kim his work and carefully instruct him that monsters are not easy to deal with. After that, Nod entered his test. A day later, the students stood and watched Lilia explain the rules to the students. It was a simulation of a virtual battle. Lilia looked ahead and said that she had checked and brought back the tests that the students had written in the last class. She said that most of the students did very well, but then she called out to Kim. Kim stood picking at his ear. He walked over to the teacher and looked ahead. Lilia held the test out in front of him and told him to take it. Kim was surprised, and when he took his test he saw that there was a 0 score. Lilia looked ahead and said that Kim gets 0 points, then she asked if he was sure that he wrote the test correctly. Kim looked at him and said with a confident face that he had indeed written the test correctly. After that, Lilia counted one question. How best to deal with stone goblins? Lilia asked him how he answered that question. Kim looked at his test and said to stab him in the stomach with a sword. Lilia silently began to beat her forehead with her fist. Lilia has read 2 questions. You will find that 8 stone goblins are approaching you. Think about what you should do in this situation. The other students were nervous and watched Kim read the book. Kim answered this question like this, starting with those who throw themselves at themselves, and you stab each of them and send them to hell. Lilia turned her head and said that he couldn't be serious. She said that even if Kim acted like he had learned a bit of strategy, she was going to leave it at that. She looked at the students and asked if the best way to kill a stone goblin was to stab it in the stomach. After that, she immediately said that the stone goblin's defense was at level B+, which meant that normally the sword's aura wouldn't harm it at all, but Kim wanted to say that using a sword against this type of monster. Kim started picking his ear and said that's exactly what he would do and it would end with one punch. Lilia started to get very angry and started thinking to herself that even Kim's ego knew no bounds, and he was talking complete nonsense. After that, she said that she completely understood him. Kim was surprised by this. The teacher told him that since the student Kim was sure of his answer, she would give him the opportunity to demonstrate everything, and then press the button that was at the bottom. After that, everything started to shake and stone goblins started to appear, snarling and drooling. They stood behind the teacher and looked in Kim's direction. Lilia looked ahead with a smile and said that if he hits monsters the same way he wrote in his answer, then she will recalculate his points. Kim put his hand behind his head and said that he understood everything. He asked for permission to put the test back in its place and held out his hand with the test in the direction of the teacher. He picked up the sword that was lying nearby, then slowly walked towards the stone goblin with his hand in his pocket. He walked over to the goblin who was looking at him with red eyes. Lilia watched all this and pondered. She had heard that Kim had killed all 120 summoned goblins, and she was sure that he had talent, but at least with the stone goblins, they couldn't handle any random sword. Kim held the sword, and then the stone goblin charged. Kim started swinging his sword, and then there was a blow. Lilia stood there in shock. She didn't understand what had happened. The stone goblin stood there in shock, its body shaking, and it had a sword in its stomach. The goblin's face started to crack, after which it started to disappear. Kim held his hand out and the other students watched. Lilia, along with the other students, were shocked. Kim turned in her direction and said that he would just punch her in the stomach. Soyeon was shocked that Kim killed a stone goblin with a normal sword and even without magic. Senyuk stood silently and watched all this. Aaron stood and watched it all with a smile. Lilia didn't believe everything she saw. Kim replaced the gun and Lilia asked him how he did it. Kim stood up and asked didn't she see how to do it? He just stuck him in the stomach, that's all. Lilia clenched her fist and said that wasn't what she meant. Lilia stood there in shock and bit her finger. She started to think about all this and realized that if he wanted to kill the stone goblin with just ordinary weapons, then he would have to be at least in a class contractor. So it makes sense that he could handle it, but he handled it with a normal sword. Kim put the sword on his shoulders and asked with a smile what was his answer. Lilia said that it was only one question, then said the next one and pressed the key. The ground began to shake and Kim looked and asked again. The ground beneath his feet began to change and a cave appeared in front of him. He pointed at it and asked the teacher what it was. Lilia looked at this and asked if he shouldn't have been more careful. Then she asked me to look in front of her. In front of him was a goblin, and behind him were many more goblins who were holding a bat in their hands and glaring viciously at Kim. Lilia folded her hands in front of her and began to ponder. She understood that the goblins' problem was with control and anger and it was quite difficult to deal with them. But if they didn't do it properly, then the goblin in front would use the howl skill and all the other goblins in the area would also come out. She knew that people usually fought them with magic and killed them all at once, or just ran away instead of facing him. The man only saw 3 goblins growling and drooling, 5 goblins rushing at him as soon as he made a mistake, and even if he is good with his sword, it will be very difficult to do all this. From what the teacher had heard, his speed with swordsmanship was quite slow. Kim shifted his sword to his other hand and swung it to kill the goblin with a smile on his face. He stabbed the goblin's head right through. The other goblin looked at it and was scared. He decided to use his skills and was about to shout, but then Kim went straight into the man's mouth and stabbed him. He stood calmly and held his sword, which he had just used to stab the goblin through. Lilia stood there in shock and watched it all. Kim turned around with a smile on his face while holding the sword and asked, "Did you answer the second question correctly?" After that, we are transported to the gyms and see Kim running on the treadmill with Aaron, but she looks very tired. On the screen of the treadmill, it says how much she should run, after which she fell to the floor and Kim calmly walked forward. Aaron fell to the floor and tried to catch her breath. Kim silently looked in her direction and asked didn't she train in her clan. Then he asked why and where it was difficult to perform exercises of this level. She looked at him and said that she didn't usually strain herself so much. Kim looked at her and asked her how she trained back then, and if she was going to face the monsters. Aaron held out a finger in front of her and said that she could just use her magic power by borrowing her constellations. Kim looked at her thoughtfully, everything as he expected. He looked at Aaron, who had closed her eyes, and realized that instead of training their stamina, they were focusing on their magic power since they were very dependent on the constellation. And even if they didn't increase their physical abilities, it was normal for them to not train well enough to borrow the constellation's power. However, the risk was too great. Kim had no idea what a group of people would do if they were stuck in the middle of a maze where magic was restricted. He also imagined if a group of people ran out of mana due to the fact that the battle was too long. Kim raised his hand to his chin and wondered if Constellation would lend them the power. He called out to Aaron, so he looked at him. He asked me once if these endurance exercises helped. Aaron stood up and bowed, and she said that they were very helpful. Aaron looked at him and remembered that Kim had told her that she would teach swordsmanship if she did. Kim looked at her with a smile and asked what the answer was. He said she only did it because he told her to do it. Aaron looked at him thoughtfully and Kim said that it didn't matter, after which he turned to the side and suggested that we finish for today since we had to go to the academy soon. Aaron looked at him and asked if he was coming. Kim turned to her side and said that he was going to do one more set. He asked if she wanted to do this to him. Aaron looked up with a tired face. Kim waved his hand and said it didn't matter, then told her to leave. Aaron went to the door and said they would see each other later. Kim silently walked over to the pancakes and started to take them. Barch asked Kim if her name was Choi Erin. Kim asked what was wrong with that. Kim started putting pancakes on the barbell and Barch said that she continued his training without a single complaint. Barch didn't understand why he decided to help her with her training. Kim Sella said that it was only because she pestered him so much to teach her the art of swordsmanship. Barch asked Kim if he had ever shown her his swordsmanship. Kim said he never really showed it off, but she just noticed when he used it during class. Kim closed his eyes and Barch asked if she understood his power. Kim said that he also thought about it and was very interested as he plans to teach her some of his art. After which, he heard someone groaning. He looked to the side and saw Seniuk lifting a barbell. He set her down on the railing and stood up. Seniuk also looked to the side and saw Kim. They sat and looked at each other. Kim asked him how long he had been here. Seniuk dried himself with a towel and then said that he had been here since he was a student. He said that his usual occupation was always to play sports before entering the academy, after which, he placed the towel on his shoulders and stood up. He went ahead and said he had to go. Kim looked at him and pondered. He said that he didn't know because of the fact that he had innate martial qualities, but he was able to train for so long thanks to his talent. He watched Seniuk leave the gym and Barch asked why he was so interested in this man. Kim lay down and said that he was clearly smarter than those who only train their magic power. Moore said it was probably true. Kim grabbed a barbell and asked what the constellations were doing anyway. Barch said he wasn't sure what he meant by that constellation either, but what he did for 300 years was isolate himself here. He said he didn't know anything about the other constellations. Kim took the barbell and Barch said that he could learn more about them if he completed a new constellation in the system. Kim lifted the barbell and thought about the new constellation. Then I took the system message window to the front. Return your weapons and memories. Please return your weapon memories on the 3rd floor 5 room to the right of Valhalla. Task completed. Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla, home of Maid Guy Rona. Warning, the Heavenly Sword is required to clearly fulfill the conditions. The conditions have been censored. Kim read everything that was on the system panel and said that he had heard about it in class. It was the last place they trained during the first semester. Kim looked ahead and said that if it wasn't for that damned quest, he would have just run away with his stuff, but it looks like he'll have to keep a low profile for a while. Barch asked about covertly because Kim kind of made a big fuss by starting a fight with that bully just recently. Kim said that those upperclassmen came to him on their own and that he had been holding back for a very long time. Barch listened carefully to all this and said that if he didn't, his head would have cracked like Barch's. Kim looked down and said that in any case, until this assignment arrives, he won't be able to leave anytime soon and he hopes it will solve the mystery of his reincarnation. After that, we are transferred to the UK, London. There is a huge building called the Ventric Family Mansion. Inside the building, there were mirrors and paintings that had black masks of plague doctors on them. There was a man sitting at the table, and another man was standing across from him. The girl piled many on top of each other and asked them to tell her what had happened. It was Vice President Adelia Ventric. The man said that the maze on the outskirts of Reading was taken care of. Adelia smiled and said it was a good job, then asked if there was anything else they wanted to tell her. The man said that he would consider hiring a few competent people that he found interesting. He said that in the maze, one of Robert's destroyed clan survived. Adelia said he was strong enough. The man said that this was indeed the case and that the 2 men he found were both rank contractors. Adelia held out her hand in front of her and said that since they were at this level, they deserved a blessing. She said to test their abilities and send them to her. The man said that he understood everything after Adelia asked if there was anything else. The man said he also had information about Rockdale. She asked him what had happened to him again. The man said that he was informed that he had summoned Deeser to South Korea. Adelia looked sternly ahead and thought about Deeser. After that, we see Deeseru looking ahead with an evil smile and gaze. He was a problem child in his family. He has done many terrible things using his family name. He smashed up a lot of students and bullied them. At the age of 19, he killed 5 people at an English academy just because they started arguing with him. And at the age of 20, he was exiled with the Ventric family. Adelia sat and pondered, looking ahead. She knew that Desira had been hiding for many years, and she didn't understand why he was meeting Rockdale. Adelia told the man to keep watching Rockdale. He bowed and said that everything would be as she wished. He looked up and was surprised when Adelia said if he did something strange, since she was going to expel him from the family. The man bowed and said that he understood and his report was over. After that, he left. Adelia stared ahead and was silent. She began to reflect that all these fools had power that they didn't deserve, and such power wasn't meant for scum. She looked ahead with a stern gaze and said that this power is all for one, everything is only for one person, after all it was all for her. She looked away with a smile and asked if it was true of the painting that had the plague doctor's mask on it. It was the Guardian constellation. Next, we are taken to class, and the teacher says that if they want to define the word villain, then it consists of the words evil and performer, which literally means an evil person. He stood in front of the class and held out his hand. He said that in today's society, the word villain is mostly used to describe people who use the powers of the constellations for evil. The teacher wrote the word villain on the blackboard and said that usually the villain acts alone, but they can create organizations. The teacher was telling her all this, and Kim, in the back of the class, was holding out his hand and looking at her. The teacher said that among these organizations, the most notorious is the One God group. The teacher was talking about the constellation, but Kim thought about it and clenched his hand into a fist. He said that this body, even though it felt like it was getting stronger from simple training, but it also had the talent to use its mana. He looked at his palm and guessed that it might not be a genius level, but it was much better than his body before reincarnation, but it was still very strange for him. He looked at his hand and realized that it didn't matter how untrained this body was, why its condition was so bad. He recalled how he concentrated and gathered all the mana in his body. On day 1, when he was doing this circulation, he was barely able to finish, as he had less mana than a normal person, and when he was digging a hole. His physique was so bad that after just a little searching, he felt like he was losing consciousness. But even with a body like this, it still wasn't enough to turn out so bad. Kim assumed that something had happened to him in the past. He put his hands behind his head and looked ahead. He realized that there was no point in worrying about it right now. Then someone tapped the desk with a finger. Kim looked to the side and saw Soyeon turn to look at him. She handed him a note. Kim picked it up and started to unfold it, and the note said hello. Kim was angry when he saw this. He didn't understand why all this was necessary. After that, it was evening outside and they were allowed to leave the academy this weekend. For students who planned to leave, they had to apply, Legon said. Kim sat at his desk and listened to what Legong was saying. He said that was all, and Kim was thinking about leaving the academy. He took a walking application that said he wanted to take a walk outside, supported the statement, and went ahead. Barch asked if he really wanted to go outside. Kim said that he was thinking about going somewhere. Barch asked where he planned to go. Then someone called out to Kim. He turned around and saw Soyeon standing behind him. He asked her if it was a joke, then asked her what she wanted from him. Soyeon stood looking down. Kim said he even kindly responded to her note, but she didn't respond back. He wrote on the note that Kim stood in front of her holding the application and told her to hurry up because he still had to give it to her. Soyeon stood up and looked down, awkwardly trying to say something. Kim was shocked with what she couldn't say. Then he got angry and told her to just hurry up and tell her. Then he called her crazy. Soyeon looked at him and asked why she wasn't normal. Kim looked at her and asked if she wanted to say something or just make someone angry. Then he asked her what she wanted to tell him. Soyeon continued to be confused and remembered the case where Kim could easily take down a stone goblin. She couldn't believe that Kim had easily handled it with just a normal sword and didn't use any magic. She recalled all this and realized that it was different from the books. She looked at him and wanted to know how he killed the stone goblin, but for some reason she had a very bad headache. After that, she wanted to ask him how he killed that goblin, but then teacher Lilia appeared between them and asked if Kim could tell her how he killed that goblin. They stood in silence, looking at each other. Kim was surprised and did not understand where the lily came from. He looked at the teacher, who was pointing at herself, and asked why she was interrupting the conversation, after which he said that he thought she hated him. Kim looked at the teacher and said that it should be so because he had refuted her questions and she should have hated him for embarrassing her in front of other students. Lilia looked at her with a smile and said that it didn't bother her at all. She said that she believed there was only one way to kill monsters and he showed it to her. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked if he wanted to be her assistant. He looked surprised and said that he would have to refuse because he could be given an application. The teacher went with him holding his hand and asked why she didn't want to. She asked him to become her assistant. Kim said he wouldn't do it, and there was Seoyeon standing behind them, holding out her hand and trying to call out to them. The teacher said that she would find everything Kim needed. Kim asked her if she was ashamed to do this to me. The teacher asked why she should be embarrassed. Soyeon stood and listened to the conversation. Then she closed her eyes and made a fist with a smile and said that it didn't matter to her at all. The next day, we are transported to see Kim, who put on a hood and looked ahead in front of him. He was standing on a street where there were people, and in front of him was a huge building. This place was called the market. On the evening of Valhalla dorm, Kim sat in his room at the computer desk on his phone. Suddenly, he received a notification on his smartphone asking him what he was looking for. Kim tried to search her device for information about where he was going to go. He said that he was trying to find a trading forum where he could sell the treasures from the vault because it was quite an interesting place. I see it, he said. Kim suddenly found what he was looking for and immediately went to this site. It was a website with information on how to get to the same market. Kim used his paintbrush to click directly on this headline. Kim understood what he had learned in the market. After paying the entry fee, it allowed people to freely trade anything from different countries across the continent. Thus, he understood that since this market can be used by anyone around the world, it is considered a black market and the currency that is traded on it. He understood that the reason why an unthinkable market was possible was because the person who created the market was a guardian constellation called the Hidden Rulers. As he thought about it, he rested his hand on his chin and realized that since it was the guardian constellation that created it and actively supports it, high-ranking people use it openly. Kim understood that even though it was illegal, the government didn't fight it. This is also the reason why he can easily find out how to enter it. He looked at the article and realized that he should use it for a while. The author of the article wrote that today he will tell our readers how to get into the open-to-all market. There was nothing special about this method. Users had to click on the link in the comments and reserve a seat. Then, all users were given a location within 50 kilometers of your current location. Users were advised to follow the coordinates and then go through the door to get to the market itself. Kim has fully read what was written in this article. Kim was surprised that this article had a link in the comment itself. He thoughtfully found himself before choosing to follow this link or close it, but his finger reached for the go button. At that moment, Choi Aaron texted him and notifications flashed on his screen with sad bunny emoticons. He immediately asked what had happened to her and she wrote to him that she would not be able to come to tomorrow's training session as she urgently needed to leave. He was happy with this news as he also had to go to the same market and the training would not have happened anyway. Kim wished him a successful trip and in response, she sent him a happy emoticon of the video. Sitting in his chair, Kim was perplexed when he realized that she was still sending him stuff. He couldn't understand why this was happening. But it didn't really matter because the post said that there was a link in the comments where I could reserve seats and find out the location of the market. When he saw the link on his phone, he thought it was her and clicked on it. Meanwhile, he was already on the street and was walking with his hood pulled up, and on the way, he realized that he had to go somewhere without looking at his phone. Lifting his head up and pausing, he realized that the place looked like an old cafe. He went to the same abandoned cafe, which was in complete chaos from the fact that no one was there for a long time. All the chairs were overturned, there were cobwebs, dust, and there was no light. Standing in the middle of the cafe and looking at his phone, he knew that he had to go through and head to the right corner because that's where the place should be. Approaching, Kim opened the door and saw that it led all the way to the backyard. With a puzzled expression, he didn't understand what was going on there. A large alley opened up in front of him. Where the market was located, there were people around and they were all wearing masks to hide their faces. Looking around, he didn't understand why this place felt so familiar since it was his first time here and he had never been there before, but his feelings didn't leave him. In complete shock, he couldn't move and couldn't help but feel the fact that this purple sky above his head and the cloudy moon was too similar to the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. The stranger approached him and asked him if this was the first time Kim was here. Glancing to his left, he looked at the tall young man with red hair in disbelief. He abruptly recalled his last message on his device and emphasized the leather suit this stranger was wearing. The same message said that it was necessary to bring 2 million won and at the entrance to the market, the visitor will be able to see an employee in a leather suit who will wait for money. The rule was that it was an entry fee. Although the market is useful, everyone needs to know that there is a commission of 5% of all funds earned on it. Kim asked if it was the one he read about in the post. The young man in a leather suit responded positively to his question and further clarified, "You already know how to use our market." Kim, pulling his hand out of his pocket, showed him a wad of money and replied that he understood the rules of this market to some extent. Then he handed over all his money to this young man, who responded with gratitude. With a little sadness, I thought that I had spent almost all my money, which I earned by taking first place in the entrance exams. He knew that he only had 30,000 won left, but it gave him the confidence that he could make money here, and he would be all right. The man in the leather suit across from her asked if there was anything Kim wanted to ask him. Holding out his hand, he said that he wanted to sell some of the jewelry he owned, but he didn't know where to go. The man in the suit asked if he wanted to put them up for auction, but the answer was no. Kim wanted to sell them faster. Afterwards, Kim was recommended to go to the market, which was located in the 3rd district, where there are many merchants who buy jewelry and all sorts of things that can only come to your mind. Kim wasn't just going to let this young man go and asked him who was the most reliable person in this row. The man in the suit recommended a salesman named Morris, who was known to have the best prices. At the last moment, he asked where he needed to go to come to the 3rd district. The man in the suit extended a finger and his hand in front of him, pointing to the far passage that was surrounded by houses. He needed to follow straight ahead, and when he saw a fork in the road, he had to turn right. After that, the man in the suit informed him that this was not all and handed him a purple mask of a dark purple panther. He strongly recommended that he use this mask here, adding that due to the nature of the goods sold at the market, all visitors and sellers mostly wear masks. Kim, wrapping his hands around this mask, looked at it for a very long time, and in response he was told that it should be thought of as a small gift. Then he leaned it against his face and closed his eyes, thanking the man in a leather suit. After saying goodbye, Kim started exploring the third district to get to the right seller. Along the way, he met various sellers and buyers who were looking for the goods they needed, and each one he examined in detail. When he saw a man who was wearing a white mask and was examining the diamond with a tool, he asked if this person was Morris. Morris, looking at him, said positively that he was the one he was looking for. Kim, bowing his head in front of him, informed him that he had a few items that he wanted to sell right now and invited him to look at them. Morris said it all depends on the items, but if it's gold or jewelry, he can evaluate them very quickly. Meanwhile, Kim had already taken out his backpack and was looking for jewelry in it. He pulled out a black bag and tossed it on the table, saying that he wanted to sell them. Morris opened the bag in front of him and asked if they were rings. He spent a very long time looking at these ornaments in front of him through binoculars, and then, with great surprise and fright, he shouted out that this was the very artifact of the era of destruction. Meanwhile, he had a red emerald ring in his hand, which he held very tightly. He looked and realized that no matter which way he looked at it, it was an artifact from the age of destruction. He looked at the bag with the others and guessed that the rest were also artifacts from the era of destruction. He looked at the bag of rings, and they shone brightly. He looked at them, his face changing. He was very surprised because they were all from the first era. Then someone called out to him, and he turned around in surprise. It was Kim, who was approaching him with his hand in his pocket. He asked how much he could offer him. Morris raised a hand to his chin and asked him to wait a second. He thought about it and didn't understand how he had so many artifacts from the first era, because judging by his voice, he was only a little over 20. He looked up and asked where Kim got all these artifacts from. Morris put his head down on the rings and said that he was right and it was his mistake. He began to take a closer look at the ring and realized that he was so distracted by these artifacts that he asked something he shouldn't have, and he almost tarnished his reputation as a merchant in the marketplace. He raised his head and said that he didn't know how much it might have cost, and he pushed the bag of rings away and said that you couldn't estimate them because they were artifacts from the age of destruction. What Morris said was that he didn't have the funds to buy these artifacts from him. Kim picked up the bag of rings and thought about the age of destruction. Kim looked at him and asked where he should have gone to get money for all these artifacts. Morris pointed to the side and said that on the way here, he should have passed by that tall building. It was an auction hall. Kim looked at him and asked if he put them all up for auction, how long would it take for him to sell them and get paid. Morris looked at him and said that on average it took about 2 or 3 weeks, because there were so many people who had reserved their seats and it would take some time before the auction hall opened. Kim looked at him and realized that then he would have to come to the market in person. Morris looked ahead and said that he would need to go through verification to receive the payment. Kim looked down and said it was a terrible pain. Kim said that even though Morris couldn't estimate the artifacts, how much he could earn from the auction for them. Morris thought about it and invited him to take a look. He opened the phone and typed in the amount. He showed the phone to Kim and said that he could earn about that much if he went to the auction with them. Who was surprised, he did not understand whether they really cost so much and where such a price came from. Kim assumed that these artifacts were also expensive in his previous life, so he kept them away. He looked at Morris and asked if that was the exact price. Morris put his hand to his chin and thought about it. He said that the price was not quite accurate, but it was his personal estimate, and if he put them up for auction, it would be a completely different story. Morris said that if he sold everything he owned, he would only be able to buy 3/4 of the total value of these jewels. Kim looked at him and asked if that was really the case. After that, he said that then he would sell as much as he could pay for them. Morris stood up in shock. Destruction-era artifacts were sold at a high price not only because of their time period, but also for one other reason. It was thanks to constellations that started appearing after the end of that era. It was strange enough that the artifacts that appeared in that era reacted. Morris took the ring again and stared at it, because a powerless person was able to make a contract with an S-rank constellation. Thanks to this artifact, if he remembered correctly, it was called the Alchemist's Zone. As far as Morris is remembered, he is very active as a contractor. Morris held the ring, and it gave off a purple aura. Morris stared at it closely, and upon re-examining it, he was sure that it was from that era as well, judging by the way the mana was flowing in it. The magic that was released at the end of the Age of Destruction still seemed to be working, Morris thought. An artifact of that era must have the marks. 8 artifacts of that era who knew that he would be able to buy so cheap. He put the ring in the bag, and the rest of the ring. He thought about how today was his lucky day. Morris saw a dark shape approach him, and he raised his head to see who it was. But immediately, his expression changed, and he was very surprised when he saw a uniformed man with a cat mask in front of him. Then we see Kim come through the door. He took off his mask and exhaled. He said it was so uncomfortable that I think he's going to die soon. He looked to the side and saw scattered chairs and a table. He said that if I remember correctly, if he went out through the door he entered through, he would return to the same place. He looked and it seemed to him that this is really the cafe. He opened the phone, where there was a transaction history. He looked and said that the money problem was solved. He didn't think that he would be able to earn so much money in such a short time. He walked forward, looking at his phone and realizing that even if he ran out of money, there were still a lot of expensive and rare things in his storage. He was walking forward and his phone started vibrating, which surprised Kim, and he couldn't figure out who was calling him because he didn't know the number. He looked at the unknown number that called him and answered. He held the phone to his ear and answered. He received a call from a satisfied teacher, Lilia. She greeted Kim and asked him what he was doing. Afterward, she suggested that we eat together. Kim stood in the middle of the street and asked how she got his number. Lilia thought about it and said that she was an instructor in Valhalla, and anyway she said it didn't matter. She offered to go to his lunch and told him to come to the Valhalla Fitness Hall. Lilia said she'd buy him lunch. Kim apologized to her and then looked at the phone with displeasure and said that he didn't have time to finish, and she hung up. He kept walking forward and wondered if he should have gone to get a free meal, considering that he was completely free right now. After that, we are transported to Morris, who was confronted by an unknown masked man. Morris asked why he was here. Unknown people asked if their relationship was really that bad. Morris looked ahead and said that even if they saw each other several times, an ordinary merchant couldn't just talk to the owner of the market. This unknown person was the owner of the Black Cat Black Market. The Black Cat looked at Morris and said something that he really liked the way he talked to him. Morris stood in front of him and listened in silence. He looked at him and asked why the Black Cat was here. The Black Cat put his hand on the table and said he was just curious. It seemed to him that for the first time in a long time, Morris had submitted an anonymous bid to participate in the auction. Morris was surprised by this. He looked ahead and said that he had assumed that the anonymous application was actually not anonymous at all. Black Cat presented his hand to the mask and said that since the real owner of the market was not him, but also his constellation, he could find out any information. After that, we see the system panel on which it was written, "Your constellation wants to get the ring." This message was repeated many times. Black Cat stood in front of the system panel holding the ring in his hands and said that it was obvious that his constellation really wanted this ring. Then we see Kim, who was sitting at the table with Lily. They were in a restaurant inside Valhalla. There were dishes on their table, as well as pizza. Lilia picked up the pasta with a spoon and spun it around on her fork. Then she brought it to her mouth and ate it. She smiled and said it was delicious, and Kim turned to the side and said nothing. Lilia noticed this and looked away and thought about it. She saw that Kim hadn't touched his food and asked why he didn't want to eat. Kim continued to look away and said that he was just wondering why there was such a place in Valhalla. Lilia stretched out her index finger and said with a smile that in addition to the school cafeteria and the faculty restaurant, there were also faculty restaurants. She asked if he didn't know about it. Kim handed me a map and said he wasn't interested. He tasted the food and asked why the teacher had called him here. Lilia closed her eyes and said that was what she wanted to talk about. Kim started pulling a slice of pizza, and Lilia got up and asked him to be her assistant. Kim said he didn't want to. Lilia stood at the table and urged him to at least think about this offer before giving her such a cold answer. She said that if he became her assistant, he would have many advantages over the average student. Kim took a bite of his pizza and listened to everything she said. Lilia said that when Na invited him to have dinner outside the house and he agreed, she asked if he didn't understand what they were going to talk about. She told him to at least listen to what she had to say. Kim sat silently listening to everything. Then he asked what the advantages were. Lilia smiled and again got up from the table with an outstretched finger and said that first of all he would be given a scholarship, and this was already a very huge plus. Kim wasn't surprised and asked what would happen next. Lilia said that he would also have the opportunity to write a thesis together with her, and if he wrote a thesis, he would be able to open up new horizons for himself. Kim closed his eyes and continued eating. The teacher said that if all of this happened, then his name would become famous throughout the institute and monster research, hence the wealth and honor that would naturally follow him. Kim wasn't surprised anyway, so he asked what would happen next. Lilia said that instead of being allowed to go out once a month, he would be able to go out more than 2 times a week. Kim finished a slice of pizza and asked what else would be waiting for him. Lilia paused, offering her hand to Chin and telling him that he could work with her. Kim picked up the cutlery and was about to eat the main course. I told him that he thought she was just being narcissistic. Lilia slapped the table and begged him to be her assistant again. Kim watched in silence, then presented a fork of macaroni to the map and said he didn't want to. In his head, he knew that if he could get any great benefit out of it, he would think about the offer again, but there was nothing special about it that he would need. He ate the food and imagined the system message and understood that what was important to him right now was just find the eye of the great forest that was sent to him. He could only get there during the assessment of academic performance in the first year. Kim said that in any case, he didn't plan on being her assistant and didn't plan on writing a thesis. This made the teacher angry. Lilia looked at him and said that she still had one sentence. She asked if he also wanted to exchange information. Kim continued to eat his food in silence, and the teacher suggested that if it gave him information that interested him in return, he should give information about how to hunt monsters. Kim asked what kind of information there was. Lilia said with a smile that this information is about the Choi Aaron that he interacted with. Kim thought about it and assumed that she only interacted with him because of training. Then he said he wasn't interested. Lilia said that she had heard that Choi Aaron would soon be kicked out and her family. Kim put his hands on the table and said okay. He got up from the table and said he would go. The teacher stood up and held out her hand to them and asked where he was going. Kim looked in her direction and said that since he had finished eating and he hadn't heard anything useful, he would go. Lilia stood with her hands on the table and said that she had given him the same information, so he should do the same for her. Kim looked at her and said that he didn't want to hear this information. Lilia said that he had listened to her after all. Kim looked at her differently. He said that there was something that he was really interested in. He said that if a teacher acts like a child when she fights, why is she so strict when teaching students? The teacher gave him a serious look and said that it was because she was the most responsible instructor, and if she messed around too much while teaching, then the students might have some problems. She looked to the side and said that, in fact, monster hunting was directly related to the students' survival rate, and if she became lenient during training, then the students wouldn't be able to remember their target and might be in danger while hunting all sorts of monsters. Kim looked at her and said that she was just playing with the concept. Lilia smiled and said that wasn't the case. She said that she was just doing her job as an instructor. Kim smiled and asked if it was really like that, then said that it was really cool. He turned to the side and headed for the exit. He raised his hand and told her to cheer up. Lilia called out to Kim and walked over to him. She said that he should have at least repaid her for the information she gave him. Kim put his hands in his pockets and continued walking towards the exit, saying that he didn't have to do anything. After that, we are transported and see a huge building. It was Sihyeon, the Choijin clan. We see a man who was sitting at a table and there were two people opposite him. He looked ahead and said that the reason he called them today was to ask them about his intentions before the selection of their family's heir began. This man was wearing a kimono and had gray eyes. He was in the Jeans Guild as a guild master, Choijin clan patriarchy. His name was Choi Jongseok. The guy in the shirt looked at him. He was a hunter of the Kinsa Guild, the eldest son of the captain of the Choijin Po family. He had the same dark hair as Jongseok. This guy's name was Choi Jinon. Also sitting nearby was a girl who was the second daughter of the Choijin family, Choi Aaron. Joe took up the sword and said that if you passed the selection tests, they would be able to sign contracts using the Blue Moon sword, which was a sacred relic. He took out his katana and stood in front of them. He said it was a token of recognition to their rightful family heirs. Afterward, he put the katana back and said that if they didn't pass, then according to family tradition, they would be excluded from their family. He gave them a stern look and asked if they still wanted to pass this test. The eldest son stood up and immediately said that she wanted to pass the test. Aaron also said that she would do it. Joe approached Aaron while emitting a vicious aura and handed her the sword. He closed his eyes and said it was good. Both looked at them and said they would start the qualifying test in 3 weeks, then said they were free. After that, Aaron and Jing walked forward together. He asked Aaron if she was really that insensitive. Aaron looked up and asked what he meant. Jing turned around and asked didn't she see the look on her father's face when she said that she was going to participate in the selection trials. Aaron thought for a moment, then remembered her father's angry face. Jing smiled and said that he thought she really wouldn't stop until she achieved a position in the family. Aaron stood in front of him, clenching her fists and listening to everything he said to her. Jing said that even though she was an illegitimate child, she wanted it. Aaron got angry at this and silently looked at Jing, who was saying nasty things to her face with a malicious smile. He told her to look at his expressionless face. Afterward, he told her not to expect that she would be able to win the selection process, because she who only had constellation protection wasn't on par with him who had a normal contract. He walked up to her and looked at her with a haughty face. Aaron hung her head down and Jing said that in any case, since she had given up and sat and watched her family's money being squandered, he would make her realize the cost of all this. After that, he opened the door and closing it looked at her with a sharp look and said that they would see each other in 3 weeks. Aaron continued to stand where she was. She recalled how the woman lay exhausted and called the name Aaron. Little Arena was standing nearby, holding the woman's hand and crying. The woman said that she was supposed to be the head of the family and it would be nice if she was in this position and did whatever she wanted. Then Aaron closed her eyes and opened them, looking ahead. After that, we are transferred to Class 1, where Kim and other students watched Ligon write information on the blackboard. I sat in silence and watched it all. Bart said that Kim's midterm exams will start soon. I was surprised by this and asked if he was really worried about it. While Ligon took the board and explained the material, Bart said that he should have been more careful. Afterward, he asked if his homeroom teacher didn't explain the midterm exam. I asked if it was true. He said that he usually didn't pay attention to classes. Ligon looked at the class and said that not everyone should have known by now, but in Algalai's case, the exams were of great importance. The entire class sat and listened intently to Ligon. Ligon said that in both the midterm and final exams, the students who scored the lowest score would be immediately expelled from the school, after which he said that they should all do their best. Kim looked ahead and listened to the teacher. Ligon said that he really hopes that they will all prepare for the written and practical tests. After telling the teachers to do their best, Kim just stared ahead. He knew in his mind that in practice, the test was not as important as the written test. He knew that he should have stayed in this school until he got to the window of the great forest, but he doesn't even know how he got there. Then it dawned on him. Bart stood with his hands clasped in front of him, and Kim asked him if he had ever attended all of these classes before. Bart said that he probably attended all the classes, then asked what he was up to. Bart was shocked when he found out what he was up to. Kim said that then he would write the test for him. Bart asked how he planned to do it. Kim sat at the desk with his hand under his head and said that he would just write this dough instead of him. Bart folded his hands and said that he didn't like his plan at all and found it unfair. Barset was terrified when she heard what Kim said and imagined his angry face. Kim asked if it wasn't fair. After that, he said that he would still write the test, and the other person would tell him the answers, so he would write the test for him. Ligon stood in front of the classroom with a folder and said that this was the end of today's class and he wished good luck to all the students. The students thanked him and Kim started to get up and grab his briefcase. After someone called out to him, he turned to the side in surprise. Aaron came up to him and Kim asked why she had called him. Aaron looked at him and asked if they were going to train today. Kim looked at her and asked why she was asking him. He asked if she really wanted to finish their training. Aaron was standing in front of Kim, who had his hands in his pockets, and she said that wasn't the case at all. Kim asked what was going on then. Aaron looked at him in surprise when Kim suggested that she wanted to learn swordsmanship. Kim looked at her and said that he thought it was time to talk to her about it. He said that since she had trained with him, she probably didn't even know how to use a sword. Kim stood picking her ear. He said that it wasn't really a sword art back then, but he would show her how to wield a sword. Kim looked in her direction and reflected that it was also a good time for him to practice with his weapon. He looked at Aaron, who was glowing with happiness, and he told her to come to the training hall. Aaron said she would come. After that, we are transported to the training hall and see Aaron standing in front of Kim, who was holding a weapon in his hands. He pointed at her while holding his sword in his other hand and asked her how long it had been since she had last used her weapon. Aaron looked at it and said it's been a day and a half. She said she hasn't touched it since she started training with Kim. Kim looked at her and told her that she had been training every day before. Aaron said it was like that. Kim then pointed at her and told her to draw her sword. Aaron gripped the hilt of her sword and drew her sword in front of Kim. Kim pointed to the way he held the sword and told her to focus on the ring finger and little finger and hold the hilt of the sword tightly. Aaron looked surprised at the way she was holding the sword and said ring and pinky. She noticed that her grip had suddenly tightened and was surprised. Aaron stared at her sword and it was as if she could feel the aura change completely. She thought about it and realized that she had never put magic into it, but it was more reliable and stable than holding the blade with both hands. Kim looked at her and said that now she should attack him with everything she had. Aaron looked at him and agreed. She shoved her sword back in and took a stance in front of Kim. She said she was ready, and standing in her stance was like letting out lightning bolts from her body. After which, she started to unsheath her sword and looked down in surprise and thought about her leg speed. She threw a punch, I think, but he raised his arm with agility and blocked Aaron's attack. And the siren started to shake and Kim looked at her with a smile and said that she was much faster than she was before. After Aaron jumped back and Kim swung his sword. He told her not to put more magic into her legs than she needed to. Aaron jumped back, holding her sword in the palm of her hand, and said that she would do her best. She shoved her sword back in and took a step forward, after which she lunged and sped up towards Kim. She swung a swing at Kim, who stepped out of the way with agility. He looked at it all with a smile and said that she was moving much better. He tightened his grip on his sword and said that when she stopped, she needed to turn her body a little more. After that, he struck the sword and it began to fall back. Aaron rose to her feet, and the hand holding her sword began to shake. She held it with her other hand and said that she would consider everything he said. Kim started kneading his shoulder and with a smile told her to attack him again and told her not to stop. Aaron gave him a serious look and exhaled. Then she walked towards him and their swords crossed again. They began to rub against each other and create sparks. Aaron threw another one punch towards Kim, but he passed out of reach and her sword went towards the floor and chipped off part of the tile. Kim stood up, looking confidently at Aaron, who was holding her sword on the floor. Aaron raised her sword again and said in her mind that everything was as expected. She looked at him confidently and started swinging. She threw another one punch towards Kim and realized that thanks to training, she is now much stronger than she was before. She carried a lot of punches to him, but he easily blocked everything while looking at her. Then they crossed their swords again, and Kim looked her straight in the eye with confidence. After that, we see the Valhalla building and it was already evening outside. We see the sign of the training hall. There was Kim, who was facing Aaron, who was exhausted and standing on the cut floor. Her body was still shaking, and she was clearly tired. Kim threw his head back on his shoulder and said that it had already been an hour, then suggested that we leave it at that. Aaron agreed and fell to the floor, trying to catch her breath. She looked at Kim as he walked over to the booth and put down his weapon. Aaron thought about it and realized that her swordsmanship was much better than ever. This was incomparable to her swordsmanship during the entrance ceremony. She looked ahead as he flexed his arms and realized that even so, she couldn't touch him. She started wiping away her sweat and said that of course she had asked him to teach her how to fight. She called out, and he looked at her questioningly. She stood in front of him holding her weapon and asked if he would spar with her next time. Kim put his hand under his chin and said, "I don't know." He thought about it and realized that, of course, sparring with Aaron was very useful and teaching her was very fun since she had a talent. He watched Aaron draw her sword and thought that he had sensed it during the entrance ceremony, and she was familiar with the art of swordsmanship. He knew she was using a breathing technique, but it felt different. He folded his hands in front of him and looked at her with a smile. He knew that in any case, thanks to their training, it helped him relax. If it was 300 years ago, she would have been a talent worthy of becoming his disciple as well, but unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to do so now. Aaron looked at him and asked if they would be transmitted. Kim looked at her idly with a smile and wanted to play a little joke. After that, he said he didn't want to do it. Aaron said with a straight face that she understood everything. Kim desperately asked if she was really giving up so quickly. Aaron looked at him and said that he was absolutely right. She sincerely looked ahead and realized that if she followed Kim's words, she would definitely become even stronger. Kim looked at her and repeated her words. He didn't understand what she meant, that he was right. After that, Kim said that that's all for today, and Aaron said that we won't see each other again. After that, we move forward 2 weeks. We see a lot of people standing together in the stadium in Valhalla. Soyeon stood near the crowd and held her sword and said it was her first time at the stadium since the entrance ceremony. Seniak also stood among the crowd and asked if all the freshmen were really here. He said he didn't know there would be so many of them. Aaron stood confidently, looking ahead, and said nothing. Kim stood in the middle of the crowd with his hands in his pockets and asked why they were all here. Bart said that the homeroom teacher also told them about this 2 weeks ago, and he asked me what happened 2 weeks ago. After which, a loud voice rang out that said attention. Lai confidently stood idly by with Ligong and Lilia. Lee said that now he will tell all the students about the midterm exams in Valhalla. The students stood there listening intently to everything he said. Lai said that this time, the mid-stage practical assessment was dungeon attack. After that, the floor began to shake over the students, and they were all surprised. Lee said that not everyone will team up and go to the artificial dungeons. Then a building with a door appeared. The students were standing in a pile, and many dungeons appeared around them. Liam watched and said that they were free to create any team they wanted. He said they thought it was best to have 8 people on the team, but they can decide to increase or decrease that number. Kim looked ahead and listened in silence to what Lee was saying. Lai said that they would only rate them based on their contribution level during the dungeon attack, and the disqualification criteria were as follows. A system board appeared above it, where the time was set to 5 o'clock. Lai stood in front of them menacingly and told them that if they didn't finish in the allotted time, they would be thrown out of the exam. Soyeon was surprised enough when she heard that the difficulty of the dungeon was equal to rank F. Lee looked at them confidently and said that they were starting the exam. After that, the time began to go on the scoreboard. Lee and the teachers watched as the students immediately hesitated and started looking for a team. They were shouting out if they were going to join their team. Ligon looked at Lai and said what he expected. They were all excited. Lee agreed with this, but then he looked surprised and said that this could not be the case. Soyeon held out her hand and said that the dealer and the team weren't good enough and they needed someone else. A student ran up and said he could do it. A dealer was a person who carried the main damage in battle. Soyeon looked away and knew that she didn't have to choose someone better than her. She understood that 5 hours was enough for 8 people in an F-rank dungeon. She looked at the student who was standing together with the girl and realized that the main teamwork. It was clear to her that with a group of 6 people, they could handle it and it looked simple, but the main thing was to show their abilities. After that, she waved her hand forward and shouted that they should go. Lee watched it all and realized in his mind that it was as he expected. If the student was a child and came from an influential family, then the essence of the exam was clear to them, but the rest of the students were not so simple. He looked at the crowd of students who were entering the dungeon and realized that they were entering 20 people at a time, while others were entering groups of 8 people. He looked at the students who decided who would go with them and realized that if the team was not balanced enough, then fights and eternal disputes would start among them, and this was a frequent occurrence. Ligong looked at Lai, who said that in about 30 minutes, all the participating students would enter the dungeon. He suggested that they get ready and start counting their points. Kim stood one on the field and watched as all the students scattered, looking for a group and entering the dungeon. He looked to the side and didn't know if the students who entered immediately received points or not. Aaron also stayed behind while Napoli looked after the other students. Kim approached Aaron and asked her if she still hadn't entered either. Kim looked at her and said that almost everyone had entered, and then he asked her what she was going to do there. Aaron looked at him and said that she would do what he told her. Kim kept his hands in his pockets and looked at her in shock. He didn't understand what was happening to her. He assumed that she was trying to follow his words from the last training sessions. Kim looked at Aaron and said that he would go there one, so she should have gone too. Kim closed his eyes and walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Aaron looked at him and asked, "So you should also go to one?" Kim said, and it didn't look difficult either. Aaron was watching the first show one in the dungeon. She stared at it all in silence. Then the students were standing in the back and one of them asked if it wasn't Choi Aaron. Another said that this was exactly what it was, but he did not understand why it was standing one. He didn't know if she really didn't have a team. One of the students approached her with a smile and asked her, "Aren't you Choi Aaron?" Aaron looked at him in surprise. The student smiled and pointed at her group and said that if she didn't have a team, then they had a suggestion that she join them, because at the moment there were exactly 7 people, and if she joined, then there would be 8. Aaron looked at them and apologized. She said that she would go to dungeon 1. She headed towards the dungeon and started opening the doors. The student stretched out his hand in shock and told her not to go crazy because she was disqualified. Aaron, looking ahead, said that she could do it because Kim said that it was not so difficult. The student held out his hand in shock and asked what she was talking about, then she slammed the door behind her. We see the stadium of poles and which is completely empty. After that, we are transported to the observation room, where teachers and other people were standing watching the screens, on which there were students who were passing through the dungeon meeting various monsters. Ligon stood with a clipboard and stared ahead in silence. On the system screen, the students who had met the goblin could be seen growling menacingly. A student stood at the front, holding his sword. It was Yoon Kyan Hyan, who scored 2 points. There was a girl standing nearby who was scared and holding onto her backpack. It was B. Yeji, who earned 3 points. There was a confident student standing nearby who was looking ahead. It was Yoon Jinsu, who earned 1 point. Lee stood and watched all these students. Ligon watched as Lai extended his finger and watched the students. Ligon said that everything was as he expected. This was a rough estimate that made people think that everything was too harsh, but they estimated so quickly and accurately without any mistakes. Lee stood with his arm outstretched and watched the information on the screens. When Instructor Lee was a soldier, they called him the Sweep Master. He was a legendary soldier with a dungeon clearing rate of 99%. Ligon looked at him and said that was why he thought he understood the essence of dungeon attacks better than anyone else. This is how he could give such points to students. He watched the way he watched the students and said that this is what he should be respected for. Lee watched with the students and said in her mind that it was generally a very good year. He observed the students who were from noble families and thought that the children from the 5 great families did quite well for the task, and there was a wonderful student among them. He looked at the screen where Soyeon was holding out her hand and giving orders. She shouted at the tank to block the front line. They were standing right in front of the students who were trying to defend themselves. She shouted for the archers to kill those who attacked from the sides. After that, the goblins swung their bats and charged. Students were going to defend themselves with their shields. Soyeon clenched her hand into a fist and shouted that the front line must never fall. She shouted for the archers to shoot, and the students started shooting at the goblins. The arrows landed on the goblins' bodies and wounded them a little. After that, Soyeon leapt into the attack, swinging her sword and slashing at the goblin, killing it. It fell to the ground and began to evaporate into blue particles. Lee watched it all through the system screen and thought how amazing it was. He understood that the students were good at clearing the dungeon, and thinking about Soyeon, he understood that she had assigned certain roles to her team members and made moves that would undoubtedly earn points. And she was also very good at guiding her team members to make sure that they completely cleared the dungeon. He raised his index finger and started tapping on the system screen. He looked through Soyeon's screen and realized that if she did well in the midterms anyway, it was only a matter of time before it rose to the top. Recalls Kim's first battle in the exam, where he easily defeated her and, if not for someone during the entrance ceremony, was not tainted. He smashed Kim's name on the system screen and clicked search. He wondered how he was doing. He clicked on the button. The new system panel said that nothing was found. Lee looked at it in surprise and didn't understand what the problem was, since it was a search engine that could find any information about all the students who entered the dungeon. Lee looked at the system screen and started to figure out the problem there. He couldn't believe what he saw. System message midterm exam list of artificial dungeon. He looked at the list of artificial dungeons and ranked number 1 was Kim, who cleared the dungeon in 23 minutes and 32 seconds. When he saw it, he couldn't believe that he had already cleared the dungeons alone without any groups. Lee stood there watching it all. What completely surprised him was when he looked at the time it took him to complete it. He began to carefully study the information on the system screen and realized that no matter how impressive the entrance ceremony was, it wasn't something that a 17-year-old high school student could do. He looked at all of this and realized that he needed to watch the footage of him clearing the dungeons. He looked at the video of Kim defending the dungeon, then opened it. Kim stood with his sword in his hand. He was looking at the goblins that were ahead of him and glaring at him viciously. Kim closed his eyes and started to adjust his arm, after which he ran towards the goblins. They looked at him angrily, then started shouting and also went in Kim's direction. Kim started swinging his sword with a smile on his face, and then he threw a punch that went right through the 2 goblins and easily destroyed them. The goblin fell to the floor and began to grunt. Kim easily endured slashing attacks with his sword with a smile, and he said that he really enjoyed slashing stone goblins. After that, he stood up and looked with a serious face at the 2 goblins who were standing in front of him. They were much bigger than him and swung their bats. They started throwing punches with a snide smile, but when they landed the punches, Kim wasn't on the ground. Their blow landed on the floor, and Kim was already on top of them, swinging to take down the unsuspecting goblins. He threw a slash and sliced through the orcs. Lai, along with Ligong and Lilia, looked at all this and had only one thought in his head: this is cutting. After which, someone started to step forward, in front of whom was a huge incomprehensible monster in iron armor. Lee watched it all and began to think. This type of golem that was modeled specifically for the midterm exam was standing right in front of Kim. He said that this guy had improved his stats to match the required number of 8 people. The golem started to swing its arm to slay Kim, but Kim reached out with a smile and stabbed directly at it. Kim's sword emitted a bright red light. After that, the golem's head fell to the floor, and its body slowly began to split into pieces. Lee, when he saw this, closed his eyes and realized that he had cut the golem with ease. He opened his eyes and realized that it looked like the first place in this midterm exam would go to him. Kim stood there with complete confidence, looking away. After which, the students who were completely beaten and tired started to come out of the dungeon. Then the other students started to come out, and they were very happy that they were able to clear the dungeon. After a group of Soyeon came out, she was staring intently ahead. Then Seniuk's group and Aaron. Kim stood with his hands in his pockets, looking ahead. The midterms were over. Ligon entered the staff room with a clipboard in his hands. He was looking at the midterm exam results. Kim was in first place, followed by Aaron, Soyeon, and Seniuk, among others. Ligon stared at the exam results in silence, and he walked over to Lai. Ligon said the results have been published. He looked at the results and said they got unexpected results. Ligon said that Kim took first place. Lee folded his hands in front of him and said with his eyes closed that it was quite unexpected. Ligon looked at Lee with a straight face and silently recalled how Kim deftly dealt with the dungeon. Lee said that he really didn't expect Kim to be ranked number 1, but no one would have thought that he would be able to easily pass the dungeons on his own and that he hadn't suffered any injuries yet. Lee looked ahead and said that when he grew up, he would enter the industry in Korea, would be able to reclaim the title The Only Thing. Ligon stood in front of him and held out his hand. He asked if this wasn't the title given to the strongest contractor in the world. Lee looked at him and said he was thinking straight. He said it might have been because he hadn't been a genius among them for a long time. Ligon listened in silence. He looked at the tablet and said that, in addition, the surprise of the second exam was someone else. Lee, without waiting for an answer, said with a serious face that it was student Choi Aaron. Ligong looked at the midterm exam results in passing time. The topic was incredible, but they didn't think that Aaron would beat Soyeon and take second place among everyone. Lee said that he didn't know what happened with, but Aaron couldn't handle the dungeon alone either. Aaron easily defeated the dungeons and it took her very little time to deal with him. She certainly suffered a lot, but she still cleared the dungeons and took second place. Ligon stared at Lee in silence, holding the clipboard in his hands and listening intently. Lee said that he knew that Aaron was a very quiet and hardworking student, but he wouldn't have thought that she was the type of person who could clear dungeons alone. Lee hung his head down and confidently said that if this exam was focused on teamwork, then Soyeon would definitely have scored higher, but Kim and Aaron got better grades because it was only focused on their contribution level. Lee looked up and said there was one thing, but he would not recommend their methods to his students. Ligong looked at Lai with a straight face, and Lai said that this was not something that students could usually successfully repeat. Ligon, holding the tablet in his hands, agreed with him. He looked at the tablet and thought about it. He knew that he had definitely seen Aaron when he was the head of the Choijin Guild. She had the aura of a young student who only practiced swordsmanship, but he didn't understand how she came up with the idea to go through the dungeons alone. I looked down and couldn't believe it was because of Kim. Ligon closed his eyes and put his hand to his head. He said that it just couldn't be and he wasn't thinking about it, he thought that he needed a rest. After that, we see the sunset that illuminated the buildings of Valhalla. Then the next day, a lot of students stood in front of the blackboard and watched the results. The results were put up on a board and the names of Kim and Aaron were written on it. Rockdal and Yuri were standing next to the board and Rockdal was very angry about it. He called out to Yuria and asked if Desira was in Korea right now. Yuria said that was exactly what happened. Rockdal, with a vicious face, told her to call him right away, then told her they were leaving. Then we are transported to Seoul and see a huge building. Next, we see Rockdal and Yuri enter the building and the butler worships them. Then someone raised a hand and called out to Rockdal, calling him brother. It was Desira Ventric. He was sitting at a table in a white suit and he had rings on his fingers. Rockdal sat down opposite Desira and Yuria stood next to him. Afterward, they began to eat their food. Desira took a piece of steak and began to eat it greedily. Rockdal watched it all in silence. After dessert, he started talking and Rockdal looked at him. Desira, holding the cutlery, said that the guy Rockdal asked to take care of was Kim. Desira asked who he was. Rockdal smiled and said that there was nothing special about him, he was just a brainless freshman. Desira closed his eyes and continued eating while listening to Rockdal tell him about his goal. Rockdal said that Kim just really disappointed him because of his humble background, so he wants him to deal with him. Desira glared at him and asked if he could have killed him. Rockdal looked at him with a smile and said that it was up to him to decide. Desira got up from the table and said that this was different from last time and he should prepare for this occasion. Desira looked ahead and asked what that meant. Desira stretched out his index finger and pointed directly at Yuri who was standing next to him. Desira said that because of this woman that he had to deal with a long time ago, he had a big fight with the Felix family. Yuri started to tremble and look down. Desira said that maybe because there weren't many people in the Felix family, he couldn't kill anymore because the rumors spread too far. Desira continued eating the food and said that the people in Valhalla were very different and no matter how often he did it, it was very difficult to get there and make a complete mess. Rockdal looked at Desira who was eating the food and said that he understood everything. Yuri was standing behind him, looking down in horror, and Rockdal said with a smile that he would do everything possible to prepare the ground for it. Rockdal said that Desira didn't have to worry about it at all. Desira smiled and said that it was just fine. He said to prepare him a good reward for this case. After that, we move on to the next week. Kim was holding up a statement. He was walking down the corridor and talking to Barch. Barch asked this statement was in order to go outside again. Kim said that was exactly what happened. Barch idly asked if he hadn't been walking recently. Kim said that this was indeed the case, but he needed to go outside again. Kim walked down the corridor and looked ahead. Barch said that he had heard that for successfully passing the exam, he would be given one more exit permit. Kim said it was just like that, and he couldn't let this opportunity pass, so he needed to find his notes. Barch looked ahead and asked where he was going. Then we see the building. It was Suwon. Kim was wearing a hood and walking through the woods with his phone in front of him. He said he assumed the place must have been here. He was looking at the phone when someone called out to him. Kim confidently looked up and saw Desira standing in front of him, looking at Kim with a malicious look on his face, smiling. He asked how he was doing. It was already evening outside and there was a full moon in the sky, which was above a tall building. This was the 7th area of the market. The black cat stood looking ahead, hands in his pockets. He stood for a long time looking thoughtfully out of the window. After he hesitated, a system message appeared in front of him. Constellation asked when the ring would arrive. Black Cat extended his hand in front of the system message and told Constellation that she was already on her way. The Black Cat said that she would go through the usual procedures and come through the portal. After the system message started repeating the same message. Constellation was saying that they were crazy. The Black Cat stood and watched it all. He didn't understand what was happening. He held the fist up to his head and thought that he had researched whether it was an artifact from the Age of Destruction at the request of the former Black Cat, but this was the first time he had seen such a reaction. Black Cat looked to the side and was surprised when she saw something shining on the table. The whole thing was lying on the table and blue particles were coming from it. The Black Cat came up to her and told her that she was finally here, and if he gave them this, he hoped they would be much quieter. He picked up the ring box. The ring was filled with mana and radiated it from itself. He took the ring in his hands and told Constellation that he had the ring. He thought about it and called out to Constellation once more. Constellation said it was, but after starting to repeat this phrase a lot of times, the Black Cat stood there and was surprised. After that, we are transported to Suwon to Kim, who was standing in front of Desir. I looked at him and asked him who he was. Desir asked with a smile on his face if he was sure he wanted to know who he was. Kim was silent for a moment, then he put his hand to the basin and assumed that it wanted something from him. Desira kept her hands in her pockets and said that he was absolutely right, otherwise why would he have had to look for Kim on this remote mountain peak? Kim looked at him and said he'd guess what he was up to. Afterward, he said that he wanted to get rid of it. Desira glared at him and said that he had a good sense of smell. Kim took off his briefcase and said with his eyes closed that it wasn't his gut feeling at all. Desira looked at Kim in surprise. He took off his briefcase and threw it on the ground. He said that anyone would know as soon as they saw him. Kim took off the hood with a smile, saying that he had seen it a few days ago. Desira's expression changed and he stretched out his hands and said he was a fool. Afterward, he clenched his hands and said that for someone ranked number 1 in Valhalla, he seemed like a very stupid guy. After that, he ran away and was about to swing to make a punch. Desira told him not to disappoint him. Desira, completely engrossed in rage, started swinging to strike. He threw his punch, but Kim easily sidestepped and watched as Desira's punch headed towards the tree. Desira left a huge crack in the tree and looked to the side. Desira withdrew his fist and looked at Kim with a smile. The tree at this point just fell to the floor. He held up his hand and said that he was lucky to have been able to dodge that blow, and if he hadn't, he would have been finished long ago. Kim looked at him with a smile and asked about his luck. Afterward, he said that he dodged it because it was too slow. Then he looked down and thought. He looked at the tree that was broken and said that he was definitely strong, and in terms of strength, he was about as strong as Seniac, and maybe even stronger. Looked at him and realized that it was still dangerous for him to stop such a strike with his fragile body. Then he smiled and realized that, and so yes, he had a very simple strategy. After that, he immediately turned to the side and started running away. Desira's surprised look for this situation did not understand what's going on here. After that, he looked in his direction with a smile and realized that he had decided to run away. Desira watched Kim run away and said that it was a good decision for someone in his position, because otherwise he would have been beaten to death if he didn't do something. After that, he started swinging his arm and said with a smile that Desira wouldn't just let him leave. After that, unexpectedly for Desira, Kim abruptly stopped and turned to the side with a smile, waving his hand. I asked him if he didn't use his brain at all. Desira stood there in shock and watched as Kim's fist was aimed at his face. Desira couldn't figure out when the man had gotten so close to him, because he didn't even notice his fist coming at him until it was right in front of his eyes. After that, a powerful punch landed in Desira's face. The impact was so strong that Desira was thrown out of the way for a good distance. He squeezed his eyes shut and fell to the floor. Then he opened his eyes and was surprised to see an enraged Kim standing in front of him, smiling as he raised his leg to finish him off. Kim was already kicking out with his foot, but Desira turned away with a grunt of pain. As a result, Kim's powerful kick landed squarely on the ground with Desira sitting next to his leg and looking at his leg. Kim told him to look at it. He looked ahead with a smile and said that Desira was very lucky that he was able to dodge this blow. Kim completely repeated the words that Desira had said to him recently. Desira was very angry at this and said that he was a fool. Then he stood up, adjusting his face, and asked Kim what he had done. Kim looked at him with a smile and asked if he didn't know. Said she assumed that Desira knew that Kim was ranked number 1 in Valhalla. Desira stood silently with a bruised face and pondered. Desira kept saying Kim's name in her head. Desira didn't understand what it took for Kim to become so strong. After that, we see Desira's memories. There was a huge house. It was the home of the Ventric family. Desira. She was drinking liquids from different bottles. The adults were standing at the back and watching. Desira recalled how they used his talent to raise their status, even just a little. His talent lay in his innate penchant for the elixirs he drank. Desira took various elixirs and understood that he could drink any elixir that was given to him. His parents gave him elixirs worth hundreds of millions of dollars a bottle. After that, the water bottle shattered and Desira stood watching his body. The parents were standing in the back and were surprised by the effect. Desira at the age of 16 became stronger than an adult. From this, his parents wanted to use him to gain recognition in their family. Desira turned to look at his parents and began to smile maliciously. Desira recalled that he did not want to live his entire life under the control of his parents. The parents were shocked by this, after which Desira beat up his parents and stood over them with his hand clenched into a fist and a big smile on his face. Desira had overwhelming power, so I didn't care about my family's recognition at all. Then we see Adelia Ventric. Desira recalled how he was still a thorn in their lives. He was also kicked out by another woman who considered herself the head of this family. Desira said with a malicious smile that he didn't care about it, and in this dark world, most of his problems were solved with money. He recalled being much bolder after his ties with his family were severed. I remembered sitting across from Rockdale, and when he made a request to him, he also offered money, but his interest in Kim was much stronger. Afterward, he walked down the street and thought about it. Desira hauled that Kim won first place in the Valhalla entrance exam. He also heard that he was a madman who used profanity to kick out all the guild guides. He was walking down the street and smiling. Desira was very interested in how much fun it would be to play with this guy, and he really wanted to have some fun with them. But I was in front of him completely scared and beaten. He didn't understand who Kim was. Kim stood in front of Desira with his hands in his pockets. After Kim was called out, he looked ahead and asked Desira, wiping his eyes, what substances Kim was taking to become so strong. Desira said that he didn't think there were any cheap elixirs that could help an orphan like Kim. Kim looked at him with a smile and asked what he was talking about. Afterward, he started laughing out loud at the fact that Desira really thought he was using substances. Kim started to wipe his eyes and said something that Desira was a fool after he asked if he was really telling the truth. Desira stood there with an angry expression on his face as Kim realized that Desira was only so strong because of the third-party substances he used as a child. Desira was standing in front of Takimwa, trembling. He was shocked that Kim had actually become so strong without the help of elixirs. Kim started to adjust his arm and said that he had become like this by himself without the help of elixirs and thanks to his training. He looked ahead with a smile and said that he wanted to compare Desira with Seniak. Desira started to tremble and get very angry at the words Kim said. Kim said they thought it would be rude to compare a naturally muscular guy like Seniak to someone as pathetic as Desira. Desira glared at him, and in her mind's eye, she thought that he would kill the bastard. He started to draw his sword, which was on his back, and Kim noticed. Desira understood that he didn't have permission to use this weapon here, but he had no choice. After that, he took out a blade that radiated a dark purple malevolent aura. Kim looked at it with a serious face and realized what kind of magic power it was. Desira grabbed his weapon and said that he was feeling great and his strength was growing very fast. He looked in Kim's direction with a smile and called out his name. Kim immediately got close to him and started swinging his leg. Desira asked if he really thought he would let him go so easily. He didn't notice at all when Kim came up to him and he kicked him in the face. Kim looked at him with a smile and asked was he really a fool or was he just pretending. Desira flew a good distance away and Kim asked why he always talked so much before attacking his opponent. Desira slammed into a nearby tree and Kim immediately closed the distance with him and started swinging his arm to hit Desira again. Kim hit Desira with such force that the tree trunk completely broke and Desira lost consciousness from the impact. Then Kim held out his hand and shouted for him to stand still. He grabbed Desira by the hair, and Desira grunted in pain. Kim squatted down in front of Desira, and he said that the one who drinks the elixir can't die yet. He held his hair with a smile and said that he would forgive him if he did bad things only to him. But Desira himself said that he was going to get rid of Kim, so he also hurt other people. So he can't just let him go from here. He looked at him and said that he wanted to ask Desira something anyway. After that, he clenched his two hands into a fist and said what Desira should say while gritting his teeth. After that, he started swinging to hit him. Desira was startled and shouted at him to wait and not hurry with his actions. After that, we are transported to Rockdale. He was sitting on the couch, and Yuria was standing behind him. Rockdale held his hands to his chin and considered. He thought that Desira should have taken care of Kim long ago. Given his temper, he assumed that Desira had killed him. He glared viciously ahead and knew that cleaning up after him was very painful, but at least it wasn't on academy grounds. Rockdale hadn't expected him to go out at such a beautiful time, so it was a real relief for him. Then he put his hand on the sofa and called out to Yuri. He told her to get the car ready. Yuria said that she would do everything he said. After which, Rockdale was surprised and looked away. His phone vibrated and his expression changed as it was a call from Desira. He answered the phone and held it to his ear. He asked if Desira had taken care of Kim, but no one answered the phone. I called out to Desira once more, and then Desira's moans were heard on the phone. Rockdale was shocked when she heard this. Rockdale was very scared when Kim said that he could bet that Rockdale knew what was going on between them right now. Rockdale immediately recognized the voice. Kim was sitting next to Desira, who was moaning in pain. Kim held the phone to his ear and said that if he tried to translate what his brother said, if he died, he would burn 2 incense sticks for him. Rockdale was very scared by this, and Kim then told Rockdale to wait for him. Kim was on the phone and called out to Rockdale. Then he heard a beep and looked at his phone. Kim realized that the fool had picked up and hung up. He said it was very rude after he looked ahead and wondered what he should have done with Desira. He stood up and looked at the battered Desira who was sitting near the tree. Then we see the tea being poured into a mug. It was Yuria. She held the cup up to Rockdale and told him that his tea was ready. Rockdale was sitting on the couch, idly washing his hands. Yuria also said that the tea was ready, but before she finished, Rockdale told her to shut up and told her to leave him and get out of the room. Yuria put the tea on the table and left with her eyes closed. Rockdale sat back and was dissatisfied. He kept saying Kim Rock's name in his head and didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to get rid of Kim. He looked ahead and said that now he knew for sure that he was the one behind all this. Rockdale said that Desira had ruined everything. Rockdale put his hands to his head and knew that at this rate, it was only a matter of time before the news reached the Ventric family and the situation was completely out of control. He held his hands to his head and thought. He knew that on the other hand, it might not be so bad. He sat on the couch and assumed that he was an orphan, which meant that he wouldn't be able to get to him. But Rockdale knew that just in case, he shouldn't talk about it for a while, he just had to stay and watch it. Kim walked through the woods with his hands in his pockets. Barch asked if he was serious about just leaving Desira lying next to the tree. I told him that when the time came, he would report it, but in the meantime, he wouldn't do anything about it. Barch idly asked if he couldn't just kill him. Kim, looking ahead, said that if it was in the past, he would have done it, but at the moment, he would be in trouble for it, because now he is not Kim Hyuno, but a high school student named Kim Ju Hyuk. Barch said it was definitely like him. Barch offered his hand to his chin and said there was something he was worried about. I asked him what he meant by that. Barch said that he was talking about the magic that Desira had triggered earlier when he took out his weapon. Barch said that this magic was very familiar to him. Kim, hands in his pockets, asked what he meant. Barch said that if he released more magic, he would be able to confirm it with 100% probability, but he had definitely sensed similar magic before. As Kim walked forward, Barch asked Kim if he felt anything special then. Everything you meant by special. Kim said that 300 years ago, monsters sacrificed dog cows to use this kind of black magic. Kim asked if he was speaking correctly. Barch said that he believed Kim was not so adept at distinguishing people by their magic. Barch said it was a more subtle skill to think about. Kim was clearly angry at this and told Barch to shut up. Barch stood idly by, and Kim assumed that the hidden side of the blade that the guy was talking about was related to this power. Barch said it really could have happened. Kim then looked ahead and asked Desira, who was unconscious, who told him to find him. Then he became what he was, throwing his arm behind his head and forgetting that he had dislocated Desira's jaw. Then he put his finger in his mouth and told him that it might hurt a little. Then he set Desira's jaw. Kim stood in front of him, eyes closed, while Desira began to adjust his jaw. Kim asked him who told him to do it. Desira looked down in silence, and Kim looked at him while exhaling. Tim took his hand and looked at it. Kim said that he corrected his cello so that he could answer him. Afterward, he grabbed Desira's fingers with a vicious face and asked if Desira really thought he could just keep quiet. Desira looked down at his hand in fright and asked what he meant, then he asked why Kim was holding his fingers. After that, Kim waved his hand with a malicious smile and Desira began to cry out in pain while looking at his fingers. Kim broke his fingers to let you know he wasn't joking. Kim looked at the trembling Desira, who was holding onto his fingers. Kim called him a fool and told Desira to tell him everything he knew, otherwise he would break all his other fingers. Desira looked at Kim with a smile and said it was Rockdale Ventric. Kim looking ahead, he was wondering if this was the guy who molested him the last time. Kim pointed his index finger at Desira and asked who he was. He asked if he came here at the request of that brat. Kim said that he didn't look like a Valhalla disciple at all, so he asked where Desira was from. Desira looked at him with a smile and asked if Kim really asked him about it. He said he might not like what the Kims heard. Kim started picking at his ear and asked what he was talking about. Kim asked if he wanted him to break more of his fingers. Desira looked down and said that he was a Desira of the first kind. Desira said that he was taking on a lot of errands as a mercenary. Kim looked at him and said that he had heard of the first species somewhere before. He asked if it was really fun to be a mercenary. Kim said it was just a pathetic hooligan who got paid to do it. Desira looked at him with a smile and asked if they really all seemed like trash to him. Desira said Kim was just a lucky guy. Desira hold your fingers said that the constellation that the first species worshipped was the hidden side of the blade. Desira said that of course he was also someone who was bound by a contract with Constellation. Desira looked at him with a smile and said that if he had had more time to prepare, the results of this fight would have been completely different and he would have defeated Kim. Kim started fixing his hair with a smile and said that he was a fool. He asked if Desira really liked to talk. Kim said he would have left him alone if he had shut up and told him who he was involved with. After that, he stuck his finger in his mouth and said that he should shut up. After that, he glared at him and broke his jaw, causing terrifying screams to be heard. Then we flash back to the city and see Kim flipping through his messages on his phone. It said who the first species were, if they had heard of them, and if anyone wanted to meet them. The first species was a group of evil people who worshipped the hidden side of the blade. Kim was wearing a hood while looking at his phone and said that as he expected, everyone agreed that they were just another evil group. Kim, looking at his phone, said that in any case, he was very upset and annoyed that he couldn't find his notes and that fool named Rockdale was still giving him problems. Kim looked up and thought about Rockdale. Kim was thinking about how to get rid of it. After that, he started typing something on his phone and said that in their time, he needed to use modern methods. He opened the recorder and said that, first, he had recorded all of Desira's confessions. The phone had 2 entries for 15 and 12 minutes. Kim looked away and thought about how he just needed to upload it somewhere on the internet. After starting this phone call, Kim rang. Lilia was working on a tablet when she heard her phone start vibrating. She picked up the phone with a smile and called out to Kim. She asked if he was really willing to start working with her and become her assistant. Kim smiled and said that he didn't agree. After he asked, did she happen to know any news reporters? Then we see the news. The news had reported an assassination attempt on Valhalla students by the Ventric family. Last Thursday, a first-year Valhalla Academy student who was on a walk was attacked by a villain. Later it turned out that student was able to fight back and beat up the criminal and pass on all this information that is in the article. People say that student immediately informed the Valhalla instructor about the incident, and that he had all the evidence recorded on a dictaphone, which he handed over to the organization. The article included photos of the Valhalla Academy and how Desira was taken into custody. The person who posted the article wrote that it clears up the confusion surrounding the attack by a member of the Ventric family, but a student at Valhalla Academy. Last Thursday, a Year 1 student at Valhalla Academy who was on a walk after midterm exams was attacked by a villain who was a member of an evil group. Second, but the funny thing was that the student who was attacked by the villain actually beat him up and managed to get some information out of him. The third student asked the instructor to be paid and passed the villain to Valhalla, plus the freshman recorded the villain's guilty plea when he extracted all the information from him. Fourth, the recordings contained the villain's confession that Rochdal Ventric, the son of the Ventric family and also a Valhalla student, had instigated the entire attack on the freshman. Fifth, the Ventric family was now struggling to make an official statement. People in the comments suggested that the student who managed to defeat the attacker was Kim. Other students said that this information had already spread. Someone wrote that it was a hell of a lot of fun and these fools were being scolded by Valhalla students right now. Many students agreed with this, but it wasn't too sloppy. Someone wrote that this fool Ventric was under the protection of his family, and of course it was sloppy work. He laughed at it and said it was a stupid idea that he really had a chance against the student. Kim looked at it all with a smile and said that this was what modern warfare looked like. Kim had his feet up on the table and was reading the comments. Barch said that for a man who lived 300 years ago, he was very well adapted to the current conditions and technologies. He said that he really had a hard time following his reincarnation. Kim said that he mostly focused on getting used to everything by watching the news and other news. He was sitting at his computer desk, looking at his phone. Kim said that because of this, he was able to become who he really is now. Barch said that it completely raises it. Kim looked ahead and said what a pity. Barch didn't understand and asked him what he meant. Kim Lista News said that he only tried to frame Rochdal, but all the journalists rushed to publish it and completely ruined the reputation of the Ventric family. Barch thought about it. Kim looked at his phone and said that in any case, the reporter Lilia introduced him to was a very important person. Kim said he didn't know the story would get such a response. After that, we see a stand with a microphone. It was an announcement about the position of the Ventric family. Adelia came in afterward. She lowered her head as she started to speak. Adelia said that first of all, she would very much like to express her most sincere apologies to the students of Valhalla Academy who were attacked. She said the following statement was in line with the Ventric family's official position on the matter. Adelia said that the attack was primarily carried out by Desira, who was exiled from the Ventric family. Adelia said that Desira's confession, which the victim claims was recorded saying that it was all Rochdal Ventric who gave the order. However, Desira later testified that this was a blatant lie, just an attempt to avoid the predicament he found himself in at the time. Consequently, they believed that the Ventric family had no role in the incident. Adelia took the paper and said that although he had been exiled, he had once belonged to the Ventric family, and therefore they felt it was their moral duty to make amends. Adelia said that as the head of the Ventric family, she was going to personally visit the victim to apologize to her for everything that was going on, and as for Rochdal Ventric, who was currently attending Valhalla Academy, even if he wasn't involved in the crime, they all assumed that he might still be otherwise connected to the perpetrator. Adelia said they would call him home for an intensive internal investigation. She said that an investigation into the family was also planned, which is why they will work hard to make sure that they don't have any doubts, as well as other people. Adelia lowered her head and walked away. The reporters were surprised that she wasn't going to answer their questions. The journalist was wondering what kind of apology Adelia would bring to the victim. Rochdal held the phone, his body still shaking. He watched Adelia's performance and was completely terrified by it. Then his phone vibrated and his father called him. Rochdal answered the call and held the phone to his ear. On the phone, my father told Rochdal to get back to England immediately, and that was an order. Rochdal looked ahead and said he understood. Rochdal looked down, her body still shaking. Uriah looked down and saw Rochdal resenting everything that was happening. The next day, we are transported to the Valhalla Academy. Someone was holding a phone and watching a video that had already received 2 million views. What Desira was saying was that the Ventric family was completely right and he was the only culprit. Kim was walking down the street and watching this video. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Kim assumed that he was suppressing all his pride. Kim walked forward and realized that the Ventric family were still those fools. Kim said she just couldn't stand them. He closed his eyes and shoved his hands in his pockets. He said that in any case, they said they would come and apologize to him themselves. Kim said it would be rather awkward. Then he looked to the side and saw the staff room. He looked over and said that classes were already over. He wondered if he should have reached out to this person. After that, we are transported to the cafe of Valhalla. We see a smiling Lily opposite Kim, who was drinking a drink and saying that he would not become her assistant. Lilia got up from the table and asked why. Her daughter then asked if he knew what she was going to tell him. Kim said that she was going to ask her to become his assistant, but it wasn't obvious enough. Lilia sat down to look at the side with her hands folded and asked why and called her. Then, despite the fact that she is quite a busy person, she still had a lot of unfinished business. Then she got up from the table again and wondered if it could have been a date. Kim looked at her and told her to wake up from her dream. Lilia looked at him with displeasure and asked if he really wanted her to wake up. Then she asked him why he was talking to her so informally. Kim looked at her and said that they had been talking like this for a while. Lilia noticed it too. Kim closed her eyes and said that in any case, he called her not because he was just bored, but because he wanted to thank her for introducing him to a reporter who was quite an important person. Lilia stood up with a smile and Tim said that he would give her some information on how to fight monsters. Lilia asked if you would really tell me. Kim looked at him and said that since he was going to tell her, he asked her to help him leave the academy this weekend. Lilia was sitting with a hot drink and said it was very easy. Outside, the sunset could be seen, illuminating the Valhalla Academy. Lilia said that if Kim became her assistant, she would let him leave every day. Kim said he didn't need it, then thanked her. After that, we are transported to the North Pacific Ocean. There was a prisoner transport called Al-8 passing by. There was Desira behind bars on board. He was very angry and didn't expect to be put on a ship and treated like cargo. He couldn't believe that he was being transferred to the prison tower. After that, we see a prison tower in the North Pacific Ocean. There was a full moon and lightning could be seen in the prison tower. The S-class constellation itself created this shelter of loss. This is a prison that turned all contractors into ordinary people who sat there and suffered. Desira sat there with a smile and thought that it didn't matter because all he had to do was shut up and make sure that Rockdale could stay in the Ventric family. And if he did, they would reduce his sentence to 5 years, otherwise it would be a very huge disaster. Desira about this and understood that 5 years is not what. Then he heard a voice saying that he had an ugly face. Desira turned around and didn't understand what it was. Then there was a wave and someone was holding the dagger that had cut Desira's throat, causing blood to spray everywhere. Desira was shocked. Blood began to run down his clothes. He turned his head and saw a dark silhouette holding a knife in his hand. A dark silhouette with red eyes told Desira to die and called him a fool. He said that one mind didn't need a guy like him. Desira began to choke, bleeding profusely. Then he fell and his head hit the ground, spattering blood everywhere. The dark silhouette of a man watched in silence as he collapsed. After that, we are transported to the Ventric family mansion. Adelia sat looking ahead at Rockdale and Rockdale's father. My father's name was Eden Ventric. They both bowed to her. Adelia looked ahead and called out to Rockdale. Rockdale answered in a startled voice. Adelia sat at the table and asked him what he was going to do. Rockdale asked her what she meant, and then he apologized and bowed deeply. Adelia looked at him and asked that was all he wanted to say. Adelia asked if these changes were supposed to fix something in this situation. Rockdale continued to stare at the floor in silence. Adelia looked at him with a serious face and told him to tell her everything in detail that made him do such a thing. Rockdale agreed, and Adelia asked if he wanted to take care of Kim. Rockdale looked down and said that it was just like that. Adelia clenched her hand into a fist and the atmosphere in the room changed and her hair began to rise up, as if something very frightening was looking at Rockdale and his father. She asked was this really the explanation she wanted to hear. She might have stood up and said that Rockdale was acting on his own because he thought Kim had offended the Ventric family, but it was really his own pride. Adelia asked Rockdale if she had spoken correctly. She approached Rockdale, who had been bowing all this time, and said that, in addition, as a result of this, it was he who caused the Ventric family to be completely defamed. She was leaning over him, giving off a malevolent aura. She asked Rockdale what they were supposed to do. Rockdale looked down in fear, and then he fell to his knees and began to bow low. He said that he would do absolutely everything to restore the violated honor of their common family. Adelia looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Rockdale listened to all that Adelia was saying, frightened. Adelia said the only way to restore the family's honor was to excommunicate him from the church. My father looked up and asked if the punishment for such a misdemeanor was too severe. Adelia looked at him and asked if he wanted to be expelled along with Rockdale. My father looked down and said nothing. Adelia stood over the shivering Rockdale, who was on his knees, and began to think. She would have preferred to have him killed right now in front of her, but then it would have been known for certain that Rockdale was the one who ordered Desira to kill Kim. Adelia glared ahead and considered. She called out to the terrified Rockdale and told him that she would not expel him for the time being, and then she told him to go back to Valhalla and keep his mouth shut. She looked at him with a serious look and said that after she met Kim, she would still think carefully again before passing a verdict. Rockdale was on his knees thanking Adelia. Then we see the ventricle building and Adelia tells them to get out of here. Rockdale and his father headed down the corridor. My father turned to Rockdale Poyle and said that from now on, he must be extremely quiet and not do anything rash. Rockdale looked ahead and called out to his father. She asked if he had heard what the head of the family had said. He looked ahead and said that sooner or later he would be excommunicated from the church, but the media was now closely monitoring his name, so there was nothing he could do about it. He continued walking with his father and said that when things settled down, he would do something that no one expected. He glared angrily ahead and said that he needed to finish the rest of his business, and this situation was slowing him down a lot just now. The father silently looked in his son's direction and Rockdale said that the father should have helped him. They were walking down the corridor together, and my father said that Rockdale should have kept it a secret. Rockdale knew that very well. After that, we are transported a few weeks ahead to the Valhalla Academy building. We see the interrogation room where Ligon was sitting with his hands under his head. He said that the head of the Ventric family was coming here soon because she wanted to apologize to Kim. Kim sat across from him with his hands in his pockets and said that he had nothing to do with the head of the family. Kim said that she even stated that the incident had nothing to do with the family. Ligon held out his hand and said that she did it, but still decided to apologize to him because of this. She even came to Korea. Kim looked ahead and thought. He understood that the Ventric family wanted to avoid Rockdale's punishment. Kim wondered if Adelia wanted to meet him because she had no other choice. Kim closed her eyes and realized with a grudging face that it really annoyed him. Ligon folded his hands in front of him and said that he and instructor Lee Sang-cheol were also very upset about the whole situation. Ligon looked at Kim and said that following the order of events, the Valhalla student was attacked first. The assailant then confessed that he was ordered to do it by Rockdale. Ligon closed his eyes, holding his hands in front of him, and said that he couldn't believe that they were actually trying to protect their family's reputation by belittling Kim's recorded confession. In any case, he said they were busy trying to hide the truth from other people. Ligon said that to protect their students, they should have expelled Rockdale, but not so long ago, the Ventric family donated a huge amount of money. Ligon looked at Kim and said that he couldn't believe that most of Valhalla's funding came from donations from large families, and the academy would probably turn a blind eye if they were given a large enough amount of money. Kim looked at him picking at his ear and said he understood. Kim said that he would talk to this so-called head of the family. Ligon looked at him in surprise and asked why he had such a normal reaction. Kim sat there and didn't understand what he was talking about. He told him that he had always been normal. Then someone knocked on the door. Ligon looked at the door and said that she had come and he was looking for her now. He got up from the couch and looked at Kim, who had his hands in his pockets. Ligon said that he would go, and then he wished them a pleasant chat. Then the head of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric, came into the office. Ligon bowed to her and left the office. He told her that you might not be in a hurry. Adelia thanked him for his hospitality, then walked over to Kim, who was sitting on the couch. She called out to Kim and said it was nice to meet him, and then she said that she was the head of the Ventric family. Kim got up from the couch and said it was nice to meet him too. Adelia was sitting on the couch with her hands folded together. Kim sat across from her and looked at her with his hands in his pockets. Adelia looked at him and said that first of all, as far as the attack on Kim that Desira had committed was concerned, she deeply apologized for it. After which, she stood in front of Kim and bowed deeply. Who he became and said they'd sort it out, so it wasn't important to him. Adelia said that she had also heard that Rockdale was causing trouble. Kim Stahl said it was only one time, so it also made absolutely no difference. Adelia looked at him and listened intently. Kim said that he had been told that Rockdale had absolutely nothing to do with the incident, but since they had announced it, he had nothing more to say. Adelia was surprised, then said that she really needed to talk to Kim about it. She said they made an official statement shortly after the attack on him, but they were in a situation where neither the media nor the citizens believed it. He began to pick his ear with his finger. He asked Adelia what they expected from this. He thought for a moment, as if everything she said was true, then thought that they were fools. Adelia looked at him with a smile and said that by telling Kim all this, she would also like to create an opportunity to resolve this misunderstanding. Tam watched her and listened to what she said. Adelia said Kim could help them. Kim looked at Adelia and said he wouldn't help them. Adelia closed her eyes and said with a smile on her face that she expected Kim to say that. What Adelia said was that if Kim helped them this time, she promised to give him her full support until he graduated from the academy. Adelia spread her hands and said that of course she could even recommend him to the guild that sponsors them, the Ventric family, so that they can continue to help him even after graduating from the academy, but she will help him become a better hunter sooner. Kim stood up and looked at her with a smile. He asked if that meant that if he made a statement, it would end there. He looked at her with a smile and said that she was willing to do so much for him to shut him up. Adelia stared at him and felt angry, but suppressed it inside of her. Kim said she must have been desperate. Adelia sat in silence and listened to everything Kim said. Kim stood up and pointed his index finger at her, saying that he was angry because she pretended as if nothing had happened. He asked why he had to play along with her. Adelia stood and listened to cover your eyes with your hair. Kima said he didn't need a reward. He said that all he wanted was to see the shame of the Rockdale family. After that, Adelia couldn't stand it and looked at him with a stern look and said that he was a fool. She crossed her legs and asked him who he thought he was to talk to her like that. Her eyes were shining brightly and her hair was starting to rise up. I looked at it all with a smile and asked if she was showing her true face right now. Kim said that it must have been very difficult to hide all this in yourself. Adelia started to radiate a bright aura all over the room and said that she only came to this academy to make him comfortable. But he could be so arrogant according to Adelia. She looked at him with a vicious look and said that she should just kill him. Kim sat and listened to her with a smile on his face. Adelia said that she wanted to be generous and give him one more chance, but he refused it. Kim put his hands in his pockets and told Adelia to try it. Adelia was surprised and asked what he meant by that. Kim raised his head up and said, didn't Adelia say that the Ventric family had absolutely nothing to do with the attack on him? And to back up this lie, she wanted to invest an incredible amount of money and time in him, but now she just wanted to kill him. Adelia started to get angry and listened in silence. Kim asked if that was all she could do. Kim crossed his legs and raised his hand with a smile. He said that even if she attacked him now, there was no way she could kill him. Adelia looked at him, then she took the lead and called out to Kim. Kim looked at her in surprise. Adelia went to the door and opened it. She said they would make him regret what happened today. Kim looked at her with a smile and said that after all, there was nothing she could do now. Kim said she was just talking to no avail. Bart said he didn't want to get involved in this one, but he didn't think he did the right thing. Bart was standing idly by and Kim called out to him. Kim, sitting on the couch, said that the fools who thought they should be worshipped were the ones he hated the most in his life. He looked sternly ahead and said that he knew what she was going to do in this situation. Kim said these fools were the ones who tried to keep everyone on a leash. Kim said that was why he hated Barch. Barch was surprised and asked what he meant by that. Afterward, Kim got up from the couch and wondered if, since there was no class today, he should have gone to the gym a little earlier than he usually did. After that, we bring everything to Valhalla Stadium. Kim was walking there in his sports uniform, looking at his phone. Tem was surprised and raised his head. He was surprised when he saw Aaron. He saw one other guy standing in front of her and wondered who he was. He was the eldest son of the Choijin family, Choi Jainon. Jainon called out to Aaron and asked if she thought she could still win. Aaron lowered her head and silently listened to everything her brother said. Jainon said that no matter how hard she trained in Valhalla, it would still be useless. He held out his hand to her with a smile and said that if she wanted to stay with the family, it was better that she didn't come to the selection test this weekend. He looked at her with his hand outstretched and said that he didn't want her to be humiliated in front of everyone. Jainon's face changed when she heard Aaron's response. Aaron said that she would not back down from her goals. Jainon looked at her and said that he was giving her one last chance, but she refused. He asked her if she really couldn't understand what was going on here. Aaron lowered her head and said that he was the only one who didn't understand, then called him a fool. Jainon looked at her with displeasure and said something that she had just called him a fool. Then Kim appeared in front of him, pointing at him with his index finger and saying that he really was a fool. Aaron looked in surprise at Kim, who suddenly appeared in front of them. I asked him why he wanted to stop someone who put in so much work. Jainon looked at him and asked who he was. He said Kim didn't even know him and swore at him. He put his hand behind his head and said why so many fools were trying to show off their power today. Kim said he didn't care about the king or the president or anyone else. Kim pointed in his direction with his index finger and asked why the hell he came to their academy. If he graduated, then let him get out of here, said Kim. Kim looked ahead and asked if Aaron agreed with him. Aaron looked at him in surprise and started nodding, saying that she agreed. Jainon looked at them with displeasure and told Choi Aaron that they would see each other at the test. Then he turned around and walked in the other direction. Aaron looked at Kim and thanked him for helping her avoid trouble. Kim said that there were no problems and then called her to practice. Aaron looked at him and said earlier, when he asked if she agreed, Aaron wanted to answer in a different way. Kim looked at her in surprise and asked how she wanted to respond. Aaron pointed up and said that she had told him not to get lost, and when they were done talking, she would have told him everything she thought about him. Who, without listening to her flow of thoughts, and told her to become. In his head, he thought that Aaron was more insane than he had imagined. Afterward, Kim and Aaron went to the gym and Tim offered to work out. Aaron supported him, then said that they would also go to train on the weekend. Kim said that he won't be able to come over the weekend as he will be on a business trip. Kim said that they would put in the maximum amount of effort today. Aaron looked at him and was surprised. After a few days, we see mountains, a city in the distance. We see a hand touching the branches. It was Kim, who was walking with a shovel while looking at his phone. He stepped forward, looking at his phone, and Barch asked him if he had come back to his hiding place. Kim said that's exactly what happened. Kim pushed the trunk apart with his hands and listened to what Barch was saying. Barch asked if he hadn't already found a lot of relics in the vault in the past stash. Kim said he was right, but he wanted to know how many caches he had left in the whole state. Barch listened idly to what Kim was saying. Kim said that if he looked for them, he thought there might still be something quite amazing hidden in the caches. Barch asked about the amazing thing. Kim, looking ahead with a smile, said that if he can find it, then the shortcomings that he had when he was Kim Hyano, he will overcome them. He looked ahead and said that maybe if he had found him earlier than 300 years ago, he wouldn't have killed him. Barch asked what he was talking about. After that, we see a lot of reporters in a huge house. It was the Choijin family. The reporters were standing and who asked, "Today will be the Choijin family's selection test." He was told that it was just like that, which was why so many such people of the same profession were gathered here. Choi Jongseok was standing in front of Aaron and Jainon. Jongseok said that the selection test is starting. Jainon stood with Aaron and listened intently to everything that Jongseok was saying. Jongseok said that as he said earlier, if they pass the selection test, they will be recognized as the successors. He looked at them and asked if they were ready. They said yes. Jongseok closed his eyes and said that the task of this test was to find the blade that was hidden in the mountains. Jainon and Aaron stood there listening intently to what he was saying. He said that the person who finds the blade and brings it to me will be recognized as the winner of this selection test. He looked ahead and said it didn't matter how they got it. Afterward, he looked at them sternly and said that killing others was strictly forbidden. After he shouted that the selection test had started, Aaron immediately rushed forward, drawing her weapon. Jainon was calmly walking down the stairs at the same time. Jainon stared at the fleeing Aaron, who was being photographed by the reporters, and thought that she had done the right thing to run. After all, this was a speed test. He looked ahead and thought, sooner or later, she would have found the blade, and then he would easily take it from Aaron and pass this selection test with ease. After that, we are transported to the moment when Jainon was leaving Aaron, who was with Kim. Jainon got a phone call at that moment. He answered the phone and held it to his ear. The unknown person asked what happened to the blade. Jainon walked forward while talking on the phone. He said that he would have to pass a qualifying test along the way, so it would take some time, or rather more than they had planned. The unknown man scratched his beard and said that this was the second time Jainon had talked about some sort of qualifying test. The man asked Jainon if he knew he was already late. Jainon offered his apologies. He said that if he could somehow get the blade, he would see if the man would keep his promise. The unknown man said that of course he would fulfill it, because he made a promise to Constellation, and it will definitely be fulfilled. Jainon looked ahead and the unknown man said that he just needed to focus on his goal. Jainon said he understood. Afterward, we flash back to the present day and see Jainon looking forward with confidence and realizing that this was his last chance. Then we see the foliage of the trees and Jainon knows it's time for him to find Aaron. Aaron was squatting on the ground and looking at the ground. She said that she could feel the trace of blade magic that came from the ground. She realized that she had to concentrate even harder to find it. She put out her hand, which felt and understood that it would take about 15 minutes of her time to find the sword. After that, she looked to the side in surprise and guessed if it was a magic blade mark. She looked to the side and was about to draw her sword. She saw Jainon Po standing with his hand in his pocket and looking at her. He asked with a smile if she had used her magic footprints to get out of the sword. He asked who taught her that. Aaron grabbed her sword and said that Kim had taught her that. She recalled how in training, she had asked about the magic department. Kim stood idly by the other day and said he assumed she knew the basics of magic. Aaron stood and listened to Kim. Kim said that she had mastered the power of lightning, and this was the basic knowledge. Kim looked at her and told her to start practicing the magic control field, but over short distances. Aaron didn't know how it was done and asked how she was supposed to do it. Kim looked at her and asked why she was asking this. He asked if she wasn't taught this by her family. Aaron lowered her head and said nothing. Kim idly said that it didn't matter since she only knew how to borrow Constellation's power and how to take away magic energy. Aaron said that it was really like that. Kim closed his eyes and put a hand to his hair. He said he wasn't very good at it either. He looked at her and said that she should first relax her entire body and use the fingertips in her hands and feet to spread her magic weakly. Aaron closed her eyes and said that she would try it now. Kim said whatever she was saying and concentrated completely. Aaron began to concentrate, gathering all the mana in her body. I told her to distribute it slowly. Then I looked at how I distributed a mana all over my body. He told her to try to feel the magic in the air now that she was in this state. Aaron continued to concentrate and try to feel the magic in the air. After that, she smelled like a red fire that was near Kim. Erin was surprised and opened her eyes. After that, she began to choke and bent down to catch her breath. Kim looked at her and asked if she felt anything. Erin raised her head and said that she felt and saw the form of magic that surrounded Kim. Kim looked at her and said that it was one of the ways to sense magic, and also she could notice even the very faint magic energy that flowed out of the body. It was one of the things she could do with precise control of magic. Erin started to rise, holding a wooden sword, and Kim said that the more often she used it, the easier it would be for her to sense the remnants of magic on the ground or in the air. Erin said that she understood everything, and Kim said with folded hands that if she could see the magic of things, she could also determine the form in which magical traces were formed, such as weapons that released their magical energy. Erin stood listening intently to Kim. Kim said that if she trained more on it, she would be able to see the silhouettes clearly and she could learn the rest by herself. Erin looked at him with a smile and said that she understood everything. Then we flash back to the present and see her looking at Jainon. Jainon glared at her angrily and someone asked what. He started to approach her and said that he understood who it was. Jainon looked at her with a smile, said it was the same, you're the same guy who was with her outside the Valhalla training hall and he had such a talent even though he looked so stupid, asked Jainon. Erin got angry at this and said that he was much stronger than a fool like Jainon. Erin asked him why he had come here in the first place. Jainon closed his eyes and smiled as he pulled out his weapon and asked if she really didn't know why he was here. He started to pull out his weapons, which were emitting purple mana sparks, and then he swung them at Erin's christening and said that's what he came here for. But he was surprised after a few seconds. He didn't understand why she was pushing him away. When he felt resistance, he moved his sword to the side and didn't expect this from Erin. He looked at Erin, who was slowly walking towards him while emitting blue and mana streams from her weapon. Jainon didn't understand how she had become so strong in such a short time. After that, we see Kim stretch out his hand to the side and start concentrating magic in his body and start spreading it all over the ground. He concentrated and thought. He couldn't believe that this wasn't his hiding place either. He clearly remembered hiding many hiding places in various places, and there was only one hiding place in all of Valhalla. After that, he saw a circle of energy form near the ground. Kim opened his eyes and with a smile realized that the cache was here. He was very glad that he found it. Then he looked to the side and realized that it was to his left. He looked in the direction of the forest, and then he saw something explode and emit bright streams of energy. Kim was very surprised when he saw all this. After that, we are transported to Erin, who fought with swords against Jainon. Erin started swinging her sword and emitted bright lightning. She threw a punch, but Jainon blocked it with her sword. He looked at his sword and saw it trembling somehow. He looked at Erin with a smile and asked if she had studied to be a wild boar at the academy. He said he could see her growing physically stronger. Erin held the sword and radiated bright streams of mana from his sword. She told Jainon to give up the double blade. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she was crazy. After that, he immediately rushed towards her with his sword in hand and said that such an illegitimate child like her just didn't deserve it. Erin took up a stance and began to gather energy into her sword. She watched as Jainon kicked off the ground and headed in her direction. Erin held the sword in her hands and thought about how I should turn around and strike. Then she swung a swing at Jainon, and he dropped his sword from his hands and started to fall to the ground. Erin calculated her actions and repeated them in her head. She, holding her sword in her hands, said that when he released his sword, she should have hit him. After that, she slashed the back of the sword at Jainon's body. Jainon was shocked by the force, and he coughed and tried to catch his breath. After that, Erin stood and looked at Jainon's body that was lying on the ground. She waved her sword and exhaled with her eyes closed. She looked ahead and said that she didn't even think that she would be able to deal him even one hit, but no one would think that she just went ahead and easily defeated him. She bent down and picked up the thing that was lying on the floor and said that it was great and it only remained to take the double blade. But she stood up in horror when she heard a voice behind her. Jainon asked her if she really thought she could beat him so easily. Jainon then stood in front of her, holding his sword on his shoulder and emitting a vicious purple energy. Erin stared at him and couldn't understand why it had happened. Jainon closed his eyes and asked with a smile why she was interested in this. He pointed the sword in her direction and asked her what she thought had happened. After which, Erin started swinging her sword. She threw a punch, but it went over the top. Erin was surprised when she saw Jainon bend down and pass, trying to hit her from below with his sword. Erin was horrified when she realized that he had dodged her punch at such close range. After Jainon delivered a sweeping punch, leaving a bright purple trail, Erin flew backward and fell to the floor. She just stared at Jainon standing on his feet. Jainon looked at her and asked if she was going to get up from the ground. Erin looked down and Jainon said that it would be best for everyone if she just decided not to get up and gave up. Erin started coughing and noticed that Radha was on his stomach. Erin started to tremble and writhe in pain. She covered the wound with her hand and Jainon stood and watched the whole thing radiating a hacked aura. Jainon looked at her and repeated that he had told her not to try to get up because if she moved, she would die. Eren held up her hand and said that when he mentioned contracts, did he mean that he had signed a contract with an entire constellation? Eren looked at him and was surprised when she fully listened to Jainon. Jainon said that since he was the leader of the Genes Guild, he signed a contract with a top-ranked constellation to save his face. But for now, he's on the side of the devotees. Eren stared ahead and began to think. She had heard of devotees before. Eren remembered that they were the third most dangerous evil group in the entire world. Eren looked at Jainon and asked why he signed a contract with 1C of the Loyal Constellation because she doesn't understand it at all. Eren started asking questions. She asked if the benefits of joining them were better, they were better than enjoying a normal life. Jainon, holding the sword, said with a smile if she was really interested in all this. He told her to listen carefully. He began to smile wickedly and said that the incredible strength and power and deviations from the needs for feelings were just fine. Eren held her wound and looked at him in shock when she heard about the deviation. Eren was very surprised when Jainon squatted down and said that he was only 12 years old. He looked at her and said that he had worked in their family guild since childhood. He revealed that at an age when he was only interested in games, Choijin's family expected him to be an exemplary eldest son. The reason why he was still in the Genes Guild was because of his father's observation. He said that it was never his personal choice. Eren sat and listened intently to everything Jainon said. Jainon said that even as a teenager, he didn't regret it at all. It was then that he met a devotee. He remembers the man who called him on the phone and told him that as soon as he met him, he was immediately told to join the devotees. Jainon said that the man had encouraged him by saying that he would be able to satisfy the desires that had been in his heart since he was a child. Eren sat up and looked worse. Jainon said that the man probably already knew about his temperament. He looked at her with an evil smile and said that he always had an aversion to people. He said that he could not just join them, he said that he just had to fulfill one condition. Jainon said that he should just get one relic of their family, and the relic was a double blade that they had to find to pass the selection exam in their family. Jainon looked at Eren and said that if she just gave up, then I would have to start all of this, and also they wouldn't have to start the second elimination test, you just gave me a double blade. Eren was surprised when she heard all this. Jainon told her all this and Eren asked about the second qualifying exam. Jainon asked if she really didn't remember it. He told her that 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choijin family, or rather the older sister of Choi Eren, participated in the first selection test. Eren was shocked when she found out about her older sister. Eren sat there and looked at the smiling Jainon who was telling her all this with a shocked face. Eren asked if she hadn't been missing for a very long time. Jainon said that during that selection test, he couldn't control his desires. Jainon's face changed, and he started to talk about it viciously. Eren was horrified when she learned that Jainon had killed her on the mountain before searching for the double blade. Jainon closed his eyes and put his hand behind his head. He said that in the end, he couldn't find the double blade and suffered a terrible injury and failed the qualifying test. He said that if it wasn't for this one, he would have been able to join the devotees even 10 years ago. Eren held her wound and lowered her head. Jainon said then that the father somehow found a secret and hospitable sister Choi Eren weekly attempts to save her. Jainon said that he left it there in the hope that it would just disappear. Eren asked where she was now. Jainon looked at her with a serious face and asked if she really wanted to know. Afterward, he said she should just disappear. He started telling her about her mom who fainted. He said it happened because she saw her daughter's face in her face. Eren sat and listened to all this while holding her wound. Jainon looked at the suffering Eren and said that now that he knew where the double blade was, he would go. He started to get to his feet and swung his sword at Eren who was sitting on the ground. He said to say hi to his older sister for him. He started to strike and the sword was almost touching her neck. But then a punch rang out and Jainon was shocked when she saw that I was the one who stopped the sword. He looked forward with Eren and they saw Kim standing there holding Jainon's sword. Kim looked at it all with a displeased face and asked what the fool was doing. Jainon looked at him and told him that it was none of his business and that he shouldn't get involved as it was a family showdown. Kim looked at him with displeasure and said what a crazy family is representing his sister's leg 6. Then he waved his hand and Jainon flew to the side and hit a tree, causing it to break. Eren looked up and called out to Kim who was standing over her, holding her sword in its scabbard. Kim looked at Eren and asked why she was here. Kim looked at her and thought about how he had come here to look for hiding places and one of them was in this direction. After that, he looked at Eren and saw that there was blood on her stomach. He turned away and said that he just had some business in that direction. He told me to stand back and gather some magic to heal the wound. Eren lowered her head, holding her hands, and smiled. Jainon got to his feet and walked forward. He said that it was interesting who Kim was, that he would just show up all of a sudden and interfere in their affairs. He said that Kim was the same student he met in Valhalla. Kim was standing in front of him, holding his weapon. Jainon also said that it was a white family matter so he had to die, and then headed towards Kim with his weapon pointed at him. His weapon began to glow with purple lightning. He threw a punch, but Kim easily dodged out of the way. Jainon looked at him and didn't understand how he was able to dodge. Kim was leaning back a little. He tightened his grip on his sword and said that when a guy hits with his sword, he shouldn't aim at a guy who is just standing still, and he should think about the fact that he can dodge with ease. Kim then stretched out his arm and threw punches at Jainon's body, causing him to fly backwards and start coughing up blood. Kim got close to him and held the sword in front of Jainon's face. Jainon looked ahead and thought that when he attacked him, he was already prepared for his attacks. After Kim struck Jainon's body once more, the impact was so strong that the ground Jainon was lying on cracked from the shockwave. Jainon fainted. Kim stood up, raised his weapon, and watched in silence. Kim turned to the injured Aaron and asked if she was okay. He walked over to her adjusting his hood and asked if she could walk. Aaron said something that she wasn't sure and needed to be given some time to try. Afterward, Kim was surprised when he felt a dark, evil energy behind him. He turned to the side and saw Jainon's body begin to release a dark aura. Kim looked at it all and Bart said it was sword magic. Kim said he knew and suggested that this guy was also a villain. Jainon got to his feet and said something about Kim being a complete fool while holding his sword in his hand. Kim watched all this and Jainon said that Kim was just a newbie in Valhalla and he shouldn't think that he could beat the guild leader. After that, he jumped up, swinging his sword. Kim put down your weapons and blocked the kick with ease. Jainon didn't understand what was going on, because even though he hit his magic, Kim didn't even move. Kim started swinging his two arm and asked if he was definitely the guild leader. He then slashed at his body with a smile and sent Jainon flying backwards. Kim asked if it would really help him. Jainon jumped back, trying to catch her breath. Jainon looked at it, and I wondered if it was really the strength of a 17-year-old boy. He noticed that it blocked all of his attacks and didn't even counterattack. He looked ahead and realized that he had no choice but to use it. He reached into his pocket and realized that it had a lot of side effects, but if he got one more hit from Kim, he would definitely be finished. He took out a crystal that shone brightly. He said with a smile that it was a stone of the past. He took a bite out of it and said that with it, he would be able to make a preliminary contract with Constellation. Kim watched in silence. After Jainon ate the crystal, he started laughing like a psychopath. He spread his arms, and his dark energy began to radiate even more aura. Afterward, we see reporters who were at the filming location begin to fall from the spot as the earthquake started. A lot of people were panicking, and someone pointed their index finger and said that something was happening there. Many people started to look to the side and saw a dark purple pillar of energy begin to rise up. My father looked ahead and realized that it was sword magic. It was dense enough to be seen by the general public of ordinary people. He looked ahead at the gathered energy and realized that the double blade was still there. He thought about it and realized that such an event in the middle of the selection test was not normal and he definitely had to go there and see what was happening there. Jainon was standing in front of Kim and Kimmy started picking at his ear and said that he was just watching what he was going to do, but still ended up doing something just to increase his magic a little. Jainon smilingly said something too dumb to understand. He said it was just an additional effect. A dragon of dark energy formed behind him, and he said that it was part of his power that he got thanks to a temporary contract with Constellation, and now Kim will definitely die here, Jainon said. After the dragon started to manifest and it was the dragon that killed everyone, recognizes the sacred relic and descends. The dragon who killed everyone was showing her teeth as if she was glad to come down after a long time. He fiercely looked ahead, and the system screen says that the dragon that was killing everyone has activated its all-seeing eye ability. Kim looked at him viciously, releasing his intensely red aura. When the dragon saw this, it was afraid. The dragon stood in front of him in terror. The system message said that the dragon that was killing everyone had deactivated the all-seeing eye. The dragon stood in front of him and did nothing. The dragon that was killing everyone activated the all-seeing eye and once again saw the evil red aura of Kim. The dragon opened its mouth and was horrified. Jainon looked at all this and didn't understand what was wrong with the Constellation. The dragon said he had to get out of here. Constellation said that the dragon that killed everyone rejected the sacred relic summoning and terminated the contract. Jainon looked away without understanding what was happening. Constellation said that the dragon that killed everyone would take all its power and run away. Jainon looked away as Constellations terminated the contract and gradually disappeared. Jainon looked to the side and Kim leaned his sword against his body. He put his hand down with a smile and asked if he thought he could kill him. After that, he took and hit the sword with his left hand and knocked Jainon back. Jainon was knocked unconscious by the force and fell to the floor. After that, we see a man who was silently shocked. It was the leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Han Nibble. A message could be seen on the screen saying that the dragon who was killing everyone was saying that you were causing me more trouble. The dragon said that he wanted to disappear from this mortal world. Han apologized in shock. He also said that he was apologizing, and then he knelt down and lowered his head to the floor, asking for forgiveness. The dragon said it warns it not to distribute artificial relics in the future. Han, with his head on the floor, was shaking all over and said that he understood everything. The dragon told him to behave. Han stood with his head down and said nothing. Then he raised his head and wondered what it was. He didn't understand why Constellation was so enraged. He repeated the name relic in his head and realized that it meant that the brat he had placed in the Choijin family had done something wrong. He got to his feet and looked ahead. He didn't know what the hell the man was doing. He asked Constellation if they could tell you what went wrong. He once again called out to Constellation, after he with a serious face radiating his aura said that he should find out what was going on here. After that, we see the dorms of Valhalla. It was already late at night outside and we see who went to his room. He took off his hood and began to undress. He put his briefcase down on the table and started rummaging through it. He looked over with a smile and said that he had finally reached the divine gate and taken out the records. Barch asked what the divine arts were. Kim sat on the couch with a smile and said that was the main reason why he was looking for hiding places. I said that this breathing technique that could raise a person's magic power to a very high level. Barch idly asked if there were any differences from the breathing technique he used before reincarnation. Kim said that the breathing technique he used before was complete garbage, and when he was a jerk, he just bought it at the market and mastered it and used it until the very end. Kim started to read the records and said that, in addition, when he found this divine art 300 years ago, he couldn't change his breathing technique because it was already ingrained in his body, and when he fought with Barch, he was very badly injured. He recalls his battle against him and realized that due to his poor breathing technique, he had run out of magic power. After that, he started smiling viciously and said that now he could start all over again with this new body. He touched the notes and said that he would stop training his body for a while, so he would have to learn the divine art first. Barch looked ahead and said about the situation earlier. Barch said he left that injured girl a crazy guy. Kim, holding the notes, thought about it. He looked ahead and said that he heard someone approaching, so he left them. He said they should handle it themselves. He, remembering the moment when he threw the fatal punch at Jinon and he fell unconscious on the ground. He looked at his body while holding his sword in his hands. Barch asked if Kim had killed him. Kim started to get nervous and wonder if he could have killed him. He said that he had already been a participant in another incident in Valhalla, so if he was a participant in another one, he would definitely be in trouble. He remembers his body and says that there are some tiny traces of magic left on it, so he must survive. Barch agreed. Kim recalls how he approached the wounded Eren and asked if she could become. He looked at her and held out his hand to the side. He was about to say something, but then he noticed that someone in the other direction was approaching them. Eren looked at Kim and Kim realized that maybe the Eren family was already on their way after seeing the sword mage. This made it difficult enough to find the hiding places, and then he called out to Eren. He stood in front holding his briefcase, said that her family was coming here on the way, so he said I'll just sit and wait, and he needs to do something in this place, so he'll hit the road. Eren said that everything was fine. Kim pointed his finger at Jinon's unconscious body and Kim Pro said to tell his family that she was the one who knocked that person out. He put on his hood and said that he had put in a lot of effort, so he was lying unconscious after he said goodbye to her. Eren said with a smile that she understood everything and said that there were problems in the academy. Meanwhile, her family was already approaching from behind. Kim lay on the bed and thought about it all. He took the notes and looked at them. He said that in any case, once he mastered the divine arts, he would return the remaining storage stones. He said that the last time he absorbed their magic power, he wasn't able to transfer all of it behind his magic low abilities either. Afterward, we see the dorm building and Kim says he needs to rest. After that, we move to another location and see the buildings. It was the Choijin family building. Jongseok was sitting at the table, and there were other people sitting nearby who were looking at him. Jongseok looked ahead and said that thanks to the press who came to film their family's selection test, the articles appeared immediately. He asked if they were all counted. People looked at it and said they had read them and most of them were like that. After that, the girl opened the tablet and looked at the article where there was a photo of Jinon. The man also opened the article and read everything that was written there. People began to assume that the Choijin family was related to the devotees. Jongseok put his hand to his head and said it was a complete mess. He said that he couldn't believe that there was a villain in the Choijin family. He looked at the people and said that in addition to this, the association had published an official letter and he had received a statement from them. He looked ahead and said that when something like this happened to the Ventric family, it had nothing to do with the family, so they just kept quiet. But this approach definitely won't work with them anymore. He looked at the man in the suit and said that Choi Jinon was loyal to the police. He looked to the side and asked how Choi Eren was. The man said they sent her to their family's hospital for treatment. Jongseok looked to the side and asked what her condition was. The man said that she was significantly injured, but the bleeding stopped, her organs were not damaged, and she should not have needed any major operations in order to restore her to a completely healthy state. With his head thrown back and his eyes closed, Jong-seok exhaled and said that he understood the situation. A man in a suit and glasses also said that he wanted to talk about Choi Erin. He said there were several articles about her, too. The man in the suit looked at Jong-seok and said that they mentioned geniuses who defeated a member of the devotees as a mere student. Valhalla Academy. Following in the footsteps of Kim Joo-hyuk, Choi Erin destroyed many devotees, and that's a tragedy. The man said that there are still similar cases. Jong-seok looked ahead and said that she went against her own family, and there were articles about it asked by Jong-seok. The man asked wasn't there a relief. He said that this selection round ended with Housey, but the next head of the family was confirmed. The man said that such articles will help her firmly establish herself as a receiver. Jong-seok looked to the side and said that it was definitely, so he looked ahead and thought. He thought it was good that Erin had a legitimate chance of success, but defeating Jinon alone was very strange. He remembers looking at the injured Erin who was lying in front of Jinon's defeated body. Erin looked at him and said that her brother attacked her with sinister magic, so she knocked him out. Jong-seok looked at her and said that he could see it, but there was a lot of magic power above the mountains. He asked her how she had managed to defeat her brother. Two men in a suit lifted the girl up, holding her up early. Erin looked ahead and said that it was mine that Kim Joo-hyuk taught her. Jong-seok watched the article and read an article about Kim, where he pointed his fingers at people and sent out all the guild guides. We are transported to Valhalla, where a huge complex is located in the middle of picturesque mountains, and the sun is shining brightly outside the window. Hyuk walks over to his desk, taking off his backpack and preparing to sit on a chair. Suddenly, he notices someone who completely captures his gaze. It was Choi Erin, sitting calmly in front of him as if nothing had happened. He is very surprised because he thought that she was hospitalized, but it seems that everything is fine with her. He sat down at his desk and stared at her. There was a calm expression on his face. Suddenly, Choi felt eyes on her, so she turned in the direction of the viewer. When she saw who was watching her, she smiled sweetly and waved. His classmates follow behind him and get very excited, asking each other that Choi Erin just waved and smiled at them. The second answered that he dreamed, because it was more likely for him. Hyuk thought abruptly and began to remember sitting at his desk at home, reading a book and holding a white fire in his hand. Suddenly, he heard his phone start shaking with notifications. Picking up his phone, he started reading messages from Choi Erin, who told him that she wouldn't be able to train for a while because the doctor had strictly forbidden her to do any physical activity. And then I sent a sad smiley face. Hyuk noticed that this wasn't surprising, considering how much the bleeding was going on. And then he answered her, telling her that he was going to do his own thing for the next few days, so let him rest. Choi started throwing off a very large number of emojis, and Hyuk texted her to stop. He was very dissatisfied, holding the phone in his hands, shouted why spam so much then. Hyuk looked up from his phone as Barch told him there was something he should know about. Hyuk asked what he should know. He was flying in some space and scratching his chin, saying that it was the black magic that they had recently encountered. There were pictures of space in the background of the room, and Hyuk asked him if he remembered something about this magic. Barch said no. Hyuk asked, then what's the matter? Barch was still flying in the void, one hand on top of the other, and he was also scratching his chin, thinking that it wasn't just that he had forgotten about it, but that he had a feeling that something was preventing him from remembering it. Hyuk crossed his arms and looked at him and asked what could possibly be bothering him about that scoundrel. Barch still flew in the void, put one hand on the other, and also scratched his chin, but from a different view, and said that he could be wrong. But probably if the second condition on that scoreboard was fulfilled, then nothing would interfere with him. But he stressed that this is most likely only a theory. Hyuk looked at the same board that said that the condition can only be met if he has a dagger. He wondered what the second condition was, the Eye of the Great Forest. This is just a training reserved seat for assessing knowledge, how can there be anything else? Throwing his hands behind his head, he leaned back, staring at the ceiling, and continued to ponder that people with low exam scores were being expelled from the academy. Starting to scratch his head with dissatisfaction, he thought that he would really sit and wait for these exams, considering that this is a huge waste of time. When he came back from his memories, he was already sitting at the desk, also leaning back and with his hands behind his head. He knew that in any case, he needed some time to get used to the Shindog. And now he can go look for this Eye of the Great Forest. By then, Ligon had entered the classroom, opening the doors and telling the students to take their seats. Standing at the lectern, he looked at all of his students. All the students were in their seats and were all assembled. The teacher said that before he started the class, he needed to make a small announcement. He looked at them confidently and asked what everyone here knew about the interscholastic competition that was taking place next month. The students shouted once about what they knew. Hyuk was still leaning back in his chair, thinking. His face showed that he was a little angry. In his mind, he asked Barch if that was what he was thinking. Arch replied that the teacher had mentioned it after the midterms. Legong, who was still looking at the students with confidence, added to his words that their academy needs participants, so the selection will be based on the results of the final exams. Then he turned to Hayek, telling him to go to the staff room with him. Hayek was already taken aback, removing one hand from the back of his head, asking what he was going to do. After a while the sun was still shining outside, they were in the staff room. Legon, sitting in front of Hayek, was a little worried and said that the meeting place couldn't be changed. Hayek noticed that he didn't have to invite him there so often. Legon, closing his eyes and still a little worried, replied that to some extent he was right. But then I decided to tell him about his participation in the interscholastic competition. Hayek immediately refused. But Ligon was shocked and had a lot of questions, so he said that he hadn't even explained anything yet, and Ligon was already refusing. Ligon sat across from him, his hands on his feet, his eyes half closed. Hayek asked what these competitions were all about, and Ligon said that he had talked about it in detail in the lectures, but decided to explain it to him again. He went on to say that there were 3 of the world's largest hunter training institutions. Korean is Valhalla, the same large complex that they are currently located in. There is also a Chinese one. This is a White Lotus, which looks like a huge Chinese building. And third, it is American Heroes. This is a huge tower around which everything is in purple color. Ligong showed him 3 fingers, adding that each of the 3 schools would select several freshmen as their representatives and invite them to participate in the competition. These competitions include sparring, maze escape, and more. As he sat there, sweat dripping down his cheek, he said that was why they were planning to send out those who scored the highest in the practice exam. Hayek just sat there, yawning, right in front of him. Ligon became even more worried and asked what was so uninteresting to him. Hayek scratched his ear and said that if his academy won first place, not only would all the participants get a pretty substantial scholarship, but they would also be showered with money until they were old and a lot of other things. But he's not interested at all. Ligon crossed his arms over his face and asked if he wanted to go to the Great Forest. These words hurt Hayek so much that his eyes immediately lit up. And he said the eye of the Great Forest. Ligong, still sitting in front of him with his arms crossed, replied that yes, this is the place where the final exam will be held. Looking at Hayek, he added that the interscholastic competition is scheduled for Valhalla, so the final task will be to enter the eye of the Great Forest. This task will be about the same as the final exam. Those who pass it will automatically receive credit on the final exam. Ligon, still sitting in front of him with his arms crossed, but already looking from above, says that if Hayek does not agree, then the exam will have to be taken again. Hayek happily replied that he understood, and there was a fighting grin and joy on his face as if he was beaming. Therefore, he happily agreed to participate in the interscholastic competition. We are transported to the United Kingdom, Ventricle Manor. It was night outside, and in the tower sat Adelia Ventric, her arms crossed and wearing a fur-lined cape. By asking how things are progressing, 2 of her subjects bowed to her and told her that everything was progressing smoothly, but the preparation would probably take another month. She looked at them blankly and told them to continue. The innkeepers raised their heads and looked at her, and she asked something else about how the people of Rockdale were doing. One of the guys replied that there were no oddities in their actions that should be mentioned. She pointed at him and asked if they knew that they should immediately report any inappropriate behavior, and he stood in front of her with his eyes closed and said that of course he knew. And then he added that even though it had nothing to do with them, some disturbing news had reached their ears. She still looks at him blankly and asks him what the news is. The second person served, still worshipping her, and behind him bills were falling and there was a huge building. He replies that it is obvious that they are building a building out of paper bills at the market. She looks at the 2 of them and asks what kind of building is made of paper bills. The first applicant says that they believe that the black cat is directly responsible for this. Particles began to appear around Adelia, and it was obvious that she was not happy. She wondered what he was up to since he hadn't done anything like this before. Suddenly, a yellow frame appears in front of Adelia, on which it is written that the mask orders her to tell in more detail. She looked at it and started to worry because it was Mr. Constellation. We are transported to the market, district number 7. There was a full moon in the sky, and there were also many stars, which was extremely beautiful. In the big city, even at night, work was carried out, lifting cranes hauled some construction materials. The black cat was standing in front of the window, watching the construction going on. He knew that for the sake of Constellation, he would do whatever they were asked to do. Bills were flying in front of the building where the crane was working with the cargo, and the black cat wondered what the point of building a building out of paper bills was. A girl with bright red eyes crossed her arms and said that it was a gift for him. She actually looked a little crazy. Returning to the black cat, where gold bills were flying around the city, he asked why he was ordered to build a building out of money. A notification appeared in front of him, where it says that the two-faced ruler says that this is a gift. The black cat was a little worried after reading this message, and I wondered who this gift was for, but then I started to guess. But then the two-faced ruler sent him another message asking if he had found the guy who sold the ring. The black cat replied that he hadn't found it yet. After all, he only knows some of the features of his face, voice, and clothes. Gesturing with his hand during the conversation, he stressed that he was trying his best. He said that he still has access to the contact information of that day, and they are doing everything possible to find him. The two-faced ruler sent a message where he completely filled it with the words "hurry up." It was very creepy. The black cat became agitated and already got confused in the letters, but said that he would do it. We are transported to the Valhalla teacher's room, where Ligon is sitting at his laptop at his workplace, and then he scratches his head, thinking about something. Suddenly, Sankal walked past him, coffee in hand, and asked if he had already chosen any students. Ligon turned to look at him and said that he was done. Sankal asked if he could take a look at the list. Ligon handed him a laptop that showed everything. Only 5 students from Valhalla participated in the interscholastic competition. Ligong added that everyone except Du Junjin is in his class. Sangxiao, sipping his coffee, asked in surprise that he was even able to persuade Hayek to participate. This impressed him. Ligon, looking at him, replied that at first he was not at all eager, but as soon as he whispered about the Eye of the Great Forest, he abruptly changed his mind and agreed. Sankal, standing next to Ligong, threw back his head and drank coffee, said that if he heard about the Great Forest, most people would be confused. Ligon didn't know about this. Sankal then looked down at his laptop and asked if maybe he didn't know what the Eye of the Great Forest was like at all, since he sleeps in every class. As he drank his coffee, strange thoughts began to creep into his head, so he looked a little creepy. He believes that it seems that he needs the academy only for his own purposes. Sankal, standing in front of Ligong with his hands in his pockets, asked if he could get these kids together for a little training session. Ligon happily agreed and said that he would see to it that their schedule was released. Sankal started walking away from him, saying that then he should go. A few days later, these 5 students are all sitting on chairs next to each other in a small classroom. There was Oh Seniak with blonde hair and a stern look. Yu Soyan, a cute girl with purple hair. She sat with her eyes closed. Choi Erin, she was sitting in thought and looking out the window as if she was dreaming about something. Jo Junjin, a green-haired guy with glasses who was a little worried, as well as Kim Ju Hayek. He sat with his hands in his pockets and looked like the coolest guy in the academy. Sankal entered the classroom, opening the door. As he passed the students, he asked if everything was still there. And when I counted how many people came, I realized that there were so many on the list. With a textbook in his hands and one finger in his pocket, he said that he was happy to meet them. He added that they had crossed paths with him in the academy building one way or another, but decided to mention his name, Li Sangxiao, the chief combat instructor. Looking at all the students, still holding a textbook, he said that the reason they were all there was because of their participation in the interscholastic competition that would take place soon. Sankal wanted to tell them about the training they were going to do. Pointing his fingers at the number 3, he indicated that they would only have to complete 3 tasks. The first is a duel between students. It's like an entrance test they've already taken. Yu Soyan sat and listened to all this. She looked a little displeased, and her eyes were half closed. The second challenge is a team battle. It is a duel between participants of different schools, where they will represent Valhalla. Oh Seniak also sat and listened calmly. Bandages were visible on his hands. Sankal, standing behind the board, gestured with his hands and said that all 3 teams will fight at the same time, so the main criterion for passing this task will be the ability to quickly assess the situation. And the third test is related to the Eye of the Great Forest. Hayek was immediately wary after hearing this, so he started listening carefully. Sankal put his hand on his belt and said that the final exam will be postponed for them. He can't give more information, but the Eye of the Great Forest is a maze. In the middle of a huge forest with sharp branches, there is a maze, the entrance to which is guarded by 2 guards. Sankal adds that as the name implies, this is a dense forest, unlike a normal forest. The gate to it is heavily guarded and designed in such a way that anyone who tries to enter it by air will be captured. The only way to get there is through the main entrance. Sankal was looking at the students with his hand in his pocket, and we can see the view from above. And he went on to say that each of the teams will have to enter this gate. They will hear more specific details on the day of the competition. Opening the book that he had been holding in his hand all this time, he said that they were moving on. I decided to explain the specifics and format of the team battle, while they already had some experience working as a team during the dungeon raid. Hayek heard this, looked at him with a blank expression, and mentally asked what the explanation was. Then, he started rocking his chair back and forth, wondering if there was a barrier. Why couldn't he just break through? Hayek figured it probably wasn't that easy. Sankal closed his book and held it in his hand. He finished saying his explanation, which Hayek ignored, and then he decided to explain how their training will take place. He asked if the students had any questions. Among all of them, only Hayek raised his hand. Soyeon and Senyuk were looking at him. With his hand still in the air, he asked if it was okay to train alone. Sankal, putting away his book and holding it against his stomach, says that it doesn't matter if he wants to do it alone, then let him do it. He asked who else wanted to do the same. Choi raised her hand and said that then she would also train alone. Sangcheol looked at her in surprise to think that Choi Aaron was in league with him. He said alright, let her train alone, and then asked if anyone else wanted to. There was complete silence among the students sitting in the classroom. Sankal said that then they would be done for today and would only see each other during practice. Everyone started to disperse, but Choi and Hayek were still sitting there. Hayek was in his own thoughts. Looking up, he thought that before the competition started, he should have time to master the technique he needed. Thanks to Mana, he will improve his form, and the rest of the time he needs to devote to training. Suddenly, Choi called out to Hayek. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and stared straight at her with one eye. Choi looked at him and beamed. She asked him if she should take part in the general training session. Hayek asked her back why she was asking him this. Isn't she all alone? Choi held her stomach and looked down. Hayek added a question. Didn't she say that she wouldn't be able to train hard? Then she stared at him, and there were sparks in her eyes, and she remembered sitting right in front of Ligong, who had told her that he had read an article about her. So he was worried about her condition, but he thought that he should still ask her personally if she wanted to participate in the competition. He added if she was going to. He guessed correctly. Choi was sitting on the couch with her arms crossed, and there were bookshelves behind her. She asked if Kim Joo Hayek would be there. Ligon was very surprised by this question, but replied that he had heard that Hayek would be there. Choi replied that then she would be too. Ligon was distraught, so he protested that her body hadn't fully recovered yet. Choi replied with a smile on her face and a sparkle in her eyes that she would be fine. Ligon replied that he understood. We go back to Choi, who was sitting in the audience. She was also sitting with her arms crossed, but this time in a chair. She was thinking that she was already halfway to becoming the head of the family. Choi's face lit up at the thought of having a new target thanks to Hayek. She stared at him as he just sat there, hands in his pockets, wondering why she was staring at him like that. Choi smiled sweetly and was embarrassed. Everything around her shone with light. Her new goal is to become stronger with Hayek and help him achieve what he dearly wants, just as he had helped her. Hayek was so confused that he was sweating profusely. He asked her what was going on right now, and at first she says, and then she pauses and starts laughing horribly. Hayek told her not to overdo it anyway. Standing up from the chair, he turned to her and added that then they should focus on mana control for most of the training. During classes, she should keep all activity of her legs to a minimum. Choi understood his words and said yes. While Hayek left the office, opening the door, Choi was still sitting on the chair. Hayek said goodbye to her, saying that once he was done with his business, he would help her out a little. We are transported to an abandoned building. It was deep into the night outside. Someone was missing a few teeth and bleeding from the nose. This kid was screaming for mercy. He was sitting on the roof of that abandoned building. There was blood everywhere around him, and he was also sitting without a t-shirt and tied up. And there were two people standing in front of him, so they tortured him. He begged for mercy, asked to be released, and said that he would give everything they asked. One of the bandits took out a sharp knife that even glinted in the moonlight, and then he threw it right at the guy's heart. He was bleeding profusely, and he was screaming in pain. But after such a blow, he died instantly. A bandit girl named Samsel Al asks a bandit boy named Samsel Fox, couldn't he just get it over with quickly? He said it was funny. She stood with her arms crossed. Then her phone buzzed in her pocket. She reached for her phone, asking if it was a new order. The fox asked that this was a new target to kill. She, holding the phone in her hands, replied that yes. There was a photo of Hayek on her phone, and the inscription that he is a new goal. She looked at him and remembered that he was Valhalla's new apprentice. The guy they just killed is tied up with a knife through his heart. The fox started to pull the knife out of his body, and then, holding the bloody knife in his hand, he looked at Al and asked why Samsel was involved in the murder of a schoolboy. She replied that most likely the client just paid off a tidy sum. Lisa kept her hands on her waist while Al stared at her phone and asked what time frame they needed to meet. Al said they were supposed to kill him in a month during an interscholastic competition. They both walk away from that dead guy, talking like they didn't do anything. Fox asked why they couldn't kill Hayek right now. Al replied that the security of the academy and dorm was particularly tight right now, so he was going to break through the magic barrier and kill their student. She stared at him while he said that she thought it would be easier during the competition, where other schools would also be present. Al said that Alia had already told her everything. Al began to repeat her words, imagining the great forest in her mind. She said that according to the customer's information, on the third day the competition will be held in a place called the Eye of the Great Forest. This is a mysterious maze located in the forest. After leaving the abandoned building, Al added that she had heard that the task of the students is to go through this maze. The fox asked what it meant that there would be no instructors in the forest. Looking ahead, she replied that there would be no one there but a small flying observer drone, and with the exception of a few guards at the entrance to the maze, all instructors will monitor the stage from the observation room. The fox, looking ahead, confidently said that Alia will first get there first, and they will follow right behind her, and this is not a joke at all. As she walked out of the building, Al noticed that completing this task was a priority. The fox replied that he knew. A month later, on the first day of the interscholastic competition, in some huge field and in sunny weather, everyone sat in their seats and watched the performance. Everyone was cheering, and between the crowd sat Uriah and Rockdale. Rockdale stared ahead with a scowl on his face and rested his chin on his hands. Until then, we're transported to Rockdale's house, where he's sitting on the couch and talking on the phone. He warned his father that he had received his money. Rockdale's father, Eden Ventrick, answered his son's phone, which he understood. Rockdale, looking ahead, told his father that he had paid a commission with the money. He assigned Il Shinjo to kill Kim Ju-hyuk. Eden Ventrick was horrified by the words. She shouted to her son that he really did this. Rockdale was sitting on the couch, and we can see his back. He replied that he had already said that his father's decisions would not affect him in any way. My father is still worried, sweat running down his face. He listened to the story of his son, who said that this time he would deal with him himself. After all, Samsel accepted the order. His father was even more frightened by his words, because Il Shinju is a well-known group of Ripper killers. This team consists of 3 people and causes fear when it is mentioned. The 2 murderers and a lady. Rockdale put his hand on his knee, and his father told him to keep a low profile. And so we went back to him on the podium, where he was sitting and waiting for Hayek to come out. After all, Samsel told him that they would deal with him during the competition. He stared straight ahead, and he knew he shouldn't be there. Standing up from his seat, he turned to Yuri and said that they should go. She also got up and followed him. At the lectern, in front of all the students, there was a man who spoke into the microphone greeting. Then he introduced himself. He was a white-haired man with a mustache. His name was Shim Dakwun, and he was the chairman of the Valhalla office. He continued to speak into the microphone, saying that he believed that some representatives of each school should be introduced before the competition. And the first will be China, White Lotus. There were 5 students in shirt sleeves standing there, and 1 girl was even carrying a katana. The second place was taken by the USA, a group of heroes. They all stood there with pride in their eyes and their hands on their belts. Finally, the man said. He froze in anticipation. Korea, the Valhalla group. Our group was standing there, led by Hayek. Shim's eyes lit up and he added that the competition will last for 3 days. Their task for today is individual sparring. Standing in front of him were all 3 groups that he had asked representatives from each school to return to their waiting rooms and wait for the results of the match to be announced. The closest thing to them was Sun Chial, who was looking at them with his arms crossed. He looked down at them and just didn't say anything. Suddenly, someone called out to him, so he turned to see who it was. And the main instructor of heroes, Jack Rover, was walking towards him. He waved sweetly at him, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As they approached each other, Sankal joked about him being 3rd place. Jack was displeased, telling him not to call him that, and besides, Valhalla wasn't the only one ranked 1st. Sankchal closed his eyes and agreed with him, saying that it was true. They both looked at their students, and Jack, with his hands on his waist, happily exclaimed that this year would be different. Sankal turned his head at him, and he added that this time the heroes will definitely achieve the championship. Sankal asked why he was so sure about this. Jack, with a smile on his face, explained that the best of all contractors, the one. And then he asked Sankchal if he knew who he was talking about. He said he knew, and then he remembered, the green-eyed guy with the yellow aura around him. His nickname was Destroyer, and his first name was Logan. Jack very confidently and with a smile said that his son is studying at their school. Sankal turned to him and asked him again. Jack pointed a finger at the kid in the crowd, saying that he was the one who came as a representative. Logan's son, Logan Jr. He was a brown-haired guy with green eyes, just like his father. Sungcheol rubbed his chin, saying that he was then looking forward to seeing what he could do. Jack added that this guy had already signed a contract with his father's co-star. Sungcheol was very surprised, still rubbing his chin, and asked what the contract with Allbreaker was. Crossing his arms back, he added questions about whether he was using the same destruction as the other one. Jack said that to some extent, yes, but not as well as his father. Jack then replied with a smirk that even though he had heard that the new students of Valhalla were not to be trifled with, especially that child, Kim Ju-hyuk. Jack lowered one hand and kept the other on his belt, adding that he had heard that he had recently caught a villain red-handed. Sangcheol revealed that Choi Aaron did something similar after that. Jack closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that they would work well together with Logan Jer, considering that this child could easily outrun many adult contractors. Sangxiao thought for a moment, only saying, Jack was surprised, so he turned to look at him and asked him what kind of lackadaisical reaction that was. Sangkal stared at the message that appeared in front of him, and on the field they shouted that the participants of the first round were determined. Sangkal said slowly that he would understand why he had such a reaction only after watching this match. The message said that Kim Joo Hyuk and Logan JR will face off in the first round. Hyuk was standing right in front of Logan, hands in his pockets. Shim, standing at the microphones, said that the rules are the same for all subsequent matches, so he will explain them right now. The rule is extremely simple. The winner is the one who gets the upper hand over his opponent. That is, if someone touches the enemy's vital point with their weapon, the system will not allow them to cause lethal damage with this blow. The drawn rules show a sword strike and victory. Painful sensations are replaced by a shock of electricity so they can go all out. No one will interfere with them. Shim added that participants should keep in mind that this protection system will remain in effect until the next team match, and as soon as he gives the command, they can start. The countdown started at 3. Hyuk kept his hands in his pockets as he looked at the enemy and wondered why they were using the defense system. Barch said that he should monitor his physical fitness during the first 2 days of the competition in order to be able to properly complete the third task. The report reached 2. Logan looked a little nervous and silent. The report has reached 1, and now they are ready to attack each other. As soon as the word "here we go" was uttered, Hyuk was already flying with his fist right in front of Logan's face. It was lightning fast. Hyuk was surprised by what he saw. It turns out Logan was able to hold off his punch by asking him if he really thought he was strong. There was a yellow aura around him, just like his father's. A distant view of him holding his fist and asking what he thinks is strong. Hyuk stands in front of him while he holds his fist and asks if he is strong. He thinks he still has a long way to go. Logan started swinging his fist, saying that he was more humble than he thought. Logan threw a punch at him, but Hyuk parried it with his hand, sending bright sparks flying. He said to be modest or scratch your tongue, what difference does it make, because he's still growing. Hyuk started twisting his trapped arm as he readied his other hand for a punch. He asked with a snide smile how long he was going to block his punches. Logan started spinning because of this and was very surprised by the force. While Logan was confused, Hyuk was already starting to stab him. It hit him right in the stomach. Logan lost his balance and began to fly far away. After he was able to stop from the momentum, he clutched his stomach, saying that it was a terribly heavy blow. Hyuk pointed his fist at him and said with a smile that he was really tougher than he thought. After all, it seemed to him that one blow would be enough. The teachers watched Logan kneel after the punch. Jack opened his mouth in horror, and Sangxiao said that Logan was really strong to be able to withstand Kim Joo Hyuk's punch. Jack opened his eyes wide in surprise and said that he had already seen Kim Joo Hyuk fight in the rating video that was shot for the competition. All their students also watched and reviewed it, but he had never been so formidable. Hyuk stood with his hand in his pocket and his fist outstretched. Jack was surprised to remember that it wasn't over yet, because Logan hadn't taken advantage of the destruction yet. Logan got up from his knees and started using his magic so that he glowed all over with a yellow aura, and then he began to strike with it. Hyuk dodged his punch so that it missed his head, but while the hand was flying, Hyuk's hair was slightly burnt. Hyuk was very surprised to see this. Then I just kicked him in the stomach with all my might, asking him what he was doing anyway. Logan writhed in pain. Hyuk then touched the spot, thinking that he was just smoothing the ends of his hair, and I understood that if it was a normal attack, he would never have hit it. Hyuk was beginning to guess that it was some sort of destructive ability. Logan was thrown back by the impact, leaving footprints on the ground after breaking, and he was holding his stomach and breathing furiously. All he could think was that he had only missed 2 punches to the stomach, but he was already ready to fall to the ground. He stared at his opponent with sweat on his face and thought that if he couldn't deliver a blow of destruction, then there was no point in using it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and frowned as he remembered that this wasn't the end. He had one more option left. Logan hit the ground with his ability. The ground began to crack under his hands, and then there were cracks all around them. Hyuk, standing and looking at all this in the yellow glow, asked why he was just destroying the floor. Logan lifted his foot, then slammed it into the ground with all his strength, which caused huge chunks of the floor to rise into the air, and he was already moving behind them, thinking that if he could dodge any foreseeable attack, he would make them unpredictable. And standing behind Hyuk, between the flying rocks, he once again began to prepare his destruction magic in his hand. But Hyuk noticed him immediately, so he started looking back. Logan was startled, and it was clear from his face that he didn't understand how Hyuk could have found him among the piles of rocks. But he decided it was too late, so I started hitting the floor with my hand. But suddenly a rock hits him in the face, which is very confusing for him. All the rocks fell to the floor, and Logan rubbed his face in pain. Hayek said that he was hiding behind the stove, but doesn't he realize how much his own magic gives him away? And right after that, he swung his fist right at him until he just took his hands away from his face. Then a fist hits him hard in the face. Logan went flying into the wall, and crashing into it, there was a huge wind current behind. Logan was sitting on the ground with his head down, and Hayek was standing right in front of him with his fist outstretched. Shim shouted that it looks like the round has come to an end and the winner is Hayek from Valhalla Academy. Jack was in utter shock beyond words, and Sankal said that was why he didn't react sentimentally. Hayek walked through the broken arena calmly. Sankal thinks that this child is just a monster. The next round was Lee Hwi and Hayek's fight, where he destroyed him with a single uppercut. In another round, Lee Bella versus Hayek. He destroyed it, too, with a single, direct blow to the face. The girl with pink hair just flew away from this. And finally, an individual match, the final battle. Kim Joo Hayek versus Choi Aaron. They were facing each other, and Choi was holding onto her katana. And then, looking at him with loving eyes, she said that they both made it to the final, but they were both from Valhalla. It seems that the victory of their academy is still guaranteed. Hayek silently scratched his head after finding out that there was no reason to hold this final match other than to determine a place in the rankings. The sun was bright in the sky, and Hayek was standing in front of Choi with his eyes closed. Choi added that the winner will get a scholarship, so she said that she doesn't need it, so maybe she should give up. Hayek, looking at her confidently, said that he didn't care who won as long as she didn't give up. Since they had already entered the stadium, it would be remiss of them to deprive the audience of bread and circuses. Then he pointed at her and said that she should also show him her progress. Hayek began to stretch her shoulder, telling her to give it her all, and he'll take her injuries into account. Choi was highly motivated, so she took up a stance, preparing to hit him with her katana. While taking out the katana, there were many lightning bolts around it. Hayek also started swinging his fist at her with a smile. Everything around him was purple. Suddenly, Shim was in shock, eyes wide, and Jack was holding his head in shock, too. Sankal was also very surprised. Seniuk and Soyin were sweating in surprise. Soyin was already biting her nails, and Hayek was able to knock her face down with just one punch. Her sword was just lying there. Shim shouted that the result was obvious. The winner of this year's interscholastic individual combat competition is announced as Kim Joo Hayek. Hayek was looking at her with a very surprised face and an outstretched fist. Even he was shocked, and Bart said that it was very ruthless, and besides, didn't he say that he would take her injuries into account? Hayek asked if he didn't hold back, didn't even try to punch him in the stomach. He added that it was an accident to lay her down in this way. Choi just lay face down on the ground in silence, not even moving. Hayek remembered hitting the sword, telling Barcha that the trajectory of her blade suddenly changed and the sword was aimed at his stomach, so he punched it. Looking at his hands with a smile, he thought that he definitely became stronger. He can't believe that his mana pool has increased. Now it can actually hold a certain amount of it. And he looked down at Choi, who was still lying motionless. He said that this girl also became stronger. That same evening, only a small auditorium was lit from all over the complex. Sankal, holding the book in his hand, said that they were all doing great. All the kids were sitting together again, and Sungcheol asked if they were all right. They agreed once. Sankal looked at them and noticed that thanks to the protection system, they were not injured, but they should still visit the infirmary. After he said that he would tell them something about tomorrow's stage, Hayek raised his head and decided to listen to him. There was fire in his eyes and he was thinking that this was a waste of time. Would he really have to wait another day before he could see the eye of the great forest? Sangcheol started walking out of the classroom, saying that they would finish up for the day and get some rest. As he turned the corner, Sankal glanced back as someone called out to him. It was Hayek, who was right behind him. Lee turned to Kim's side and asked what he needed. Kim looked at him with a smile and said that he wanted to talk about tomorrow's team battle. He asked if he could finish earlier, if he could start the next test right away. Lee looked at him and asked the eye of the great forest. Lee opened the book and said that this had never happened before, so he would have to look at his list of rules. He started reading the rules and said there were 2 of them. Only one test was allowed every day, but there was an exception. He said that if the tests ended quickly, the student could move on to the next test at the discretion of his teacher, and if the test venue was not ready or the student was in an unsuitable state, then he was given time to prepare for the test. Kim looked at him with a smile and said what it said was up to him. He asked something thought about it. Lee looked at him and asked if he could move on to the next test. Lee said that if he finished it early and came to the staff room, he would let him start the next test. Kim closed his eyes and nodded. He said that he understood everything and said that he would see you tomorrow. He turned around and walked back with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Lee bade him good night. As Kim walked down the corridor, Barch asked if he planned to complete the Eye of the Great Forest trials tomorrow. Kim looked ahead and said that he was well aware of this test in advance, so he planned to do so. Ambarkik pondered and said that he understood everything. Boris said Kim wanted to attract the attention of students from other academies. Kim got angry and asked if he was an idiot, then asked what he was saying. Barch said it was a misunderstanding. Kim closed his eyes and said that in any case, he should finish this ordeal as soon as possible. After that, he confidently looked ahead. After that, we see the next day the arena for fighting in Valhalla. The man was standing and using a microphone to greet the audience. Ligon and Lai were standing in the back, holding tablets in their hands. The man said that now explain Rule 2 of the test. The audience was standing, and on top of it was a huge system screen on which a man was entered. He said that they would be holding a team competition here today. 5 representatives from each academy will fight together. The man said that the tests will take place in a mountainous area, so viewers will watch it through holographic screens that will be captured by drones on camera. After we see the students and the top flying drone filmed, Soyeon looked ahead and asked when Kim would be coming because the competition was about to start soon. Kim walked up to the group and apologized for being late. Soyeon looked at him with displeasure and asked why he was here so late. Kim said with a smile on his face that he had overslept. Soyeon stood there and said that he was supposed to arrive 30 minutes early. She asked if he hadn't listened to the teacher. Kim stood there and said that he was probably thinking about something else at the time. He raised his hand to his head and told her not to make any noise because he would take care of everything. Soyeon stood in front of him and asked him what he meant by that. She asked if he understood what he was saying because it was a team test. Kim said he knew all about it. Soyeon pointed her finger at him and said that because he had defeated the other players, they would all be targeted by them, so she asked if he wanted to go as well. She looked at the other students and asked them if they agreed, but they looked around and just didn't say anything. After that, Aaron came up to them and apologized for distracting them. Soyeon immediately asked her if she agreed with her. Aaron asked if she could go with Kim. Kim looked at her and told her to just stay here. She said she would. Soyeon didn't understand why she was so calm. Kim looked at her and told her to stop tweeting and save her energy for the exam. Soyeon asked what you meant by tweeting. After which, the man announced that the battle would start in a few seconds. Kim started to stretch his arms and said that he would have one more test at 2 p.m. The countdown started. Soyeon looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Kim turned away from the students and walked forward. Soyeon called out to Kim, but he said that she was very noisy. He confidently looked ahead and said that he had to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. Then the man announced the start. We see the White Lotus team. They looked to the side and noticed Kim, who said he had found it. The girls immediately took up their weapons and started shouting. They realized that it was that guy from Valhalla. The red-haired girl told everyone to get ready. Kim looked at them with a smile and swung his sword. He said that the girl reacted much faster than he expected. Then a system message appeared on the holographic screen. It said that the White Lotus was destroyed. Logan stood there and didn't understand what was going on. He was very surprised when he found out that the White Lotus had been destroyed, but only 10 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. He looked ahead and realized that this fool from Valhalla was heading straight for the White Lotus. He thought he would find them earlier, but things are different. The guy started concentrating his hands and said he could feel mine in that direction. Logan asked if they were Valhalla's students. The guy said that it was one person. Logan was shocked by this. Logan pointed to the side and told Luke to hold the magic shield with Dan. They stood in front of them and began to concentrate the shield and make it out with their own hands. The girl sat down on the ground and began to form a sorrow. Logan told her to prepare a magic circle. Then, he told Bella Poe to prepare the shield. She started to take out her shield, which lit up with a bright green light. She said she'd done it before. Logan stood and was surrounded by a protective shield. He spread his hands out to the sides and they began to glow with a bright light. The girl looked at him and said that it was only one person. Did they really need such protection? Logan looked ahead and said that if it really was like this, then they needed that kind of protection. Bella looked ahead and said that Melissa didn't know that because she hadn't fought him. Bella said that Kim was incredibly strong. Melissa looked in Logan's direction and said it was Silenus, too. He told her not to even think about comparing him to him. The guy who formed the shield with Mom's help said that the magic just disappeared. Logan asked if he'd left. The girl said that it might have been true, but he had returned after defeating the White Lotus Academy. They stood in the middle of the forest and prepared a full defense. At that moment, Kim was watching them from above. Logan sensed something was wrong, but then he looked up and realized that Kim was on top of him. At that moment, a sword hit him in the face. Kim hit him right in the face with his ki, and he fell to the ground. The girls turned around and asked what the hell it was. Kim looked at her and stabbed her in the stomach. He said it was too slow. Melissa started to gather the energy in her hands and called out to Kim. A bright red bolt missed him as he dodged, and Kim asked what it was. Then he hit Melissa, sending her flying backwards. He asked her if she really thought she could hit him with a bunch of magic. At that moment, two guys were swinging from behind to remove him, but at that moment, Kim slammed his sword into the body of one of the guys. The impact was so strong that it grazed two of them at once and they lost consciousness. Kim became and looked at the students he had defeated, who were lying on the ground unconscious. After that, we see a system message where it was written that the heroes were destroyed. Kim looked at this message with a smile and said that now he can go to the Eye of the Great Forest. Afterward, we are transported to Valhalla's observation room and see Shim turn around and ask how it all happened. People were standing with tablets and listening to him. Shim said that Kim completed the team fight in 23 minutes. To be precise, he spent only 20 minutes on the road and spent only 3 minutes on fights. Shim put her hand under her chin and said it would ruin their schedule, and that was a problem. Lee, holding the tablet in his hand, said that from what he calculated in the rules, if the trials ended before noon, then they could start the next trial right away. Shin listened to what Lee said. Lee also said that if he didn't mind, he would like to discuss it with other academies. Shin held out his hand and said that they would tell him how to end the discussion. Lee stood there thinking about Kim. Lee recalled Kim asking him about it. He wondered and asked Kim about it because he knew it was going to happen. Lee found this intimidating. Then we see Lee walking down the hall with Jack. Jack put his hand on Lee's shoulder and said that he still needed to talk to White Lotus. Jack said the heroes didn't mind starting the next challenge. Jack looked at him and said that he was finally convinced of this when he looked at the battle. Jack said he didn't think the outcome would have changed if they had postponed it. Lee listened to what he said, and Jack said that he now understood why he called Kim monsters. Lee closed his eyes and said with a smile that he understood. They went ahead and Lee offered to talk to White Lotus. Afterward, we see the students in Valhalla's recreation room relaxing and going about their business. Soyeon was wiping her sword and looked away in silence. She looked at Kim, who was sitting down and resting, and thought that he was a madman. Soyeon didn't expect him to finish the battle alone, she just stood there and looked ahead. She recalled that she was going to take the initiative since their teacher told her to be the team leader, but she couldn't do anything back then. She remembered Eren and realized that she had lost to her in individual matches. Soyeon had heard that she was being trained, so she wondered if it was because of that. Soyeon put her hand to her chest and said that at this rate, she would definitely keep falling behind everyone else and she couldn't just let that happen. She looked at Kim, who was resting, and wondered if giving up her pride would teach her how to fight better. Then the contestants were called out and Kim opened his eyes. Soyeon looked to the side and the announcement said that tomorrow's Eye of the Great Forest test will be held today at 13:00. They asked to prepare the students for the next test. Kim sat with Eren and smiled. He thought about it and realized that it had happened exactly as I had told Kim. Then he opened his eyes and told me to wait. He said that before they started the next test, he would tell them something in advance. He looked at the students and said that in the Eye of the Great Forest, he would act alone. He said that everyone should survive on their own. Soyeon stood there and listened to everything he said. Kim said that if they had any problems, they could call him. Soyeon started to think and realized that he was going to go it alone again. She served her hands in front of her and realized that they had already won the last two challenges and if they didn't get the lowest score, they would lose. She looked ahead and realized that even if this survival was in the maze, there shouldn't be many monsters. Kim looked to the side questioningly and looked at Soyeon, who was standing in front of him. Kim asked her if she had anything to say and called her Birdie. Sooyoung asked why Bird, and then asked him in frustration why he kept coming up with a nickname for her. Kim looked at her and said that she just proved his words. Eren sat back in silence and said that Birdie was a cute nickname. After that, we are transported to the Eye of the Great Forest, and we see how many students and guards were standing in front of the doors. This was the Labyrinth Gate. Shin presented them with a microphone and said that they were starting the final challenge, which was survival in the maze. The holographic screen was watched by students and other spectators, and Shin said that, as in the last test, the audience will watch through holographic screens. He looked ahead and said that before he started testing, he would tell them something about the maze. He said that there was a more specific task and evaluation criteria. The Eye of the Great Forest where the trial takes place was a maze-shaped forest, as its name suggests. Shin said that the maze inside was not like any other. There were unique environments where the rain never stopped and there was a lot of vegetation that completely filled the entire maze. In addition, the monster is quite low level, so there are few factors that pose a threat. Shin said that the rain and thick bushes were the real true threat to the student's survival. Shin held up a finger and said that the test was how well the student was able to survive and adapt to the living conditions. He said that when the students enter this maze, they will measure their condition and in 5 hours they will check it. Shin said that the closer a person is to their original condition, which was measured at the start, the higher their score will be when concluding the result. The students stood and listened intently to everything he said, and Kim yawned. Shin said that fights between teams were prohibited. After that, he looked ahead and said that the test had begun. After that, the maze doors opened and the teams went inside. After that, we are transported to an abandoned warehouse in Valhalla and see Al and Lisa. They look to the side, and someone told him that the students had entered the Eye of the Great Forest. A masked girl entered the warehouse. It was Il Shinya, the head of the Samsel Alliance. Her pseudonym was Alia. Alia said it was time for them to leave. She put her hands on her shoulders and said that some magic was blocking the entrance to the maze. She said that she was supported by 2 people. They looked ahead with a smile, and the fox said that then they would deal with them first. After that, a bright purple light rang out and they broke up into pieces. Lee was shocked by what he saw. They were looking at screens that had stopped working. They were shocked to find out that they were all malfunctioning. Shin looked ahead and asked what was going on. He said that the simultaneous failure of all the cameras seemed very suspicious. Shin looked at the guard and contacted the gate guard. Security guard, I called on the phone and said that no one answered. He turned to the other people and Lai said something that the students might have encountered trouble that might have happened there. He suggested that they go to the maze themselves. Shin approved, and then they all went into the maze. They came and stood before him. Lee was shocked by what he saw. He looked and saw how everything in front of the gate had collapsed and stones were lying on the bodies of people. They didn't understand what had happened here at all. After that, we see a maze. The students stood in the rain and looked ahead. Someone called out to Logan. The girl said that Bella wasn't feeling very well. She was trembling and very pale. Bella was soaking wet and said she was fine, it was just that the rain was too sudden and cold for her. Logan held a hand over his head and said that if she got hypothermia, she would be excluded from this test. He said that even if they couldn't win, he wanted them all to get high scores here. He stood in front of her and held out his hand. He suggested building a hut to hide from the rain. He told Melissa to gather the big leaves, and Dan and Luke would have to gather the branches. The students said that they understood everything and went. Logan rolled up his sleeves and said that he would level the ground and dig a hole for both huts. Logan then looked ahead and didn't expect to see a dark purple sphere in front of him. People from the warehouse came out and they didn't understand why it was raining here. They put their hands under their heads and the fox told them to forget about the rain because they had to finish their mission. The fox's gaze changed to that of a killer. He said something about killing Kim. He stood in front of Logan and held a knife in his hand. He realized that this wasn't their goal. He called out to Alia with displeasure and said that it was Neckham. She said it teleported them to a source of moderately strong magic because that was the only way she could find it. Al asked what it meant to be moderate. Logan looked ahead and asked who these people were. He heard that they wanted to kill Kim. He thought about it and realized that, in addition, he sensed black magic and maybe these people were the real villains who were standing in front of them just now, and the fox was smiling extremely maliciously while holding a knife in his hand. What Al said was that they can't leave any witnesses, so they need to be dealt with. She assigned the case to the fox. He said that everyone knew and went ahead. Logan said something about them being fools and started gathering energy in his hand. He accumulated a sphere of bright magic and asked what the hell they were doing here. After that, he went to him waving his hand. The fox stood in front of him holding a knife and stabbed him. It immediately appeared behind him and pierced right through him. The fox asked if he had really just called him a fool. The fox ran him through. Logan looked back in shock and asked how the man had gotten behind him. Lessa looked at him and said with a smile that he didn't even understand the hike. He told him to look ahead of him. Logan looked ahead as a fox was standing in front of him, and behind him was an exact replica of him that had impaled him. Logan looked ahead and was shocked when he saw 2 identical people standing in front of him. The fox said something right there, then swung to stab him again. Lessa once again stabbed him in the body, and he said it was called a doppelganger. Logan started coughing and then fell on his face to the ground. Al looked ahead and asked if he had killed him. Logan said what he wanted, he let it slowly expire. Afterward, they were surprised when someone started shouting. They stared ahead, and the girl called Logan's name with her shield. Al looked at the fox and told him to get rid of any unnecessary witnesses. Lessa looked ahead and said with a smile that he knew about all this and would take care of her. Al went and the fox asked her if he could do whatever he wanted. Al told me to do what I wanted as long as I finished it quickly. The fox said it was just fine. Then with a maniacal smile, he rushed forward with the knife to the girl. The girl was shocked when she saw this. After that, we are transported and apparently he was running through the forest. He was lost in thought and didn't know where he was. System message sent him this message. Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla, home of Maid Guy Rona, warning, to complete the task clearly, he needed a sword whose name was obscene. Kim was thinking about Maid Guy Rona's house. He looked ahead and wondered if there was a house in this place at all. He said that there were only bushes with trees that got in your eyes. He was running by and noticed a girl. He stopped, and the girl quietly said no, then shouted loudly when she saw that all her comrades were killed and they were lying on the ground bleeding. Al held her hand to her head and told her to find one more witness. Fox said it was starting to annoy him. He asked where they all came from. Afterward, he was surprised when he realized that this witness was Kim, who approached the girl. They watched with a smile and realized that the goal itself had come to them. Fox said that he thought that he came running to the screams that the students were making. The fox said that's why he doesn't kill his victims right away. Kim looked at them and realized that they thought he was the target. He looked down and saw many students who were covered in cuts and blood. He looked ahead and told the blonde to help the wounded while he dealt with the enemies. He looked at the students who were lying on the ground and said that they were still alive. He looked ahead and said that at first glance it looked like they were deliberately stabbed so that they wouldn't die instantly, but he didn't understand why they were left to bleed to death. He looked at them ahead and realized that they were just wild dogs that bullied people. He looked ahead and said that they didn't spoil his mood. He said that since they were infiltrated here, he should get rid of them immediately. The fox stood in front of him and asked him what he meant by that. He looked at him with a smile and said that a brat like him didn't fully understand what situation he was in. The fox said that he was stuck in this maze with them, and they broke in here through the only entrance to the maze, and they turned off the surveillance drones so no one would see or be able to help him. The fox looked at him with a smile and said that even if the teachers noticed, they wouldn't be able to get here quickly, and the entrance was completely destroyed here. It was completely littered with rocks that grazed the guards. I said it would take them at least an hour to sort it out and get in. Kim looked ahead and said 1 hour, then repeated another 1 hour. He looked up and said that in this fucking forest under the incessant rain, the fox wanted to say that he had an hour to find this place. Lessa looked at him and held up the knife. He said he didn't know what he was talking about. The fox said that he was talking nonsense and then began to swing at Kim, who kept his hands in his pockets and told him to die. He threw a punch and thought he had stuck it in Kim, but there was no one in Kim's place, and the blow landed on the ground. Lessa looked at him in surprise and didn't understand where Kim had gone. They looked up the slope together and saw Kim. He said it was a stupid situation, so he pointed his sword at one of the villains and said he would kill them. He landed a punch directly on the face of one of the villains and threw it as far away as possible. Al and Alia were watching. The fox fell to the floor. Al and Alia looked in his direction. Kim jumped up and was about to swing. He swung and stabbed the girls. They lost consciousness and fell together to the fox. Kim looked ahead and called out to the girl. He called her blonde and told her to use all her magic to patch up the wounded people who were lying and bleeding on the ground. He said that if she couldn't cope, then she should run to the west because there are Valhalla students there. The girl was surprised after she sat down and began to concentrate magic in her hands and treat the wounded. She said that she would try to do everything in her power. The fox started to get up and groaning in pain. He brought his hand to his head. He looked to the side and didn't understand why the girls were also lying on the ground. How did the fox stand in front of the surprised one and say that it was great? He said that his companions were quite weak. Lessa immediately sat up and took Multiply out of his hands. Kim looked at him and said that before he killed him, he asked to be allowed to ask. I reminded him that he had called him a target. He asked who the customers were. Lessa looked at him with a serious face and asked if Kim really thought he would tell him about this. Afterward, he reminded him that he wasn't exactly a rookie, so he held his head and said that it was strange, because usually people immediately say who sent them. Lessa looked at him with displeasure and realized that the situation was lousy. He realized that he was confused for a second, but he would suddenly attack him with his doppelganger. At this moment, a doppelganger that was emitting a dark blue aura appeared in front of Kim. He swings the knife to stab him. He threw a punch, but Kim easily moved out of the way, and the doppelganger clearly didn't expect him to be able to dodge. Lessa looked at him in shock and didn't understand how he was able to do this, and he was attacking him with his double and whose presence was impossible to detect. Kim looked at him while holding his weapon and said that he was acting like a rat that only attacks from the back. He swung his sword and asked if he wanted to attack suddenly. The fox looked at him while holding the knife in his hand, after which a blow immediately flew into his face. He immediately held his nose and looked at Kim, who had hit him with his hand. He holds up his nose and Kim calls him bald. Kim stood in front of him and said that he would ask him one last time. He asked again who his clients were. The fox called him a brat, then asked him really, and he still thought that he would tell who his client was. Kim realized that he didn't have any useful information from him, so he swung it with a maniacal smile and said that if he did, he would beat him to death. After that, a strong blow was heard, from which he flew to the side and caused colossal destruction. After Lai and the other people had a happy journey, they immediately hurried inside the maze. When they reached their goal, they saw how students were helping other students. They stood and watched it all. Jack ran over to the battered Logan and asked if he was all right. Logan immediately called out to the teachers and said that it was a little difficult for him to move around, but that wasn't the biggest problem. Lee looked and listened to everything they said. Jack said something that was a real relief. Lee looked at them again and asked what had happened here. Logan said that he was attacked by unknown people who suddenly appeared here. He said that there was one man and 2 women among them. Lee looked at him carefully and said that there were 3 of them. He asked Logan if they could be from the Samsel Alliance, then he asked where the attackers were now. Logan pointed to the side, and Lee and the teachers looked over. Logan said they were there and there were several bodies lying in the rubble where he pointed. Al and the fox were both unconscious. Lee watched in shock as Logan said something about Kim beating everyone else. Lee started to think in shock and realized that Kim was incredibly strong. He looked at them and saw that all around them, the landscape of the forest was completely destroyed. Logan looked up and said what he saw as he fought these people until he passed out. While Logan was telling all this, he was being treated and supported. Logan said that Kim was really incredible. He recalled how he struck the enemy and said that he easily completely destroyed the enemies, and they could not even touch him with a finger. Logan looked at them and said that when he was fighting them, I didn't see half of his strength. Next to him, the girl who treated him was just silent. Logan closed his eyes and said with a smile that he thought he would be the strongest among all the participants. But everything turned out to be completely different, and apparently his arrogance got the better of him and everything went wrong. Jack looked at him seriously and told him not to worry because Kim was just an anomaly. Lee looked at Logan and reminded him that he said there were 3 attackers. He asked where the other one was. The girl said that Kim dealt with her. At the same time, the girl's body fell right in front of them. The teachers turned to the side and saw her body. They knew she was here. Kim dropped her and said that he was trying to find out who was behind all this and what their purpose in attacking the maze was. Lee looked at him and realized he was fine, and Kim looked at him and said he was fine. Lee closed his eyes and said with a smile that it was good. He suggested that they discuss it in more detail when they returned to the academy. Kim looked at him and agreed with him. He said that teachers would help the injured students and bring them to the hospital, and Valhalla students should find White Lotus and tell them about the situation. Aaron, along with other students, deprived others of her listening information. We can see the sky of the maze where it was raining, and the teacher said that the competition was over. After that, we are transferred to the visible dorm of the basement. It was already night outside and I came out of the bathroom wiping my hair. He lay down on the bed with his arms thrown back and said that today was quite a difficult day and he was very tired. He closed his eyes and Barch told him that Kim had used a lot of mana to deal with them. Kim said that he completely agreed with this because he really used a lot. He opened his eyes with a smile and said that everything went well. After that, a system message appeared in front of him where it was said that the Eye of the Great Forest of Valhalla, home of Maid Guy Rona, attention, you need a sword to complete the task clearly. Climb 1 from Maid Guy's house, task completed. Kim reached into his pocket and pulled out a blue sphere. He said it was hard enough, but he was able to do it. He recalled how he defeated the girl who was lying on the ground. Alia was lying on the ground, shaking with fear. She said her head hurt a lot. Then Kim came up to her and told him to get up. She stood up and saw Kim, who was wearing a suit. King sat down next to her and asked her what her abilities were. The girl did not understand what kind of open it was. Kim asked where they were bullying from, and she was probably from the Samsel squad. The girl lay on the ground and listened to everything he said. Kim said that there were 2 fighters present and the person who supported them asked Kim correctly. Alia listened in surprise. Kim looked at her and guessed that she must have been the support. The girl looked at him and Kim asked again what her abilities were, then told her to answer. The girl stood up, holding his hand, and told him to forget about it because she wasn't going to tell him anything. Spaces began to form around her, but Kim stepped up and held out his hand. He looked at her, and Alia was shocked that he had managed to stop her. She thought about it and didn't understand how it had happened. Kim looked at her and said that he understood everything. Her ability was to create space and move in it. Kim asked if he was right about her ability. Alia stood looking at him. Kim put his hand on her shoulder and said it was just fine. He said she had to help him. He started smiling maniacally and said that if she helped, nothing would happen to her, Kim said. He lay on the bed and recalled the whole situation. He thought about how it was thanks to her abilities that he was able to obtain this sphere that held itself in check. Borscht folded his hands and said that he had not kept his promise. He reminded that he promised the girl that if she helps him in one case, he will not tell anyone about her and will not turn her in. Barch asked why he still decided to knock her out. He looked away and said it was because she never answered his question when he asked about who hired them. Kim said that if she had answered that question, nothing would have happened and he would have let her go. Barch looked ahead and said he was surprised by this. To them lay on the bed and said that now that they find out that one of the Samsala Alliance was their client. Kim thought about it and said that Rockdeal was a fool. He closed his eyes and said that he had to get as much information as possible to act much faster, but if there was a Rockdeal family starting to hinder him, then should he destroy them all to act as he wanted. He looked at the sphere again and said that whatever it was, he was able to get it, and it would be much easier from there. After that, a system message appeared that said take the sphere from Maid Guy Rona's house in Valhalla. Task completed, and then the text was censored. After that, a new system message appeared, which read meet in a dream with lost memories, and then there was also a censored text. Kim looked at the light and didn't understand what the hell it said. He was surprised that he just really needed to get some sleep. Borscht said it really felt like this. Barch looked at the message and said that if he managed to find his memories, then maybe his memories were also returned because he also received such a notification. Kim asked seriously, then went to the light switch and said he should have tried it. He put the sphere down next to him and lay down on the bed. He reflected on his lost memories, then said that he didn't think he'd ever lost any of his memories. Then he closed his eyes and realized that it didn't matter because maybe he could actually do something about it. After that, we see the tower that he met in a previous life. He remembers the moment when he was wounded enough to lie in the tower when it began to collapse. He said it was just a terrible situation, and then he sat and watched the rocks fall, after one of them fell directly on his head. He remembers this moment, and at the moment when the stone was supposed to fall, time stops abruptly on his head and the stone began to rise back. Kim looked up and saw an unknown dark body standing in front of him, looking directly at him. She was completely faceless. It said well that he would take care of his time and the names he protected in this world. The unknown shape began to shine with bright hues, and after saying so, it disappeared and time began to pass again. Tim abruptly opens his eyes and wakes up. He gets out of bed and doesn't know what the hell happened. Kim didn't understand and wondered what kind of dream it was. Kim clutched his head and wondered if this was really happening to him. He didn't know if it was really the memories he had lost. Borsky watched it all and Kim asked if she remembered something. Barch said he was a tiger. Kim looked and asked what he was saying. Barch scratched his chin, lost in thought, and said that he thought he was a tiger. Hayek was a little shy and sat looking at him askance, asking him what he had become once again. Hayek then imagined in his mind that it was a very cute stuffed tiger cub, and Barch started shouting that he wasn't so cute. Crossing his arms and flying in the void, Barch replied that he didn't remember any details when Hayek asked if he remembered what it looked like. Hayek wondered what it meant that Barch hadn't seen the man. He imagined this terrifying man in a black uniform with bright white eyes, and Hayek decided that he had to deal with it all on his own. He sat cross-legged on the bed, telling Barch that maybe then he would remember his name, or at least hear his name spoken. Barch said no. Hayek closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking that it looked like the only thing he learned was useless memories. But he doesn't even remember his name. Then, suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Hayek, which scared him a little. Initially, there were empty squares, but then they formed the inscription, Study of the Great Palace of Akhala Alafaridi, Johnny's Secret Room. But after that, there was another sentence that made Hayek jump. She asked him to face the truth. Hayek sat with his arms crossed as he read this, thinking about what the Great Court of Ahala was like, that he should face the truth. Suddenly, he began to look closely at the inscription and guess something. He decided that after today's training session, he should ask Lilia about the Great Palace of Akhala. In Valhalla, the weather was cloudy outside, but the sun was shining brightly. We're moving to the gym in Valhalla, where two guys train while sipping barbells. Seniuk was lifting the bar with a very calm look, but he was sweating from fatigue. Suddenly, someone exclaimed behind him, which made him look to see what was going on. It was Soyeon, who was standing there in her sports uniform with a bottle in her hand. She asked why Seniuk was there at all, and he still calmly sipped the barbell and said that it was he who should ask why she was here. Soyeon was a little flustered and didn't know how to say her reason. But then she began to rub her cheek and blush, saying that it seems to her that her reason is similar to Seniuk's. She added that she has a strong sense of pride, but she is a little jealous of Kim Joo Hayek. Seniuk would lift the bar and say that wasn't why he was here. He has been involved in weightlifting for a long time. His being here has nothing to do with Kim Joo Hayek. Soyeon was very embarrassed by these words. But then Seniuk closed his eyes and said that the reason she was jealous of Kim Joo Hayek was because she lost the fight to Choi Aaron. Soyeon looks at him so surprised that she can feel the sweat running down her cheek. Then she looked down as if upset. I agreed with his words. We're going back to Soyeon and Choi's fight. Soyeon holds the katana in one hand while Choi holsters it. Soyeon started hitting first, so she swung her katana, her eyes shining. So Soyeon attacked Choi with such fast attacks that several pink footprints flew into Choi. But Choi was able to block those attacks, so Soyeon started charging her katana with mana again. She threw a single horizontal punch that sent a pink wave of mana flying towards Choi. Choi swung her sword as if she was going to cut through this flow of mana, and hit that already appeared a huge blue trail. Two huge impact marks appeared behind Choi's back. She was able to cut through Soyeon's punch. Soyeon looked very displeased, so she took the katana in both hands and said that since she could cut its magic with her sword, then she would use it. Soyeon swung her katana so that 3 streams of mana appeared in an upright position. They were all flying towards Choi. Choi decided to use her skill as she drew her katana from its holster, charging it with magic. And after that, she immediately hit Soyeon's mana streams. Soyeon stood there in shock, her eyes wide as she thought about how she was even able to stop 3 of her punches with just one cut. At that moment, Choi instantly closed the distance with Soyeon and was already right in front of her face. Choi hit her with a katana that grazed her vitals. Soyeon fell backwards while Choi was standing with her katana held up. Shim shouted that Choi Aaron had won this fight. We return to the hall, where Soyeon is standing in front of a swaying Seniak and says that Choi has become much stronger since then, as she saw her at the entrance ceremony. She believes that it was all thanks to Kim Joo-hyuk's help. Soyeon watched Choi practice out of the corner of her eye and said that she only constantly trained her magic power and swordsmanship while Choi was doing strength training. Choi and the family never taught such a thing. Soyeon believes that this is why she was able to develop so quickly. Seniak pulled the barbell with his eyes closed and just kept silent, listening to this story. Then, after lowering the barbell, he said that it would be better for her to approach Kim Joo-hyuk than him. And she was very embarrassed. And then she looked down at the floor, all covered in red from embarrassment, and thought that it was true. She couldn't wait any longer. She needed to achieve real results and improve her abilities. Even that confuses her. She has to get an answer from Hyuk. Soyeon walked up to him while he was wiping the sweat off his face and addressed him. Hyuk looked at her and asked her what she wanted, addressing her as a bird. Soyeon looked very displeased at such words, and in her mind, she was very angry that he had called her a bird again. But she turned a blind eye to it and decided to ask that he trains Choi Aaron, and she would like to ask. Then she gathered her strength and put her hand on her chest, and her face turned red, and she shouted out if he could teach her too. But before she could finish her sentence completely, she was interrupted by Sang-cheol, who came up to Hyuk and asked if he was busy right now. Soyeon was surprised and looked at Sang-cheol in silence, and Hyuk said that he still hadn't finished his training. What happened to him? Sang-cheol looked at him and said that when he finished training, he should find him, because there is someone who wants to see him. This person said that this was the only chance he would be able to see it in a long time. Hyuk became interested in the man, so he listened to Sang-cheol. And then I got up from the exercise machine and followed Sang-cheol together while Soyeon stood there and didn't understand what was going on. Then she lowered her head and thought only that she was interrupted again and couldn't say anything. She was very ashamed, so much so that she was ready to die. Suddenly, Hyuk called out to her, calling her birdie again. Her eyes immediately lit up and she turned to face him. As Hyuk walked with his back to her, he told her that if she wanted to train with them, she should ask Choi Aaron about the daily routine and follow it. And if she does well, then maybe he will start teaching her. Choi came up to her, looking tired from training, and Soyeon stood with her mouth open and watched him leave. Choi said she would explain everything to her. I also called her birdie. Soyeon yelled out in frustration that she shouldn't call her that. Outside, the sun was setting. Sang-cheol and Hyuk were walking down the hallway. And then Hyuk decides to ask who wants to see him anyway. The same person said that he really wants to meet him right now. Sang-cheol walked on and said that he must have already guessed who it might be. This person is waiting for him in the small hall. Hyuk immediately started to wonder who it could be, but by then they had already arrived. Sang-cheol opened the door, and Hyuk started looking to see who it was. There stood the half-dead Rockdal and his maid. Hyuk said that he was the one who wanted to see him so badly. Rockdal's mouth was dry and he could barely speak because of dehydration. Her cheeks were sunken. In general, he looked terrible. Rockdal fell to his knees, crying for help. Behind him, his maidservant stood with her fingers crossed. Rockdal looked terrible and begged for help. He started shouting a plea. Hyuk pointed at him and then turned to Sang-cheol, asking what the hell was wrong with him. Sang-cheol said why Hyuk was pretending not to know. He knows what he's done. Rockdal looked terrified and trembled with fear. Sang-cheol stood with his arms crossed and said that it wasn't even an isolated incident. He had tried to kill him twice. Sang-cheol asked rhetorically how the media found out about this, and he answered it himself, saying that wherever you poke, they are now talking about Valhalla and about attempts on students. Hyuk stared blankly and realized that this was to be expected. Hyuk then turned to Sang-cheol while Rockdal was sitting on his lap and said that unless the head of Ventric could come to him again, make a fool of himself and disappear. Why he needed help. Sang-cheol closed his eyes and everything was a cold shade. He said an official statement from the Ventric family was recently released. Rockdal had already put his hands on the floor and was looking down while everything was getting heated. And Sang-cheol ended up saying that with their name, they renounce Rockdal. Crossing his arms, he added that it wasn't just Rockdal himself who was banished, but his entire family tree, including his father. Hyuk and Sang-cheol looked at Rockdal and Sang-cheol said that's why, unlike last time, he personally stands in front of him and asks for forgiveness. Hyuk looked down and said that then, since he was an outcast now, all he could do was pass the time. What he should save him from. Rockdal looked at the floor and said that it wasn't over yet. He was sweating with fear. Then he started shouting that something else could be done. Rockdal raised his head and looked at Hyuk, saying that the gravity of the situation was due to Hyuk's testimony. He began to scream horribly and beg that he was only asking for one thing, so that all this would disappear. Hayek scratched his ear and told him he just didn't want to. Rockdal got up from his knees and walked over to him, saying that he hadn't apologized to him yet. So he started holding his hands like he was praying and started crying like a child, saying that he was so sorry and that he would never interfere in his life again. Hayek looked at this pathetic picture and said that he didn't need his apologies. Rockdal asked that he did not want to forgive him. Maybe he needed money. For some reason, Sankal started to get angry. Hayek replied that he didn't need that either. Suddenly, Rockdal turns around and grabs her by the hand and drags her to him. Pointing at her with his hand, he asked if he needed her, so he can take her. She looked very scared and upset. Rockdal added that she was from England, the direct heir to the palace family. He started praising her, saying that he didn't even know how much his status would rise when he took her for himself. Hayek looked at him with disdain, asking that he was offering him a girl, and that people were just things to him. Rockdal says with a nasty grin that she really belongs to him at the moment. He pushed her closer to them and told her to look at her neck. There was a spell around his neck. He said that it was a shining spell, which proves that it belongs only to him. Hayek and Sankchial watched it all while Rockdal held her by the scruff of the neck and sold her like a commodity. He asked how he liked the offer. He can transfer ownership if he only says so. Sankal looked very angry and looked at him, and he knew that this was a ban, a seal imposed by magic. Red words were wrapped around her neck. Sankal knew that it was a seal that did not allow the bearer to disobey any orders. This is a seal that is almost impossible to remove. Sankal was already seething with anger. Rockdal was smiling nastily again, and his maid was terrified. And Sankal didn't understand how he dared to use it on a human. Hayek said frighteningly that in ancient times such scoundrels were innumerable. They branded people, bought and sold. So Hayek walked over to her and took hold of something near her neck. Then he clenched his fist tightly, concentrating his mana in it. And then he began to drag the words out of her. Then he gave a sharp jerk, like starting a chainsaw. Yuria was a little confused, and she looked like she was about to pass out. But that spell around her neck was beginning to fade. It gradually crumbled. Then she held her neck with her mouth open, and Rockdal was very surprised by this. She was glad that the seal was finally gone. Hayek turned to Sankchial, asking if he could delicately break a couple of his ribs. Rockdal was very frightened by these words and couldn't believe it. His eyes were so wide that words couldn't describe them. Sankal closed his eyes and said that as an instructor, he should stop any acts of violence between Valhalla's students. But then he opened his eyes and looked directly at Rockdal, saying that if this student was a potential criminal, however, it would make a huge difference. Also, he is no longer a member of the Ventric family, so this time, he'll turn a blind eye. Rockdal stood in confusion, sweat and tears streaming down his face. Hayek took him by the shoulder, asking if he had heard. Rockdal looked at him in dismay. Hayek started swinging his fist and telling him to be patient for a while Rockdal asked him to wait and stop. But Hayek didn't stop and hit him in the face with all his strength, sending him flying quite a long distance away. Rockdal lost a few teeth and fell headfirst to the floor as Yuria watched him, and Sankal turned away. After a while, Hayek had already left, and it was sunset outside. Hayek walked with his eyes closed, and Barch spoke to him, saying that Rockdal had never been so close to death, and he had never felt such anger from Hayek. Hayek replied that if it had happened 300 years ago, he would have crushed his head. Hayek was so angry that a vein swelled up on his face because there was one of his students who was treated like cattle because of this seal. This girl reminded him of him. That's why he was so angry. While walking further down the road, Hayek said that this also happened to him. Barch rubbed his chin and flew in the void, asking that he was also a prisoner. Suddenly, someone called out to Hayek. It was Yuria, who had been running after him for a very long time. She was tired from running, so she stood there and tried to catch her breath. She was all red and said that at that moment she was confused from surprise and could not even open her mouth. Then she bowed to him, thanking him. Hayek looked at her and then started scratching his head and said thank you accepted. Let her forget about it from now on and live freely. Yuria looked at him like she was going to cry. And then the tears really came and she was shaking all over. She started crying and wiping away her tears as Hayek walked on. The next day after class, we are transported to a cafe on the Valhalla campus where Lilia is eating something with her eyes closed and says China. Hayek didn't understand what she meant and asked again. Lilia added that the Grand Palace of Valhalla is located in China. Lilia straightened her hair and ate pudding, repeating that the Grand Palace of Valhalla was in China. Bringing another piece of pudding to her mouth, she said that simply put, this is a maze that belongs to the White Lotus Association. Hayek took her words into consideration, so he looked very interested. And then he asked that this is the same school that participated in the competition. Lilia replied that everything is so. He picked up his cold drink and thought that now he would have to deal with them. After all, in modern times, it is illegal to enter the mazes without permission. Then, as he started to drink his drink, he wondered why he should ask permission at all, but then he thought better of it, because in the past, people also puzzled over why animals could get there without restrictions. Hayek started looking with an indifferent look, but such bright eyes. He thinks he could just destroy the maze. However, he doesn't want to have anything to do with White Lotus. At the same time, he decided to ask Lilia if there were any ways to get there. She propped her head on her hand, asking directly there. And I assumed that most likely you need to be their student for this. She began to tell him not to hurry and not to forget that soon something will be able. But before she could finish, she started covering her mouth with her hands. Hayek asked if she was okay. She took her hand away from her mouth and said that her tongue should be torn out. Then she pointed a finger at him, asking him what in the world, wasn't it selfish to sit around with your ears hanging out and not even share something in return? Hayek asked her what she was talking about. Lilia held up 3 fingers and then beamed and asked him to tell him 3 things, then she would share something else with him. Hayek started walking away from her, saying that he would see her again later. Lilia started waving her arms at him to stay and not leave. After all, when Hayek almost left, she agreed to tell him about it for free. He turned to her and sat back down at the table, saying that he was listening. Lilia began to whisper that it was impossible to talk about it, but in the second semester, there would be a world competition being held in that palace. Hayek wondered if this was true, and if the teachers even knew about it. Lilia said they didn't know. Hayek asked how she knew them. Lilia proudly crossed her arms and raised her head, saying that she had one source. Lilia continued to eat her pudding, and Hayek asked that it would be like an inter-school competition. She responded positively. Pointing her finger at the sky, her words gave me an idea of the scale of the entire planet. She said that if Korean interscholastic competitions are held between Korea, China, and the United States, then every school takes part in the world competitions. Hayek lowered his head, realizing that it was only the scale that was different. It really annoyed him. He was lost in thought, not understanding why he had to wait forever. After all, the second semester is too long. Lilia just popped the spoon in her mouth, and Hayek asked if there was any way he could get there early. She replied that she didn't know, but rather that she should check with the Maze Owning Association to find a way. Rubbing her chin and looking at Hayek thoughtfully, she added that it should be a legal way. She doesn't even know where he can go with such a request. Holding up a finger, she asked if he wanted to help her with something. Hayek glared at her, but agreed to listen. Lilia, with a smile on her face, asked me to go with her to the World Monster Research Society. She added that this is only for today, she will not get any more. And now we are transported to the north of London, Tottenham. Ahead of them was a huge domed building that was called the World Monster Research Society. The weather outside was bright and good. Hayek was very displeased and shouted that this was what they had come all this way for. Lilia just laughed and said that they were only here for one day, so they should just relax. Lilia added that they were only here for the weekend, of course, but decided to say just in case that she had received permission to extend the tour until Monday. Hayek winked and said that she seemed to be abusing her authority as a teacher. Lilia looked at him very sweetly, and he asked her what their plans were. After a while, we see that he is already standing with a sword, and in front of him is a huge boar. It is monitored by several people and the results are recorded. Hayek was looking at the boar, and the boar charged at him. And he immediately remembered that Lilia had told him that this case wasn't that special. He just needed to help her complete some paperwork. In exchange for information, he needed to kill a couple of monsters. Hayek was already preparing his sword to attack, and I stuck it right in the middle of the boar's head. The boar began to squeal and then just disappeared because this is a normal computer simulation. Hayek was not happy because the computer said that the validation of the boar was satisfied and told Hayek to prepare. He asked how many more there would be. An hour later, he came into the room and collapsed on the couch, saying what a job it was, and then asked her why he always made her work overtime. Lilia sipped her tea and looked sideways while Hayek chided her for telling him that he would only kill 3 monsters, but in the end, he had to kill more than 10. Lilia replied that she really didn't know. Hayek calmed down and said, looking directly at her, that it was a bit unpleasant there anyway. After all, as soon as they entered, absolutely everyone began to stare at her. They screamed and acted like pigs. He gestured with his hand, and his thoughts immediately recalled these evil people. Hayek asked if she was familiar with them. Lilia was upset, so she just drank her tea and sat in silence. But then I decided to tell them, looking into my mug with sad eyes. She said that she is somewhat familiar with them. But the fact is that they still remain true to the old manual on hunting monsters, based on which they existed for many years. And then, out of the blue, she appeared with her work, which shattered their previous worldview with a thud. Hayek sat down with his hands on his knees and asked if the validation method wasn't outdated and why a hunter should have a sword in any case. Lilia replied that they all think this is the surest way. This is a tradition of the association. Hayek looked up and asked that if they were so sure, why were they giving her sideways glances? Lilia replied eerily that they were just afraid of changes. Their Overton window will never move up again, and that's unfortunate. She talked and imagined the building they were sitting in. She said that monster hunting strategy theory is the best way to assert one's power. The current status quo is due only to nepotism and dead weight in the upper echelons of society. Hayek replied that they were disgusting people, so why publish their reports to them at all? Lilia, finishing her tea, said that a report without public recognition is nothing. It doesn't matter how close they are to the association. All they care about is the perfect monster hunting strategy. They looked at each other, and Lilia added that they would do anything to find her. Hayek replied that he had helped her enough, and now it was her turn. Lilia said with a smile that coming here was the right decision. She's here. Lilia was talking about Chairman White Lotus. Hayek introduced her as a tall girl, but he presented her in a creepy image for some reason. Lilia took the mug in both hands and began to say that she had heard that the chairman was quite a frequent guest in the association, and Hayek probably did not leave her without attention. Hayek started to get up from the couch and said that apparently he wasn't being ignored by anyone, so he decided to go before it was too late. Suddenly they both hear a knock on the door. A voice comes from the other side of the door asking about Kim Ju Hayek. Can they talk? Hayek wondered if it was a woman's voice, but it was probably her, so he said she could come in. A lady with painted lips came in and apologized for the intrusion. She was wearing a skirt, and Hayek was standing in front of her. It was the chairwoman with the fan in her hand. She said she was glad to meet you and introduced herself. Her name is Seo Loom. Hayek, looking at her, also introduced himself and asked if there was anything he could do to help her. Seo bowed to him and closed her eyes, saying that to be honest, she was there to ask him something. Couldn't he take care of a human? Lilia looks at her with the strongest incomprehension. She is standing and holding a fan in her hand, repeating her request. Lilia stood up from behind the couch and looked at Hayek, saying that the conversation seemed to have suddenly become serious so they could continue without her. Lilia walked out the door, and so watched with closed eyes and a smile. As soon as the door closed, Hayek asked her what she was talking about, and he asked me to explain. So, holding her fan to her face, imagined her clan building in her head. She said that he is the chairman of the White Lotus Association, but she is also a member of the Sol family. They were the first to stand up after the era of destruction. She looked at Hayek and went on to say that they were the ones who founded White Lotus and trained countless talented contractors. However, there was one genius in their family. She said this in a spellbound voice, putting her fan back to her face. Then she corrected herself, saying that they were more likely to cause a natural disaster. At the age of 13, she had already surpassed many experienced contractors. The girl was standing on a mountain of people, her hand clenched in a fist, and there was a red aura around her. She's done away with the members of her family's Solon Guild. Hayek heard this story and imagined how she took the head of the family by the collar because Seo said that even he was no match for her. Seo looked away and said that this girl decided that from now on, she had nothing to learn in the outside world and locked herself in the Sol family's training hall. Hayek raised his hand, gesturing, and asked what it meant to take care of her. So confirmed his words. Hayek started scratching his chin and saying that it had nothing to do with him, but he would still decide to ask. If they want to bring someone to their knees, then why did they choose them? Seo put her fan back in her hands and listened. Hayek then pointed a finger at her, saying that from her aura, Seo seemed to have enough strength. Seo smiled and held up her fan, saying that he was astute because even aura concealment magic didn't help. Seo looked up at him and decided to answer the question. Hayek was also looking at her and listening to what she was saying, and she said that the first reason is that her fighting style is based solely on physical strength. And the second, he is also 17 years old like her. Hayek was a little surprised by this. Seo recalled all of Hayek's fights and said that she had been watching him for a while, so she was completely confident in her choice. After all, if she is defeated by a peer, it will destroy all her notorious pride. They were standing in front of each other and with me asking for a favor. After all, if he hadn't come here in person, she would have written a letter. Hayek put his hands on the back of his neck and said that he understood, but then asked that he wasn't working for you after all. Seo replied that of course, the White Lotus chairman wouldn't ask for a favor without a reasonable reward. She started to ask him how much money he needed, but Hayek stopped her with a wave of his hand, and he said that he didn't need the money, but there was one place he really wanted to go and she would really help him with it. Seo tapped her hand with her fan and asked what kind of place it was. But now, they are already in China, right in front of the White Lotus building. The weather is still sunny and good. She stands next to him and says it's the White Lotus Association. Hayek replied that he didn't expect to be here today by taking a private jet. So turned to him with a smile and asked him that he was free until Monday because she appreciated other people's time. Hayek replied that it was very nice. Then she told me about the payment. She looked directly at him and asked that he only needed to enter the palace, didn't he? Hayek replied that he did, so went to the door wanting to open it and said that she understood because they managed this maze, so there should be no difficulties, and then invited him to enter. The two of them passed through the courtyard where people looked at them and covered their mouths in surprise. After entering the door, she tapped her hand with her fan and Hayek started to look around. Then he looked at her and said that he was still very curious and so asked what he wanted to know. As she walked in front of him, he asked that she must have nothing to do with the fate of that girl, and yet she still wanted Hayek to deal with her. Seo looked down and said that it was okay to say that, but then explained that many people had sparred with her just to see their potential, both students and teachers. Hayek looked at her and said nothing, but that's exactly why Seo wants to bring down this child's arrogance once and for all. She said this with hope in her eyes, because then the Sol family, yes, or even personally, she will lead the White Lotus to new heights. Hayek scratched his head and said that he was clear, but he knew that the White Lotus was in good hands. She was standing right in front of the blue ring that was most likely a portal, and she said that this place is right here. Looking at that blue ring, she said that the magic seal would transport her to the Sol family's secret training room. She asked him to deal with it once and for all. Hayek stood in the middle of the portal and asked if it was standing properly. Seo replied that it was correct. Beginning to move a little, he asked her name. Seo closed her eyes and replied that the child's name was Yeonlan. It was a blonde girl with bandages on her hands and a strong abs. She also had bright blue eyes. When she saw him, she asked him and discussed who he was. Had the Sol family sent him to get her out of here? Hayek had just started to emerge from the void, and she was sitting on the floor, yelling at him to break off. Hayek closed his eyes and smiled, saying that her temper wasn't sweet. He started to walk toward her, but then made a momentary leap. He swung his fist at her, saying that she was an arrogant girl. Hayek threw a punch at her with a strong smile, but she just caught his punch with her hand. Hayek was even surprised by this. She gathered mana in her fist and hit him right in the stomach, causing particles to appear behind him. She was looking at him with angry eyes. She asked him why he really underestimated her so much. Hayek stood with his head bowed and said nothing. She asked him if that was how he decided to start their fight. Then, he raised his head with a smile and asked, "Shall I meet you?" She wasn't exactly surprised, she was just shocked by the audacity. Then he grabbed her by the arm, which she used to hit him, and with the other he started to stab her right in the face. She was surprised by this, but still managed to dodge, but it was clear from her that it was not easy for her. And with his other hand, he hit her right on the arm. Yeonlan was hurt so much that she even made a sound. Hayek chuckled at her as she bounced away from him. Yeonlan, holding his hand, asked what else it was, and who he was anyway. Hayek beckoned her with his finger, saying that he was a 17-year-old high school student who underestimated her. Yeonlan threw her leg up, wanting to strike. She looked very angry. She threw a punch that Hayek dodged, so it just hit the ground. But she started a series of quick attacks, so she immediately pounced on him with magic in her fist, which Hayek also calmly dodged, even with his eyes closed. This made her very angry. After all, she knew that she hadn't even touched him. Then she looked at him, and her eyes started to light up, so she jumped back, saying that she should retreat and counterattack. Hayek noticed this, so he abruptly closed the distance and asked where she was going. Yeonlan was completely shocked. Hayek started throwing a punch at her that she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. As it happened, it hit her right in the stomach. He was smiling, but he was thinking that in just a split second, she realized that she couldn't dodge his fist and shifted her center of gravity to reduce the force of the blow. She flew away, holding her stomach with one hand. It showed that she was in pain. Hayek looked at her with a hopeful smile, because he felt it when he let himself get hit. Even his disciples in the past couldn't control their own bodies like this. Yeonlan stared at him with a displeased face, silent. But then she started looking at him with a fierce desire to win, because she couldn't believe that a 17-year-old schoolboy was on the same level as her. Her smile was motivated and bright. She knew that she was definitely much stronger than those old men, and she wanted to hit him hard. So Yeonlan took up a fighting stance with a smile on her face. Hayek was also happy to have such an opponent. He thought that she was still keeping up her vigor, so he should throw her off. This was all projected onto the screen that Seo was looking at. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, interrupting her viewing, for which he apologized. She asked him what had happened. He said it was none of his business, but he asked if this guy would be okay. He had his hands behind his back and was also watching the fight, so he guessed that he was very doubtful that the students of other schools would be able to do anything against the White Lotus natives, so listened to him in silence. The boy tilted his head, admitting that Hayek wasn't a fool, but it wasn't enough to defeat Yeonlan. He watched as So stared at their fight, but continued to say, "I sincerely apologize for my tactlessness, but didn't you lose to her yourself?" He was still standing with his head bowed, but added that of course this was because So didn't use magic power but only relied on physical power. Seo, without stopping for a second, said that he was right. After all, she once lost to Yonglan. He approached her, and she said that even if she used her magic power, she would still lose. The guy was looking at her, his glasses reflecting the screen. Seo added that back then, the difference in magic power between the two of them was barely noticeable. Seo held the fan to her face, saying that it was also a few years ago, and she was sure that Yonglan had definitely not become any weaker over the years. The guard spread his arms and asked why this guy was risking his life, since he wouldn't have been able to beat Seo even close. Seo tilted her head and put her fan to her face, asking him if he really thought so, because as an ordinary student, Kim Joo-hyuk is capable of incredible things. Isn't he the one who won first place in the interscholastic competition by a wide margin? She looked at the screen with a piercing gaze, saying that he would not give in to her so easily. After all, her goal does not depend on his victory. On the screen, Yonglan launched an attack on Hyuk, and now we return to them, no longer through the screen. She pulled out her claws and rushed towards him, showing her claws. Yonglan swung them at Hyuk, but Hyuk ducked as he watched. Then a knee flew straight at his face so that she was able to hit him. Yonglan started to smile mischievously at the fact that he was caught in such a blow, but then fear enveloped her. As she jumped away from him, she screamed about how her knee hurt so much. Hyuk just squatted there with a smile on his face. He looked up at her and smiled maliciously, and she shouted that he had a rock instead of a head. Hyuk replied that she knew best. Yonglan rubbed her knee as Hyuk revealed that her knee had come crashing down on him so suddenly that he just slammed his forehead into it. Doesn't that mean his forehead is harder than her frail kneecap? Yonglan was very displeased and looked at him askance because he was blocking her every attack and she couldn't find his weakness. Then she began to stare at him, wondering how he could be physically stronger than her. Was he trying to humiliate her? Hyuk was standing right in front of her with his hand in his pocket, and she asked so he didn't use his magic. Hyuk asked back if she didn't prefer to fight like this. Yonglan, looking at him, told him to stop. She started to glow all over with a red aura, as if she was about to explode, and said that now she would fight in earnest. Hyuk looked at her with a smirk and realized that Yonglan was starting to use her magic, and then flirted with her and told her that she was cute when she was angry. But right after that, his entire body lit up with a blue aura, and his eyes shone with a bright blue color. He said it was time to crush her pride. Yonglan looked at how he was glowing with this aura and was a little surprised. Then she smiled and felt his aura. But then she decided to make a breakthrough, because she believes that she no longer needs any tricks, as she wants to finish everything in one blow. And she ran straight at Hyuk at lightning speed, sporting fury visible on her face. She began to gather mana in her fist, preparing to strike. Running up to Hyuk, she aimed a punch straight at his face, sending a plume of fire from her fist. Her fist was a centimeter away from his face, and she looked at it happily and thought that she finally hit him. But that wasn't the case. Hyuk just tilted his head back, dodging a direct hit, which surprised Yonglan very much. Hyuk, still leaning over, thanks her for playing with him, but now they can finish these games. He prepares his fist and then hits her in the stomach with all his strength, which already has big impact effects behind her. Yonglan's eyes turned white from such a blow, and she called him a monster. Hyuk just stood there and watched her fall to the ground. So was just horrified, her eyes wide, and the guard just stood there with his mouth open in surprise. Hyuk dragged Yonglan by the scruff of the neck, directly to Seo, saying that he dealt with her in a fair fight. She was passed out and looked battered and bruised. Hyuk said that as requested, he pulled her outside. Seo and the guard looked at him that he was holding her and were surprised. Seo held the fan to her face and was still surprised. She said she couldn't believe he could actually do it. Seo looked at Hyuk and asked if he was hurt, and Hyuk said that he was fine, but he wasn't sure about Yonglan. Seo, still looking at him, asked out of interest if it was hard. Hyuk threw Yonglan to the floor and replied that she wasn't the weakest opponent, but to be honest, he was disappointed. Yonglan woke up from the fall and started rubbing her head because she had hit it. But then she saw Seo Lung and got very angry, shouting her name. Seo looked down at Yonglan and asked how she liked the fresh air outside. Then she closed her eyes and said that she remembered their conditions. Looking at Hyuk, she asked why he seemed to be interested in the Valhalla Palace. Hyuk replied that he did. Seo replied with a smile that he could enter right now, and also asked if he was satisfied with this arrangement or not. Hyuk immediately smiled and said that it was great, so he would go there right now. Yonglan looked askance at the two of them walking out of the building. Then she turned around without a word, and the guards started to worry about her and started asking her that if she was injured, they could give her medical treatment. Yonglan just stared at Seo and Hyuk, then asked the guard what the name of the guy who defeated her was. The guard replied that his name was Kim Joo-hyuk. She said his name very sweetly, and then beamed all over with happiness and said that he was definitely one of the strongest living people in the world. She looked at him as if she had fallen in love and thought that she would definitely fight him again. At this moment, a hell demon sat with his arms crossed and asked, "The strongest?" But after a while, Hayek was already in the maze and asked while looking around if it was a maze. Around him was a suit of armor, and in front of him was a glowing door. It was the Grand Palace of Valhalla. He immediately remembered the words of So, who said that the Valhalla Palace is a continuous maze located at the base of the supporting structures of the castle. So pointed her fan at the armor and said that he wouldn't run into living armor, so he shouldn't have any problems exploring the maze. Hayek then stood in front of Seo and asked how much time he would have. Seo replied that it was about 5 o'clock. But if it wasn't enough for him, he could come back tomorrow. Hayek, walking through the maze, began to stretch his shoulders, saying that he had 5 whole hours. Then he started looking ahead and said, "So." There was a huge crowd of living armor in front of him, and he said that he would have to avoid running into living armor first. One of the living armors started attacking him, swinging its sword. But Hayek started hitting him back with some kind of metal pipe. He easily smashed that armor to smithereens. All the armor just started to crumble from his blows. Hayek closed his eyes and lowered his weapon, letting out a calm sigh as he said that he seemed to have defeated everyone. He was standing on a huge mountain of armor, and then he started exploring, going into every room, thinking that he couldn't figure out where this maze was because he had already searched more than 20 rooms. Heck was thinking back to that assignment where he had to find the secret room in Alfredi Johnny's office. Hayek looked at the other rooms that were similar, but they were completely empty. Suddenly Barch told him to look to the right. Heck turned his head, and there was a big double door. He thought about it and decided to go in. Opening the door, he saw a picture of a bearded man. This painting hung directly above the desk. Hayek thought he was on the right track. Going to the desk, he asked if this office really belonged to Alfredi. He suggested that it might have a different owner. Hayek looked down, and Barch said that he was wrong, the owner was just the same. There was a signature on the painting in an unknown language, which Barch was able to decipher. He said that the painting was signed with his name Alfredi Johnny. Barch was flying in the void with his arms crossed, and Hayek asked how he was able to read it. Barch replied that it was difficult for him to explain. He compared it with the script that transmitted it to him via neurons. Barch suggested that it might be part of his lost memories. Hayek placed his hand on the table and started looking around, saying that he needed to search this place. He must find the secret room. Then he raised his fist and said that it would take a lot of time to look at each piece of jewelry, so he decided to make it easier for himself. He just hit the table with all his might, a smile on his face. The table shattered into several pieces. Then suddenly, Hayek noticed something. It was a secret trapdoor that was right under the table and asked if that was what they needed. Barch guessed that was probably it. Hayek started opening this trapdoor, saying that it leads to the basement. When he got down and closed the hatch behind him, he said that he couldn't see anywhere, and in general, it was probably the road to hell. A quest message appeared in front of him, telling him that he needed to find the secret room. And suddenly it changed to the fact that the conditions are met. Hayek was surprised by this. When he went downstairs, he saw a girl sitting at a table with 2 candles beside her. Hayek looked at her and asked her what this dreary place was and who she was. The girl had red hair and wore a hat that witches usually wear. She said that it was nice to meet him and that she could answer all his questions, so let him sit down and not be shy. Hayek sat down directly across from her and said nothing. The girl with a smile on her face said that she should introduce herself. She called herself a guide. Hayek asked in surprise who she was. The girl replied that this is her pseudonym. She immediately became a little sad, saying that her name was taken away from her. Hayek immediately remembered the dark figure who said that the name was now his. Hayek looked at her and asked that her name was also taken away. She said it was true. Hayek noticed that at first he thought it wasn't true about the name being taken away, but he doesn't know what it means. How can you even take away a name? Is it some kind of object? The girl closed her eyes and replied that names have power. She began to talk, imagining a person walking through a certain space, and everything around him was in gold color. The guide said that the life of a creature is built on the basis of the name given to it. Talents, hobbies, achievements, this is the merit of the name. A good person or a bad one, the name will decide for him. The name, combined with great opportunities, can give a person incredible strength. The girl said that he steals such names, representing that dark figure. She added that with names, it also takes away the power they contain. Hayek placed his hand on the table and asked what happens to a person when their name is stolen. The girl, looking at him, said that she was sure that he was already familiar with such people. She continued by saying that such people become constellations. Hayek was very surprised by these words, so he asked that the nameless ones become constellations. The girl, putting her hand on her hand and smiling, replied that it was so. She stared at him intently and replied that perhaps he was the exception due to reincarnation. Hayek is surprised because she knows everything, just like Barch does. The guide asked with a malicious smile that he still doubted her, and after all, it was she who allowed him to be reborn and carefully sent the notification windows. Then she said that she was joking because she also found out about it through notifications. Hayek asked that she had seen them too. Then he leaned back in his chair and complained that he had stopped beating around the bush and asked what kind of monster was trying to take his name. She introduced the dark figure and replied that he was called the Master of the Maze. As she said earlier, his goal is to move the Tower of Destruction to his labyrinth to feed on the power of high-level names. Hayek put his hand on the back of the chair and asked that he was the Master of the Maze. The girl crossed her fingers and replied that he was one of those whose actions fit the name. Hayek looked at her and asked, "Isn't it strange that some maze master can move the Tower of Destruction? Shouldn't he be in charge of the maze? How did he get such power?" And then he began to guess something, and then suddenly realized everything, which was already very surprised. The girl closed her eyes and said that she thought he would get it faster. Behind Hayek, our planet Earth appeared, and the girl said that the world he lives in is a place that he calls Earth. This is the maze. Hayek was a little worried, but he asked her if she really thought he would believe that. The girl replied with a smile that she wasn't forcing anyone to believe her, but that she wouldn't lie about such a thing. Hayek looks at her confidently and asks that this maze master move the tower to the maze to feed on other people's names, if that's the case. The girl's eyes shone and she replied that it is, because it is easy to accumulate karma when a crisis of destruction occurs, whether it is defeating monsters, saving the village, or using the crisis for your own personal purposes. Hayek was already a little angry, but as he listened to her story further, she continued that not everyone becomes a constellation when their name is stolen. Karma is the only measure that can elevate a person. Hayek looked at her and began to wonder if his students could also become constellations. They had the right amount of karma. He's sure of it. Then Hayek leaned back in his chair and said that this is the case and asked what it turns out. This master of the maze is omnipresent. The girl held up a finger and replied that it wasn't, and even his rebirth itself was an unaccounted for variable. She watched as Hayek rocked back and forth in his chair and added that maybe only he had a chance to beat the maze master at his own game. Hayek wondered, then stopped swaying and put his hands on the table, asking that he could not only find out about his rebirth, but also arrange for them to meet here through the notification windows as a warning. How was he supposed to outplay such a creature? The guide replied that he was wrong. She rested her head on her hands and added that whoever had brought him back from life and brought them together through the alert windows wasn't the master of the maze. Hayek was a little angry and asked who it could be then. The girl thought about it, rubbing her chin, and said that she didn't know. Since he was already able to be reborn with it, then he must have something to do with it. Hayek looked at her and wondered if he was connected to someone. The guide began to conjure something very bright and said that in any case, this opportunity should not be missed. A ring from her enchantment appeared between her fingers. She gave this ring to Hayek, saying that this is it. And he asked me what kind of ring it was. The girl replied with a smile that they didn't have much time left, and this ring would play a crucial role in their retribution. Hayek, holding the ring in his hand, asked that there wasn't much time, and now she couldn't tell him. The guide replied that even though she shared all the information with him, she was still being chased by the master of the maze. Hayek held the ring between his two fingers and looked at her, and she said that there was nothing wrong with that they didn't have time right now because they had fulfilled the condition, so now they could see each other more often. She put her fingers together as if she was about to snap and said that they would see each other in a couple of days, and also asked not to lose this ring. Then, she snapped her fingers that a red glowing aura appeared around them. Hayek just stared at what was happening. Then, in an instant, he was in front of a building in the cave, and he said it was very rude. Looking at the building, he thought that the main culprit who moved the Tower of Destruction, deprived him of his name, and also interfered with his comfortable life, was just the owner of the maze. Just thinking about it made Hayek so angry that the muscles in his chin tightened and the vein in his cheek bulged. He started walking away and looking at the ring, not understanding what kind of ring she gave him, but it should make him stronger for sure. He started imagining the two flying storage stones, thinking that he was going to absorb all the remaining magic power, so it was time for him to use the last of the nutrient stones. The cave's exit wasn't far away, so he headed towards it and thought that even though he hadn't regained all of his strength, these stones should bring him back to his previous level. We are transported to an island in the North Pacific Ocean. The weather was clear and the ocean looked very clear. The man in the suit was sitting on the couch, looking at his tablet. There was news on the internet that the entire Samsel group was smashed up by one high school student, Kim Ju Hayek. The man's hands began to shake, and in his anger, he already crushed the tablet screen to smithereens. Then he threw it on the floor in anger. It was the leader of the Il Shinjo group, alias the Dragon King, Hannibal. He was very angry that he was already grinning, thinking that after hearing about the constellations, he was carefully watching Kim Ju Hayek. But he found out that he was the one who defeated Choi Jinjung, who signed a pre-contract with Constellation. He was so angry that everything around him was a red light, and his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. He was thinking that even when the child of the Venturks had ordered his murder, he had sent 3 of them there at once for a song, just to avoid any mishaps. Then he calmed down and sat down on the sofa, holding his head, thinking that it was like he had been robbed to the skin. A whole group of hitmen couldn't handle the boy. Suddenly someone said to him that he looked very puzzled. Hannibal was looking at him like he was ready to kill him. But this was the leader of the privileged race, Jorg. It's a man in a hat and coat. Hannibal said he told him to knock on the door before coming in. Jorg replied that if he hadn't entered, he would have been even more furious. Hannibal leaned in, and Jorg asked if it was all because of Kim Joo-hyuk. He replied that it was true. Jorg started laughing and leaned his back on the sofa, saying that not only did he make them lose a valuable chess piece in their game, but before he could finish, Hannibal asked him what he was saying about Desir, introducing the guy. Jorg replied that he did, then crossed his legs and put his hands on them, saying that he did not report to the organization as it was a personal request. But he couldn't even complete the simplest task by blabbing everything to this high school student. Jorg looked at Hannibal and went on to say that as an informant for the Ventric family, he wanted to drop the case right away, but he had to stop any possible leak of information, so he sent Desir to the prison tower. While Hannibal was talking, Jorg introduced the whole gang to Samsel, and he asked if Jorg could help him get rid of the 3 who were tied up. Jorg replied that if it was his order, then of course it would help. Then Hannibal started rubbing his chin and thinking about Kim Joo-hyuk. Jorg said he was worried about him, so he warned me not to contact him right now. Hannibal looked at him and asked why. Jorg replied that he was the target of the first cult. It's the same demon and the hooded men, they all look pretty creepy. Hannibal started to worry, asking what he'd been given to crazy people like them. Jorg replied with a serious look that it was true, although they didn't have the right to call themselves decent, but they had principles that the cult didn't have. No one knows what drives them. Jorg introduced the man's body, saying that they were the ones who had dealt with Logan's squad. Hannibal put his elbows on his knees and bent down, saying that he had heard about it too. Then he added that it was a great relief that it wasn't their job anymore. Jorg and Hannibal were talking to each other, saying that if they interfered, they would probably be targeted as well. Hannibal took it very seriously and said that in this case, they can only wait, and then laughed furiously. We are transported to Kim Joo-hyuk, who is surrounded by a crowd. They were all surrounding him, and they were wearing hoods. Hyuk looked at them and asked who else they were. In front of him was probably their head, who Hyuk asked that they knew that this was Valhalla's dorm. He asked them that they were either fearless or he didn't even know what to call such people. The hooded chief stood and stared at him in silence. Suddenly, we are transported to the time when he was without a hood and addressed someone. It was the head of the Ventric family, Adelia. He said he was ready for the task. She looked at him with a smile and half-closed eyes, saying that they could have prepared for this sooner. He bowed to her with his eyes closed and apologized, then said that since it was about Kim Joo-hyuk, they should be prepared thoroughly. Adelia watched him as he bowed and asked if they had found contractors who could create subspace. He replied that they had collected several that could create such distortions. All the members of the team were personally selected by the Ventric family, so there's no way this news will get into the press. Adelia looked at him and after listening to this story, she said, "Great." But then she immediately turned cold as ice, asking if he'd taken care of what she'd asked of him. He looked at the floor and said that he had taken care of it. And then the crystals appeared in his mind, and he explained that they had prepared a special storage stone for sanctuarization, which contains a bottomless amount of magic. Adelia closed her eyes and said it was good, then added that it was her turn. The man's name was Deacon, and she turned to him, telling him that he should remain in the contact group and lead the elimination team after completing subspace. He replied that he understood the instructions. Then he looked up and started looking at her, asking that they were preparing to give birth to a new constellation, weren't they? Adelia replied that she did, looking him straight in the eye. Deacon was a little angry, so he asked her if she really thought it was necessary. Adelia crossed her legs and put on a haughty face, asking what's the big deal. She then became very angry, releasing a large yellow aura around her, and asked him if he thought she was just scared of some high school student. Deacon said, startled, that he didn't think so. She calmed down and let out a sigh, saying that it was just a precaution and that he shouldn't worry. Deacon said he understood, but then her eyes shone and she looked ahead, saying that a constellation that had been silent for a very long time had recently responded. A notification window popped up behind Deacon, telling him that the beaked mask was asking for more information. Adelia said it made her very uneasy, but then she smiled and said that if they managed to summon Constellation, then she would like to take the opportunity to ask him about it. We head back to Deacon, where they've surrounded Hyuk. He stands there worrying, wondering why such a silent constellation suddenly spoke. But then he decides to yell for the contact group to prepare for the distortion of space. Most of the hooded bandits crouched down and placed their hands on the ground as they began to cast some sort of distortion magic. A yellow shell appeared around Hyuk. Hyuk turned around and asked what subspace was. Deacon was looking at him, and Huck was saying that it would make sense if anyone saw them, they would laugh at them. Hayek taunted them by asking how long they had been cooking this for. Deacon stood there in silence, and then Hayek grinned and asked whose idea it was. Heck assumed it was the head of the Ventric family's idea. Deacon was very frightened when he heard this. But then I asked him, standing in front of him, how he was able to find out. Hayek replied with his hands in his pockets, "Isn't it obvious?" And as he threw off his backpack, he said that among their enemies, 2 of them use black magic, and only one of his enemies does not. Tossing his backpack on the ground, he made a mockery of them, asking them that if it wasn't Ventric, then who was it? The Pope. Deacon took off his hood, telling the others that they didn't have to hide because he had guessed everything. He ordered the elimination team to be called. One of the bandits standing behind him said that the order will be executed. So everyone took off their hoods, and the elimination squad was already standing with their weapons ready for battle. They all shone with a yellow aura. Some were even ready to fight with their fists, and some with a long spear. In front of Hayek, there were those bandits with weapons, and behind him, there were 3 with a sword and fists. Hayek started pulling his hands out of his pockets and asked if they were not ashamed of themselves for calling a whole crowd together to deal with a high school student. There was a smirk on his face. Deacon raised his sword and said with a serious expression on his face that it didn't matter because they were only following the orders of their leader. Hayek started to stretch his shoulders with his eyes closed and asked if it was true, but then it was probably her who had no shame or conscience. Deacon shouted to the squad to get rid of him. All the bandits at once attacked the poor high school student with weapons. Hayek shoved one right in the stomach, then spun around and prepared for another punch. He slammed his back into the others with all his strength so that there were purple flames all around. The mob of bandits flew off in different directions, shouting. Suddenly, the deacon lunged at him with a sword, which Hayek dodged, calling this event a shame. At the same time, he took out his weapon and asked that he had not been taught to swing his saber correctly. 2 more bandits jumped on top of Hayek. They swung their spear and sword, sending sparks flying. But Hayek just jumped away from their blows and swung his leg, then immediately swung it at their faces. Putting his foot on the body of one of the bandits, he told them to follow the cannons, because he still did not catch his breath. Deacon was angry, so there was a sinister purple aura around him, and he was just about to strike again from under the blade. He leapt at him and aimed the saber straight at the back of his head. Hayek sensed this and just dodged while his saber just flew past. Deacon was terrified, sweat dripping down his face, and his eyes were wide, wondering what kind of monster was fighting him. Deacon decides that if he can't get it through, he'll throw a slash, which Hayek dodges again by just crouching down. Picking up his weapon, he said that they were tiring him out. Then he held it right up to Deacon, which made him nervous, and Hayek hit the back of the weapon with all his strength. A sinister smile could be seen on his face, and his eyes were empty. It was such a strong blow that it left a mark behind his back, as if he had pierced right through it. Deacon nearly fainted, and his eyes went blank. He was terrified that he had to prepare so much that it wouldn't be enough. He decided that he would prepare more thoroughly next time. Deacon was falling on his back as blood flew from his mouth. He mentally apologized to the head. Heck, he was standing with that weapon when Deacon fell headfirst. Behind him was a man who was looking directly at Hayek. Hayek said with a grin that she had decided to crawl out after all. She, the head of the Ventric family, was standing in the middle of the crowd. Adelia. She looked down at Deacon and just didn't say anything. Looking down, her thoughts were that including Deacon, the elimination team was far superior in strength to even the experienced contractors. She believes that something unthinkable has happened in this place. Adelia decided that was enough, so she started to take out a dagger that glowed a bright golden color. Taking it in her hand, she said that he should be proud because not everyone will see the sacred relic of their family before they die. Hayek, smiling, replied that she was proud of this sirloin knife or something. How does she even know what pride is? Adelia threw herself at him with that dagger and screamed that he was nothing. Suddenly, a storage crystal was lying next to Deacon, and it began to shake. Then they all turned to gold. They were so bright that they even gave off light. All the people who held them in their hands were very surprised because they changed in a second. Adelia turned to see what was going on and asked everyone about the storage stones. Suddenly, her sword also began to shine with the same light. Adelia looked at him in fright, praying that it wouldn't happen. The sword shone with the brightest light, and then a yellow notification appeared that said, "Teacher." Everyone had these golden stones in their hands, but all of them just froze, unable to move. Even those guys with the big axes, and Adelia herself. Hayek looked at them blankly, one eyebrow raised. The whole crowd stopped moving, and only Hayek alone could. Adelia looked at all this and realized that she could not move. She thinks that it was involuntarily activated sanctuary. She looked through the eyes of all the members of her group and thought that unlike her, who was still conscious, all the members of the elimination group were frozen, both mentally and physically. Adelia started to look directly at Hayek, and she didn't know why he was still okay. and Hayek just came over and decided to touch this dagger. At that moment, a notification appeared right in front of Hayek that said, "Teacher." Hayek read this and didn't understand who it could be. Suddenly, a man began to materialize out of thin air. It was a little girl wearing a suit and a face mask. After taking off her mask, she was a little worried. It was the blonde girl who called Hayek teacher. Hayek looked at her in disbelief at first, but then he saw her and was very pleasantly surprised. She was also very happy to see him. And now we get to her past, where she sat on a chain and bared her teeth. Hayek, then named Kim Hyano, looks at her and jokingly tells her to just look at her. She looked at him very viciously, and Hayek said that those eyes probably hate the whole world. She viciously told him not to pretend to know her and then asked him what he could possibly know about her. Hayek looked at her and said that even though he might not know everything, he did know something. When he got hooked, he said that he was also a prisoner once. Surprised, she asked him what he was talking about. Hayek began to tell her his story, that in his youth, he was unable to fight back and was abducted by a man who sells people. And then, like her, he lived a slave life because of the shackles and restraints that were placed on him. She sat and listened to him, and then he asked her if she didn't want to be free. She looked at him with displeasure, then asked if he didn't just say that he was a prisoner. Hayek agreed. But then she started screaming and grabbing at the chain around her neck and yelling that why was he asking these questions, because this thing wasn't going to let her dream of freedom. Then she calmed down and told him not to bother her eyes, but just to leave. She doesn't know how he got here, but the human trafficker will be here soon enough. Hayek smiled and closed his eyes, saying that the paradoxical feature of the limiter is that it is removed only in two ways. The first is after the death of the owner, or the second, it is by his own decision. However, the first method doesn't always work, and apparently this girl was unlucky. She listened to him in great surprise. Hayek said that the scoundrel died. While Hayek scratched his ear, she asked that then she would never be able to find her freedom again. Hayek smiled and asked what she would do if he said she could. Suddenly, he gripped that collar very tightly. I started using my blue magic, and then said with a smile that I was imitating the magic components of the limiter. He could reconstruct them and slowly dissolve them. She looked at him hopefully, and he kept telling her that even though this kind of control wasn't his specialty, it wasn't a problem to remove one limiter. He looked at her confidently and said that he hoped that one day he would be able to gut every human trafficker on this earth. Her collar began to crumble a little, and at some point, it just fell apart and she looked down at her hands in surprise. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to touch that chain with one hand and thought that this thing was finally broken, the thing that had tormented her so much. Hayek stood up and said that it was up to her now. She looked at him blankly. Hayek was standing right in front of her, and he asked her what she was planning to do now that she had found the proverbial freedom she had always wanted. Hayek looked at her and she said that she didn't know because she didn't have anyone. A human trafficker robbed her of her home and family. Hayek decided to propose to her, saying that today he would go on a trip. And remembering that merchant, he said that he was going to kill anyone who thought he was superior to other people. What he did to that scoundrel today, he's going to do 1,000 times over. He asked her if she would like to join him. She holds her throat and looks at him with great hope, then looks down as if she's lost in thought. But then she said that she would go with him. Hayek held out his hand to her with a smile. Standing in front of her, he told her that from now on, she could call him teacher. As she stood there confused, Hayek told her that he hoped she would be more polite to him and no formal communication. She replied that she understood everything, and then he started to leave, calling for her to follow him. She raised her hand and her eyes were huge. She called out to him, and he turned around, and she asked him what his name was, how she should address him. Hayek introduced himself by his previous name, Kim Hyano. The girl smiled very sweetly, as if she was about to cry, and then repeated his name and said hers. And so, we see this girl standing right in front of Hayek again. He looks at her with a smile and remembers who she is, and he knows that this is what you should expect, that she will become a constellation. He looked at her and thought that he knew her better than the ventricle girl, but he couldn't remember her name. This made him very thoughtful. At that moment, he realized what the guide was telling him. Closing his eyes, he decided that there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he only called her by her nickname. She stood there smiling at him, and Hayek said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Adelia looks at him and is shocked that he dares to interact so casually with a constellation. This girl he called by her nickname Birdie. She approached Adelia and asked Hayek what to do before they celebrated their reunion. After that, she came closer and took the dagger out of Adelia's hands, which was horrified because the constellation itself had touched the relic. The bird lifted him up and did something that made Adelia start moving, and then fell down completely with empty eyes. Everyone around her was lying on the ground as she held the dagger in her hand. The bird turned its head at Hayek and asked him what he should do with this rascal, maybe kill him. Hayek scratched his chin and said he had a better idea. The next day in Valhalla, Ligon is just in shock. His eyes are so wide open that words can't even describe it. He looks at his laptop, where it says that Ventric has announced sponsorship. Lagoon is shocked to think that Hayek is even out of his mind. After that, we see the sponsorship of the Valhalla Academy. In the sponsor column it was written the Ventric family, in the sum column it was written 5 billion. In the entry column, personal sponsorship of Kim's students was written. Ligon was shocked by what he saw. He presented the hand in his head and was simply dumbfounded by the amount of 5 billion won that was spent on personally sponsoring Kim. Lee came up to him with the coffee and said he knew he'd noticed. Lee walked over to him and started drinking coffee. He said that it was really strange, donations came right now to them in the amount of 5 billion. Ligon asked if it was because of Rockdell. Ligon looked at him and asked didn't he send 3 assassins to kill Kim last time. Lee looked at it and asked if that was why they wanted to cover it up with money, then said it was stupid. Lee looked ahead and said something about how when Kim was attacked by Desira, they didn't send sponsorship to shut him up. He said that this was how they wanted to preserve the image of the Ventric family, but the Ventric family had already disowned Rockdell. Lee looked to the side and said that if they hadn't done so, there would have been a big fuss to get Rockdell out, but they still didn't do anything. Ligon sat and listened to everything he said. Lee wondered why the Ventric family had sent the sponsorship to Kim's side. Ligon looked and said that what was more, they still didn't know if Kim would accept their sponsorship. Ligon assumed that Kim wouldn't want to see him. Lee took a sip and said they might find out the answers when you ask him about it in person. Ligon said that he understood everything, and then we were transferred to the meeting room. Kim looked ahead with a smile and said that he would be happy to see him. Lagoon was extremely surprised by this, and Kim held out his hand and said that what he meant was that there was no point in giving up 5 million won. Ligon looked and said that it really was so. Kim sat down and said that now that he said he would accept the sponsorship, and whether he could go. Ligon held out his hand and told Kim to wait a bit. He looked ahead and said that not only did he get the sponsorship, but the academy also got it. Ligon said that according to the academy's rules, he can move to a premium class dorm. Ligon asked what Kim thought about it. Kim looked ahead with a smile and said that everything was fine with him now and maybe he would apply for this opportunity a little later. After which, he got up and left while Ligon remained sitting on the sofa in silence. Ligon looked ahead and didn't understand what this nonsense was. He had refused when Adelia had come to see Kim in person, but now he had decided to accept the sponsorship. He looked at the door and realized that since their academy didn't have anything to lose, they simply wouldn't pay any attention to it. Then we see him walking down the hall with his hands in his pockets. He opened his eyes and recalled the situation. The girl asked how she could deal with these fools if they should just be killed. Kim looked ahead and said it wasn't worth killing them and he had an idea. Adelia was sitting on her knees, shaking all over. Kim leaned over and called out to her. Adelia responded immediately. Kim pointed back and said that her co-star wouldn't care if he did something to her, then asked her what he should do to her. She said that she originally created the Ventric family to serve her, so they can do whatever they want with her. Kim said he understood. Adelia looked away and apologized to Constellation. She said that the phrase all for one, which was passed down from generation to generation in their family. Constellation looked menacingly to the side and said that this phrase was meant for her teacher as well and how stupid Adelia was that she still didn't understand it. Constellation wondered. Constellation put on a mask and Adelia said that then it was this student, or rather Kim, who really was the teacher, asked Adelia. Constellation said that was exactly how it was, even though his appearance had changed, but she would always recognize her master's magic power. Kim looked at the trembling Adelia with a smile and told her to stop asking questions about him, then he asked if she shouldn't have worried about herself. He confidently looked ahead and said that, to be honest, when he thought about how much he was annoyed by these fools, he wanted to do something different. Kim thought to himself and realized that killing them was simply not enough. He said that although they had power, for him to live comfortably, he had to use them completely for himself, but it would be difficult to control them. He looked ahead and called out to Adelia and directly asked if she was managing her family well. Adelia looked ahead and said that even though she was only the vice patriarch, it had been 4 years since she took over as the head of the family, and she had managed to restore the family's strength and become one of the strongest families in all these 4 years. Kim said it was well forgotten after being told to continue managing her family. Adelia was shocked by this information and didn't understand what he wanted from her. Kim looked at her with a smile and told her to support him and not ask him why. He looked menacingly ahead and pointed his finger at the Constellation, saying that if something went wrong, she knew exactly what would happen to her. Constellation with a mask on her head said that if the teacher was confident in her, she would personally make sure that such a thing never happened. Kim said it was just fine. After that, the Constellation began to slowly break up into particles. Kim got up and Constellation said it was time for her to leave. Kim looked in her direction and asked where she was going. The Constellation began to brighten at you. She said that this space, where constellations could appear, required a huge amount of magic power which she was running out of. Kim asked if she was serious about it. Constellation replied, yes, and said that he would need dozens to me that were filled with magic power. Kim said that then it was clear why they had a lot of magic stones, and looked at the disintegrating Constellation, and she said that since the magic power was disappearing, and she was also using all her abilities, it was necessary to rest immediately. Kim looked ahead and said that even though she was a Constellation, she had encountered such limitations that made it difficult for her. Constellation took off her mask and said that it was quite normal. Ono smiled kindly and said that being able to see her master's reincarnation was just fine, and it was enough for everything. Kim looked at her with a smile and asked what she was talking about, then he told her to go to rest immediately. In Constellation, she put on a mask and said that she had forgotten to tell him. She put on a mask and said that other than her, it seemed that another disciple also became a Constellation. She said that he would soon meet him. After she asked her to ask and immediately disappeared to leave behind a bright trail, which was watched by Kim and Adelia. After that, we see him walking down the corridor and thinking about what Constellation said to him. Another one student became Constellation. Well, Kim said that she expected this, but he didn't understand how it all happened in time. He went ahead and assumed that perhaps all of his students had become Constellations. Constellation had told him that he was going to meet them soon, and he was thinking about how it would go. He looked ahead and said that he had already met 2 Constellations, or rather, it was Cretan Barch and one of his students. He walked forward with his hands in his pockets and said that the meeting with Barch was inevitable, thanks to the notification window, but the meeting with the student was completely accidental. As he walked forward, he realized that, besides, there were a huge number of Constellations right now, and there was absolutely no point in meeting every single one of them. He looked to the side and realized that Barch had been silent since he'd met the guide. Barch idly asked for Kimmy. Kim asked him why he hadn't said anything all this time. Barch said that he had been sorting out his thoughts and therefore did not respond for such a long time. Barch said that his consciousness was knocked out when he entered the secret room. Kim walked forward and asked if his consciousness had really turned off. Borsky put his hand to his chin and said that everything was exactly like that. He said that he felt that the man left the room as soon as he entered it. He said that even if it was only for a short time, his memories came back to him. Kim was surprised by this statement from Barch. Kim asked if he remembered how weak he was at the time. Barch asked what he was talking about. Barch said that she had learned the concept of a name that he should have already known, and the Maze Lord was the one who gave him the name Barch. He was the same person who had come over when the rocks were falling on Kim. Then we see how he opened the door and went into the office. He sat down at his seat and began to think. He began to speculate that the one who stole his real name and gave it to Barch was the Lord of the Maze. Barch said it was just like that. He said that he was the one who gave him the name and power at the same time. The power to be the owner of the Tower of Destruction. Kim looked to the side and wondered if this power affected the person's personality. Barch said yes, because when he was the owner of the tower in the past, the influence from what they received did not make him extremely violent. But now it is getting closer to his original personality. Barch asked how he even gave and took exactly. Borsky looked ahead and said he didn't know that. But Kim thought about it and suggested that since this whole world was a maze, it was more likely that he could give and take names whenever he wanted. Barch asked what the theory was. He folded his hands and asked Kim more specifically what he meant when he said that this world was completely a maze, and he asked why he didn't know such important things. After that, we see the evening in the Valhalla Academy. Kim walked to class with his hands in his pockets and looked at the floor. Barch asked if it was the truth. Kim said it was the blatant truth, and it was sad, but it was true. He looked ahead and pondered. He realized that the guide had mentioned that there was an opportunity for a counterattack. They should have stayed just to wait. The next day we are transported to see a girl who was sitting at a table and was dressed in a hat and suit. She had red eyes along with red eyes, and there were 2 candles on the table. Kim walked forward and asked what it was. He was standing in front of a girl who was silent and holding a tray. The girl pointed her finger at the tray and asked what that silver shiny thing was. Kim started getting angry and said it was just a food tray, then repeated it again and said that even if they were supposed to meet in 2 days, how could she stop him from eating lunch? The girl looked at Kim, who was sitting down at the table, changed. She said she didn't pay attention. Kim said they should forget about it. The girl held his hands near his face and asked if he had a ring with him. Kim took out the ring and said that she was with him. He looked at her through the ring, and the girl said that it was good and it was time to use it. Kimmy, holding in his hands, said that he noticed that it did not affect his characteristics in any way. He asked how it could help us against that guy. The girl looked at him with a smile and said that everything was simple enough. She told me to put it on and enter the maze. Kim looked at her while holding the ring in his hands, and I asked if I really should have just entered the maze. He held the ring and said that there were no natural mazes now, but that the ones that did exist were controlled by them. Tim asked if everything was as correct as he said. The girl said that this was indeed true and there were no natural mazes right now. She held her hands in front of her and said with a smile that, however, the maze lord would soon create them as well and there would be what he called a dungeon break or disaster. Kim pondered and thought about breaking through the dungeon. He thought of the monsters back then. Kim realized that as soon as the mazes appeared, the monsters would come out, wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. He looked ahead and realized that in his previous life, they didn't appear everywhere at all and there simply wasn't a single safe place in the world, as everything was filled with monsters. He looked ahead and said that after his reincarnation, everything calmed down, made life much more pleasant and easier. He then asked the girl where and when it would appear and how big it would be. The girl said with a smile that it would happen in 3 months and she was still assessing the scale, but she knew for sure that it would appear in the country called Korea. Kim said that if she knew the place where this would happen, then they would be able to prevent it given that he lives there. Kim raised his hand and smiled. The girl looked at him and said that she only knew the country. She said that there was information hidden from the maze lord here that could be limited. Kim said that he understood, and the girl said that then if their planet was a maze, then what were the mazes that met inside it? The girl asked. She said that it was the lord of the maze who created them. Kim looked at her and asked if he was ready to push again and take names. The girl said that it was just like that. He probably thought that the time had come and before the Tower of Destruction appeared, it could be said that he was preparing for the adaptation of people. Kim looked at her and realized that he had to put on the ring and destroy the maze that would appear in Korea. The girl said it was just like that. Kimmy kept the ring with her. After the girl decided to ask, she asked how he destroyed the mazes before. Kim asked what she meant by that. He started to recall the past and said that since it was quite difficult to deal with the boss, he just ignored them and destroyed the maze stones that were inside then, and after that, when he did, the maze would just take off and disappear. The girl looked at him and said that it was the fastest and surest way, but this time it was necessary to act much differently than when. Kim looked at her and asked her what she meant. Kim was holding a ring in front of him, and the girl pointed to it with her index finger and said that Kim would have to kill the boss of the maze with the ring on. Kim looked at her and asked if there was a specific reason why he had to kill him. The girl said that this was definitely a clear reason for him. She looked at him with a smile and said that even though his world was a maze created by the maze lord, things like breaking through the Tower of Destruction dungeon weren't easy to create. The girl said that everything was based on the power that came from the name. The girl said that in simple terms, the maze created the power of names. The girl closed her eyes and said that among the components of the maze created in this way is the main one. She was the boss of the maze. Kim looked at the ring, and the girl said that if you kill the boss with this ring, it will be able to absorb the name bestowed by the maze lord. The girl placed her hands on the table and said that this would be the starting point of their counterattack. Kim looked at her holding the ring and said that he had the only question, the number of names that took away then the person after all wasn't a couple of grand was. He looked at her and asked how you could count on a counterattack with just one name. The girl said it was a good enough insight. She smiled and said that the maze lord wouldn't even notice that he had lost one of the names he once gave, but his current goal was as mentioned earlier to adapt people to the Tower of Destruction. Kim sat and listened intently to her. She said that to be honest about it, the essence of this plan was not just to steal one name, but also to quickly clear the maze to kill the boss with this ring. Kim was surprised when he heard all this version. The girl said that if the maze lord understood all this, that the maze would disappear before it was adapted. Then he would resort to other measures and he would start sending out many names in the world causing various incidents. And this would be the best moment for the massive absorption of names. She said that the absorbed names would become a strength for their children. I stood up and asked if this meant that he would take names and convert them to power. Kim said that when he has a new question, he looked confidently ahead and asked how they would be different from him if they took their names. The girl said it was just amazing. She always thought he wasn't interested in things like that. Kim asked if they would still look at each other like that. Kim said he needed a normal reason to act freely. The girl said that they should have started by saying that they didn't harm innocent people by absorbing names. Kim looked ahead and listened to everything the girl said. She said that when the maze lord took a name, they could become a constellation or become attached to the name without being able to be reborn. She said that no matter what happened, the bodies would end up trapped. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. She said that if he uses the power of absorbed names, the restrictions that were placed on people whose names were taken away long ago will be lifted. She looked at Kim and said that if it really bothered him, they could have their own way. She said that in any case, he was the only one who would know about it and who was the owner of the name at the time of its takeover. Kim listened carefully to the girl, and then he put the ring on his finger with a smile. He asked if they just needed to wait for the dungeon to break through. The girl said that was enough and she would tell him the exact location and date when the time came. Kim looked at her and asked if just killing the boss and destroying the maze would be enough. The girl raised her hand up to snap her fingers. She said that when the maze was destroyed, the monsters inside it all died, but the ones that came out, they stayed alive. She assumed that he just needed a team to keep track of all the monsters. After she said that she would see you later and snapped her fingers, after that, a bright light was heard and Kimmy suddenly woke up on the street. He looked ahead in surprise and found himself in the dining room. After we see how it was already evening outside and was walking down the street and was very unhappy. He cursed and realized that the girl might have warned him before returning him. Kim thought about it and realized what she had told him about the team. Before his reincarnation, he always went with his disciples. He knew that doing the job alone required too much time. Kim thought about it and realized that then he would have to train his students again. But then he opened his eyes and saw a silhouette in front of him. It was a doe that was standing idly in front of him. Kim looked at her and asked why she had come. She stood up, looking at him and said that she thought a little after losing. She said that she thought about the reason for her defeat. After she held up a finger, I said I knew what I was in. She went up to him and told him that he was much stronger than her, and lost. Kim looked at her and asked if it had taken her so long to figure it out. Kim looked at her with a blank face, and she said she thought it was very similar. Kim asked her what made her think that. Lan continued to stand, pointing her finger up, and said that a person who had impressed everyone with his talent without experiencing defeat was a huge rarity among adults. He put his hand to his neck and said that if she thought he was like her in this aspect, it was completely misleading. He said he thought she was a person who was making an effort. Lan clasped her hands in front of her and said that she also thought it was true before, but not now. She recalled that moment and said that his movements then were not just like that. These were the movements of someone who had been through a lot of training. Kim stood and listened to everything she said. Lan said that she was furious when she lost, but a little later, when she calmed down, she realized the main reason for the defeat. She said that there was a lack of experience in this. I held my hand out in front of me and clenched it into a fist. She said that she understood this and became stronger because of the experience of fighting with Kim. She looked at him with a smile and said that she wanted to continue fighting. She pointed her index finger at Kim and said that she wanted to beat him. Kim stood there in disbelief, not understanding what she was saying. He turned to the side and Lan pointed at herself and offered to fight him. Kim looked at her and told her not to bore him with her strange logic. He said it was time for him to go. Lan caught up with him and put her hand on his shoulder. She asked about their battles. She said that she came all the way from China to fight him. Kim looked at her and said that he wasn't interested at all, and suggested that he start by spending his time learning about family martial arts instead of pestering him. Kim looked at her and she said she didn't know them. Kim asked him what he meant by that. Lan looked at him and said that she had received proper training until she was 6 years old, and after that, she became the pen itself. And then Kim beat her in the lunar year. Kim looked at her with a serious face and asked about the lunar year. He asked if this was before it took control of the contractors. Lan stood up in front and said that was right. She said that initially I liked this one, too, because it worked in its own way. She recalled all those moments from the past and said that she was forbidden to train as a family, so she asked to bring training partners to hone her skills. And in the end, they sent adult contractors to her. Kim stood and listened to her. She said that she won all of them with ease. She was very lucky that there were not many of them. Kim looked ahead and thought. He realized that the version of what she and the head of the family had just told him was completely different from each other. He looked at Lan, who was standing in front of him, and realized that she definitely had good talents and liked to fight, but the head of the family thought that she was just fighting everyone who was seen. He looked at her and asked if I had to be in the White Lotus courtyard. She said that wasn't quite true. She lowered her head and said that she was stuck there as she was a headache for her family, but it didn't matter at all since she was stronger than everyone who entered. Afterward, she clenched her hand into a fist and said that everything would be different from now on. She pointed her finger at Kim, who was standing in front of her, and said that she had found the one who was much stronger than her. Kim asked what was wrong with that. Lan made a fist with a smile on her face and said that by fighting him, she would be able to become much stronger without the help of her family. Kim looked and said I didn't agree to this. After that, Lan started touching his hand and begging him to fight her. Kim looked at her and thought. He realized that this was strange enough. He looked at the begging Lan and realized that if she was an outcast, she would be kept in the White Lotus Palace, but why he was told to get her out of there, Kim didn't understand. He stood silently and watched her. He didn't know the full story, but it would be better if it was in the palace. He raised his hand and told her to let go of him. Lan asked if he would fight her. Kim looked at Happy Doe and said that it was rather stupid to fight here, so he offered to follow him. After that, we see the gym and how the student trained there. Kim went in there with Lanu and told her to wait for him, the way he needed to change here. Then Aaron came up to Kim and I called out to him. She asked who the girl was. Kim said that she was a pretty crazy girl that he met in White Lotus. He said that she came here to fight him. Aaron looked at the girl and realized that she had only come here to fight him. Aaron was beginning to get angry and suspect that she had come so far just to fight. Lan stood there and didn't understand what was happening. She went up to her and asked why she was looking at her like that. Erin said she didn't want to be born with her. Soyeon stood off to the side and pondered. She realized that judging by the color of her hair, she might be related. She actually came from China to fight Kim. I found it very interesting. After that, we see how Lan was standing in front of him, and the students were standing behind him and watching this. Kim closed his eyes and said that he definitely said that this battle was just between us. He started shouting and asked what the other students who were standing on the side and watching were doing. Erin said that she was watching the girl so that she didn't do anything strange. Soyeon said that she came for Choi Erin. Senyuk told them not to pay attention to him. Kim didn't take these excuses seriously, and then we see Lan throw her hands behind her head and start flexing them. She said she was looking forward to getting started. She said that she was much stronger than she was last time. Kim also started to stretch his arm and asked if that was really the case. Afterward, he said that if that was the case, then he could fight at full strength. He looked ahead again and remembered the words of the interpreter who had said that he might need a command. He asked if she wanted to say that she wanted to get stronger. Lan said that she really wanted it, and Kim smiled and said that if he won, she would become his student. She looked at him blankly and said that the reason she wanted to become stronger than this was to defeat him. Kim clenched his hand into a fist and said that she could achieve this after becoming his student, after which he suggested that they start, and they stood in racks. Lan said that she hated having teachers, so she had to win. After that, she hit Kim's arm with her elbow. Kim looked at her with a smile and said that she really got stronger. Lan stood up with a smile and letting down her strong aura and said that she was sure something had blocked her so here, but this time it wouldn't be able to stop her after she started releasing a lot of her body's energy. The audience started to cover up the fox and couldn't figure out what kind of magic power it was. They were shocked that there really was such a scary monster in the White Lotus. Senyuk looked at it all together with the other students and said that this huge amount of mana was astounding. Its concentration was higher than Kim's when they were at the competition. After that, Lan began to study a large amount of mana and headed forward from the left. She was completely confident in herself and thought that even if she only landed one hit, she would have to exert maximum strength to defeat him, and even if he blocked it, he would still take a lot of damage from the magic power she put into the hit. After that, she was wary and noticed that Kim was standing in exactly the same stance as her. Kim looked at her with a smile and said that he liked to confront her face to face. They almost got close, and they punched each other in the fists. They touched hands and began to confront each other. Lan watched it all, and their hands trembled. She realized that she had done her best, but he still pushed her away. She didn't think he had much magic power, but he was much stronger than before. She looked at Kim, who was completely calm. She wondered if it was the same route as back then. Kim looked at her and said that he only defended one time. Lan didn't understand what he was saying. After Kim pulled his arm back and said that after he starts attacking, then he swung to strike. Lan looked ahead with a displeased face, and she realized that she had failed to land a good hit again. Kim threw a punch and looked at the dough that was lying on the ground. He smiled and said that it was great and he had a new student. Lan lay on the ground with her eyes closed. Then she abruptly opened her eyes and went to the table trying to catch her breath. Kim sat and watched her. He said she was awake. Lan clutched her stomach and said that she had lost again. Kimmy looked at her and said that she was pretty strong and he thought she would be unconscious until tomorrow morning, but she woke up quickly enough. Lan looked at him and asked if it was a compliment or if he was just laughing at her, but he smiled and said that it didn't matter since she was now his student. She looked at him with a smile and said that she wanted to offer to fight only with physical strength, without using magic, but she thought that the result would not change. She stood up and said that she would become his disciple. Lan pointed her finger at herself and said that she was now his official first disciple. Kim looked at her and said that wasn't the case. She asked if she really wasn't one. She asked him if he had ever recruited students when he was in high school. Kim said that was also incorrect. Erin looked at Lan and said that Kim was right. She said that since he started teaching her earlier than her, she was Kim's first student. Erin looked at Kim and thought about it. Inwardly, he was well aware that even Erin wasn't his first disciple. He thought that they shouldn't have talked about it. After that, Lan looked to the side with displeasure and asked if she had deliberately annoyed her. Erin looked at her and asked why she made her angry. Lan repeated her name and stood in front of her. She told her not to give her strange nicknames. Erin asked why I didn't like it, because it was a pretty cute nickname. Kim watched all of this, and Lan was embarrassed when she heard Erin say that she was cute. Erin said it was a good nickname, then said it was time to go home. Kim watched the argument in silence and raised a hand to his chin. He thought about it and looked at the girls arguing and realized that the sight reminded him of a feeling of nostalgia. He smiled and realized that even before reincarnating, leading his disciples had been a similar experience. Erin called out to the doe and called it meow. I turned around and asked him why he called her that. Kim looked ahead and said that Erin had started training earlier than her, so she was older than her and couldn't be rude. Kim looked at Erin and said that now that she had Sammy, she should treat her with respect. Erin began to glow with happiness when she realized that she was now Sajo. She was very pleased that Kim recognized her as the first student. She smiled and said that she was now Sajo. Lan shook his hand into a fist and started to get angry. Kim looked at them and said that considering they sparred today, he thought it was worth going home and resting after that. Lan looked at him and said that she wasn't too tired after all. Lan asked where to spend the night. Kim was surprised and asked if she hadn't found another place to live. Lan said that she didn't find him, but she came just to fight him. She pondered and said that when she asked Soleung what she needed to do to fight Kim again, she just said that she needed to go to Valhalla Academy in Korea. Kim put his hand to his head and asked if she had come here right away after hearing this from her without even thinking about the rest. Lan looked at Aaron Yakum and said that the academy had given him a dorm room so she could stay there. Aaron looked at the dough and asked if she was sure she liked it. Lan started to get angry again because of the fact that she called her kitty. After that, we see Kim walking down the street in the evening. He thought about it and realized that because of Lan and Aaron, he couldn't finish his training properly. He started to think about everything and realized that in any case, he already had 2 students and Soyeon was currently focused on physical training and she was still far away from learning swordsmanship. And as for Seniak, he didn't show much interest and trained on his own. He took out his phone, which started vibrating, and realized that at the moment, the only ones who could prevent the disaster were these 2. He looked at the phone and saw that it was Adelia Ventric. He took the call and held it to his ear. Adelia called out to Kim, and she sat at the table and wanted to talk about the donation funds that Kim had requested. She said that she was currently finalizing solutions to other issues and including his question, so she decided to warn him in advance. She said she checked the donations this morning. She asked if Kim had any other questions. Kim told her to contact the contractors. Adelia was very surprised when she heard Kim say that there would be a disaster in 3 months. Kim was walking down the street and she asked him from somewhere he knew about the disaster. Kim told her not to ask about the source. He said he didn't know the exact scale, but something was going to happen here. Adelia asked if the summer would happen in Korea. Kim said that, and Adelia said that she would contact useful contractors from Ventric and guilds in Korea. Kim asked her to keep all this a secret if possible. Adelia called out to Kim and Kim listened in silence to what Adelia was saying. She said that when Constellation wakes up, could he please respond positively to her efforts? Adelia started to look at the seal and Kim asked if it was still asleep. Adelia said she tried to contact her, but she didn't answer. Kim thought about it and remembered that she had told him that she needed to rest after using her abilities, but he realized that one day wasn't enough to fully recover. He was walking down the street and said he would tell her. After that, we are transported to the Valhalla gym the next day. Kim was working hard on the treadmill with Aaron, who was not far behind him, and Lan was very tired. Kim finished his workout and exhaled. He looked to the side and saw Lan lying on the floor as Aaron had first trained her. She told them to let her rest as she felt like she was going to die. She looked at Kim and said she almost died. Kim said she was fine after all. Lan sat on the floor and listened to what he was saying. Kim said that she held up better than he expected her to, and he thought she would give up at the very beginning of the workout. Lan said that she is very diligent in her training. Kim looked at her with a smile and thought about it. He realized that her stamina was still more or less fine, but he wondered if they had slowed down their training a little. After that, he looked to the side and heard someone greeting them. He looked to the side and saw a girl asking if Lan had come here. Kim and Aaron were standing together, and Kim didn't understand who she was or why she looked so much like Lan and Soleum. The girl stood looking at them. She looked at the dough that was sitting on the ground and said that she came here without telling her mother anything. Lan looked at her with displeasure and called out to her. Kim looked at him and asked if she was Lan's mother. Kim said that he thought Soleung was her mother. Lan looked away and asked if Kim had brought her here. She looked ahead and allowed me to introduce myself. She said her name was Soleung Hwa and she was the head of the family and the new mother, Young Lan. Kim looked ahead and remembered. Soleung said that the head of the White Lotus, it was her younger sister. She put her head down and said it was quite strange. Lan looked ahead with displeasure and Soleung Hwa said that she promised to contact her when Lan left White Lotus, but she didn't tell her and sent her here. She looked ahead and said she would discuss it later. She called out to Lan and held out her hand to her. She said that it was time for her to return to the White Lotus Palace. Lan became the deciding body and said that after what happened to her, she wouldn't go after her. She told her to get out of here, and she told her to stop treating her daughter like that because it really annoyed her. Soleung Hwa looked at him and said that everything that happened to her was Constellation's order and wasn't she the one who started it. One asked Soleung Hwa. Lan said that it was like this, and she found out about it only recently from the maid, not from her. Soleung Hwa reached out to her and said that it didn't matter since she already knew everything. She said that Constellation instructed her to bring it back. She looked at her with a serious look and said that this might be a chance for the constellations to recognize her, and she asked not to frame her mother. Lan looked at her in shock and asked if she really wanted her to come back now just because Constellation told her to do so. Lan stood in front of Solian with a trembling body, and she replied that it was indeed like that. Solian was surprised when she heard the rejection. Kim was watching the whole situation, and Lan said that there were students working here, so she had to get out of the way and not interfere with them. She said that it wasn't a white lotus, so she shouldn't even think and make trouble here. Solian closed her eyes and asked if she knew why she came here without guards. She opened her eyes and said that she did it to pick her up without making any noise. Then she stretched out her hand and started collecting magic energy. She pointed it directly at the doe, who jumped out of the way. She blocked the attack and asked what she was doing. Solian stood with her hand outstretched and asked wasn't it obvious. She said she wasn't going to hold back. Lan looked at her with a displeased face and asked if she really thought it would work because she wasn't going to hold back against her anymore either. She chatted directly to her and shouted out if she had forgotten that she could never beat her. She jumped up and started swinging her arm to strike. She reached out and Solian grabbed her arm and stopped the blow. She said that the doe was definitely stronger than before and she thought that it wasn't just having fun in the White Lotus. Lan said that it was so and started swinging her two-hand. She said that she trained hard all the time there. Solian squeezed her hand and said that then she should go back and train normally. Then she picked up the doe and turned it over. Lan didn't understand what was going on and realized that her skills were always so good. She planted her feet on the ground and jumped up, kicking at Solian as she jumped back and asked what kind of thoughtless attack it was. Lan went ahead and told her to shut up because all she had to do was just win. Aaron called out to Kim and asked if they should call the instructors to stop them. He looked at Aaron when they were fighting and asked her what she thought would happen if they called the instructors. Aaron said it would be a big mess. Kim looked at him with a serious face and said that in any case, he did not like this man. Aaron said that she also agreed with this because she left her daughter and was now going to take her away because of some necessity. She looked up and called out to the cat. The doe was fighting, and Aaron realized that she was very disappointed. She threw a punch with her hand, but her mother dodged it. Solian called out to her and told her to stop struggling and just follow her. Lan jumped up and asked if she really thought she would agree to this. Solian jumped back, steadying her body. Lan looked ahead with a smile and thought that she had put a lot of strength into that punch, and even if she was able to block it, she would still take damage. After that, she was wary when she saw that her foot was in the ice. Solian approached her and said that she must have seen this once before. She stood over her and said that it was the power of their constellation king of the snowy depths. Lan stood there with her leg frozen, and Solian said that after she returned to her family, she would have an incredible opportunity to obtain this ability through a contract with Constellation. Lan looked at her and said that she was wondering why she seemed stronger than last time, and she was just using Constellation's power thoughtlessly. Solian looked at her and asked what was so mindless about it. She said that it was the reality of the modern world, and if she was a member of a family that had a constellation, then she could do whatever she wanted with the power she got. Lan glared at her angrily after her mother asked if she thought she would only fight her with physical strength. Solian looked at him and said that she would ask her one last time. She held out her hand to her daughter and asked if she would come back. Lan glared at her and shouted that she wasn't going back. Solian closed her eyes and said that she understood everything, but then she got close to her and told her not to even think about returning safely. Lan then looked ahead with displeasure and realized that she couldn't even react because of her frozen leg. Solian held out her hand and said that she would freeze and shatter her hand, and then they would see how she would resist without her hand. Afterward, Kim said that he really hoped that families with constellations would no longer interfere with him. After that, he immediately walked up to his mother and kicked Solian Hwa's arm away.